Hey guys, welcome to
What's going on?
early Sunday afternoon. I will be distracted most of the time because there is football going on. So just to let you know, I am listening, but I am distracted at the same time. So,
The
but Nick,
49ers pulled off a narrow victory,
you
30 to
called it
7.
though. You did. You called it. I was
Yeah.
like, I think Nick's wrong on this one, and then I was like, oh, I guess Nick was right. That was good. You guys, did your guys' favorite teams play yet?
Yeah, Ravens kick butt.
All right.
Ravens.
Cowboys? No, I don't think so. But yeah,
Cowboys.
because the
I
Texans.
thought you were Texans.
No, man. It's like no, I don't like Texans. I don't think anybody
Oh.
likes them. I don't even think the Texans like the Texans. Honestly, yeah.
Really, I did not know that.
It's a horrible,
I mean,
horrible team, horrible franchise. Yeah.
I'm a big
Bears
fan
lose
of the Colts because I was a fan of
I
the
like
Bengals.
the Colts. Yeah, yeah.
When I was
I
a
like
kid,
all our
I was-
baseball teams. Yeah.
yeah. But when I was a kid, I was a big fan of the Bengals, and they were so bad that I was like, I can't live my lifestyle with it because people were like Bengals fan. And when I went in the military, they were like, "Look, dude, just get away from us. We don't let people like you around us."
It was probably that tattoo that you had on your right shoulder.
I had no tattoo.
The whole decade I lived in Cincinnati, the Bengals were terrible.
Oh,
Terrible.
horrible. I mean, they were like, you literally could just get some guy off the corner and go out and they could play better. They literally did that. My neighbor used to play for the Bengals back then, and he was like, I was a horrible player, and they thought I was good. But, you know, that's crazy. But football Sunday, hanging out with Nick. Nick, you got some important stuff to talk about the Validator incentive program. Is that what you want to bring up during our live today?
Yes, sir. I want to talk about VIPs. So yes.
All right, that's awesome.
So yeah, before we get into that, I just want to kind of set the stage a little bit. You know, most of the presentations I've done have been sort of me showing you some slides, telling you XYZ, and then, you know, getting some feedback and refining it. But what I'd like to do is make with this sort of session here a shift to where we are working more collaboratively. In particular, with the validators, I like to think that, you know, we're all on the same team. First of all, we're rooting for the same protocol to succeed, right? We've been sitting at a rectangular table, and I think we need to change it to a circular table. So that's what I'd like to do, is where instead of saying that here is the program, I would like to present to you today a draft proposal, and let's together modify it until we all agree that this is the way to go. What do you think of that?
I think it's great. I like that because I mean,
Yeah.
I can tell you just from my standpoint and what people have said to me and stuff is that there are a ton of people in the community who have some good ideas and they have good they have great input, and it would be I think it would be so much fun to see those people get their voice heard more, and especially being with the way that I think and the way I see that you want to set this up is that they do have a voice, that they do have the opportunity to sit there and say, Nick, I like this idea better than this idea, and you're going to listen to them. That's the point that I'm like, oh, okay, all right, not this. Oh yeah, you can talk all you want, but we're just going to do it my way. You know that
No,
no
absolutely
way
not.
that's going to work. You know, this is
Yeah.
this is,
So this Google Doc becomes where we collaborate, and what I'll do is I'll start with Baron Master, who is on the multi-sig, make him an editor, and then they can decide who else can be editors. But for the most part, we'll make it where everyone can comment. because I know that these documents tend to get very unmanageable very quickly if you have hundreds of commenters. So I'd rather you kind of aggregate input and go from there. So what I've done is put together the bare outline of a proposal, and what I want to do is go through it and kick off our sort of discussions, if you will. We can work through exactly how, the logistics of how it'll happen. I'm not too concerned. I think we'll figure that out. But let's just walk through the salient features of this program, right? So I decided to go raw and not have a deck or anything like that. We'll just look at this document as it is. So the first thing is, it's you probably saw from the team meeting, etc., that in the DAO sort of structure, there's a strategy council, and within that is a validator team. So the purpose of that validator team is to represent validators in all DAO business and provide validators with input. And the role of that team is to provide validators with technical support related to the operation of their nodes, etc. So what we have there is a lead, and then the lead will decide who is needed on the team, etc. And one of the things I'm working on is sort of an overall DAO budget. So we'll take input from that team lead on what budget is needed, etc., and factor that in. But basically, what I'm thinking is that the validator team lead will be an existing validator in good standing. So I have to define good standing. I haven't defined that yet. But let's, for the purpose of our discussion here, assume good standing is generally accepted good standing, meaning you didn't get into trouble. And the validators can elect that team lead with a simple majority. Now, I put that the lead position will be for 90 days. So we want different people to step into that role. So it's more like a seat, that is held by an elected rep every 90 days. And I also put in a constraint that no validator will serve sort of twice as lead in a 6-month period. So you got to skip one period before you can come back on. We can change again. All of this here is a proposal. So what we'll do is we'll go comment and say that no, well, we should make it a year, we should make it 2 months, whatever. We can do all of that until we all reach consensus. Now, I did put in that the lead will be fully doxed and the identity will be known to all. Again, as I'm going through this, I'll just repeat, this is all a proposal. You got to think about it, and we should decide what we want. Now, in addition to the strategy council, there is also a DAO council, which is really the equivalent of a board of directors, if you will, right? There's each of the council leads is represented there. Now, in the DAO council, we have 5 council leads, and we want it to be an odd number. So there's going to be 4 community representatives there. So one of those would be a validator rep. And I'm saying that the same team lead is also on the council there. But it doesn't have to be that way. We could have a second person that is on the council. So, but right now I'm just saying that the same person serves a 90-day term during which they are the validator team lead. They sit on the DAO council, and they're also on the multi-sig. So the same person plays that role for 90 days, and then people kind of shift over. Any questions there? Is it pretty clear?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
All right. Cool. All right. So then let's talk about KYC. So we've gone through KYC. So let's understand why that's important. All right. So in proof of stake, people have a large amount of money they've staked, which keeps them honest. In a proof of authority network, your validators are signing basically signing a transaction to seal the blocks, right? And it's important to know that there are no bad actors there. That's why we want to have KYC in there. So we've already done this. So I just put it in there for posterity, I guess. Then comes token lockup. So right now, the tokens that you earned through purchase of your validator node are locked up. And as I understand it, they were in perpetuity locked up. I'm saying that we should release them after a period of 24 months or so, because it's not proof of stake network. If anyone has any concerns or does not want that, then we can discuss that and go through it. Then comes the most a fairly important thing is transfer restrictions. I need to clear this with engineering, but assuming it is possible, I'd like for us to discuss the pros and cons of what it means for the security of our network. to be able to transfer ownership of a validator node. So that I put TBD there. It's a blank slate there. I think we'll need to have some meetings in the validator as the validator team and kind of hash this out. So that's one of the things that's going to happen, right? Like we're going to have team meetings around this that are operational meetings. We literally have an agenda. We sit through, talk through that. So we'll need the first validator team meeting to go through these drafts and kind of get more language in there and refine it until it's okay by everyone. So the transfer restriction is something that's up in the air, and we can talk about it even in this session here. All right, then comes the notion of active validators. So there's a bunch of incentives here. I want to make sure that the validators that earn those are active. In other words, just because you happen to have purchased one, doesn't mean that you're providing the required service to the network. So my definition of an active validator is one whose uptime for the trailing 30 days is 98% or greater, as measured by comparing their block sealed to the average number of blocks sealed by all other validators. So as a group, everyone's running their node. It's a round robin. It's going through in a round robin, so everyone gets an equal opportunity to seal a block. So does your average number of blocks sealed in the prior 30 days, is it at 98% or greater of that? So that's the definition of an active validator. So what this means is we don't want people who are not running the node to get benefits. That's basically what it comes down to. Next is gas fees. So what I'm putting here is gas fees. Validators will receive 100% of the gas fees for blocks they seal. Now, this is probably a good moment for anyone who's a backer who's listening to say that, hey, what about us? So guess what? This is a validator incentive program. I will present a backer incentive program too, with those details in the next few days. So please hold on. That is coming. But this is exclusively for validators today that we are talking about. All right, now I've introduced a new concept here, which let's go through it. I call it subsidy tokens. So the basic idea is that there is a lot of risk in the initial few years because the network is forming, the protocol is forming, and you as a validator, a node runner is have to pay, to run that node. So how can we reduce the impact of that, cushion the impact of that a little bit, and make it so if there aren't high profits available initially, which there won't be, right? We're gonna scale up the transactions, etc. What can we do? So what I put here is for the first 2 to 2.5 years, essentially a subsidy pool. So the way that works is we're going to subsidize to about $150 a month. Again, these are numbers that I'm using based on sort of industry standards, if you will, for running a server. So what we'll use there is a token price. That is the average token price for the trailing 30 days. And for the purpose of this subsidy, we won't go below $1 because otherwise it's hard to predict. It's hard to make this subsidy program sort of last the amount of time it's supposed to. So the tokens per validator based on $1 is 150 tokens. So the aggregate tokens for all validators for the 30 days is 150 multiplied by 500. It's 75,000. So you multiply that by 12 months and you get 900,000. So what I put in the token pool there is 1.8 million tokens. So essentially, every validator, as long as they were active, will get 150 tokens per month, which should hopefully offset the cost of running the node, but only active validators. So would there be fewer tokens? Yes, because the price could be higher, right? So if the price is higher, again, we're going to use the average trailing price for the past 30 days. So it's possible that this program could last longer, more than the 2 years. So it could last longer than that. So those are subsidy tokens. That's designed to just offset the cost. The next is incentive tokens. So with incentive tokens, what we want to do is really make sure that there is a benefit, an incentive benefit for you to run the nodes. And so what I've done is I've carved out of the overall incentive program 1 million tokens, and basically said that these are overall token incentive program set aside for validators. To refresh your memory, the way the incentive program works is they are sitting in a vault with a vesting schedule of 24 months. And every time there's a rebase, whatever is vested moves over into a pool, and you are eligible a pro rata for it. So, and you can claim your share anytime you want, but then your pro rata share decreases by the amount you've claimed. So this is the overall incentive program. All I'm saying here is that we'll set aside 1 million tokens just for validators. Next come asset consignment fee earnings. So this is where we're talking about long-term income. Uh, so the way I see this is that the validators are running sort of the nodes, etc. And so any fees that the protocol is capturing from the general public, you would be eligible for that. So what I put in here is a graduated fee, which says that the fee structure is not yet finalized, by the way. So that'll be finalized. But whatever that fee structure is, I'm saying that we'll divide it between the DAO and the validators. For the first year, 60-40, the year two, 70-30, and year three and beyond, 80-20. So in perpetuity, whatever the fees are that are derived from the asset consignments, 20% would go to the active validators, and that would be distributed pro rata. Next is the IPFS subsidy. I honestly need to go and look at the operating cost of an IPFS node, etc. But I feel like the validators that will run an IPFS node should get a subsidy for that also, and potentially more income also from that. So maybe that 60%, 70%, 80% DAO it becomes a three-way split. It becomes DAO validators and IPFS runners also. So this document, that's it. It's 12 points, short and sweet. The idea here is to create a foundation where over the next couple of weeks we can work through these numbers and come up with a plan that everyone is satisfied with. So with that, I will open the floor to discussions and comments, criticisms.
I have a question, Nick, about the
Yeah.
IPFS. So you're proposing that those that are already validators will have the option to run some storage services, and I understand
Yeah.
you're looking at the cost because there's some talk that you're wanting to third party it, or you're going to bring some other your own personal, hand selected picked company, nonsense like that. But so you are saying this for the second time that you're going to allow the validators like myself. I hold a node. I'm going to have the opportunity to run that sort of service if I wanted to. Okay, great. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Yeah, we run a couple of nodes as the protocol. Also, we have to, just like we'll run validator nodes, right?
Hmm.
But I don't see us bringing in any third parties when we have 500 service providers, if you will,
Yeah.
who have servers running, who could just maybe increase their I don't know, their service level or something to a different tier with whatever host they have,
Hmm.
and run an additional piece of software. It makes sense for us to do that. I don't.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Yeah.
make any
It makes
sense
sense for
for us to
sure.
go
Yeah.
with some third party. No.
Great.
I like the fact that you're doing a subsidy for the $150 a month. Also, that wasn't there before, so that's a
Yeah,
plus as well.
that's the new thing,
Hmm.
basically. Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually pretty interesting.
It makes sense. I know it's going to be tough in the beginning, especially with a brand new blockchain.
Yeah.
Yeah. But overall, I'm thinking, validators ought to benefit from the success of the protocol, and that's where the fees come in. And I'm sort of, I put asset consignment fee here, but I'm open to changing that to all fees derived for the DAO. I'll give you an example. you know, pretty much every protocol has a domain name service where you can get your ETH name or your Tez name or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We'll run one,
Cool.
so we'll have fees for that also. So I'm open to that possibility. But if we do that, then we would need to probably run some numbers and make sure that we are not starving the DAO of operating capital. you know so we need to make sure that this is sustainable for the DAO also, to pay people, engineers. What you have to pay salaries, so that's an important thing. But yeah, we can discuss that also. But yeah, so this is my proposal. And what's most important is representation, right? So these first three things are all about representation. So validators have a seat at the table when discussing the strategy of the protocol, have a seat at the board of directors, if you will, of the protocol, and have a seat around on financial control of the protocol.
Any of you guys have any other comments that you want to bring up about the presentation or anything? I have a few questions starred, but
Go ahead. There may be some. Those might be the questions I have. I'll let you bring them up.
okay. The
Well,
first question.
unless someone else had a question. Sorry, guys.
Oh, go ahead. Did someone have a question? Nope.
Everybody good?
Okay, I'm gonna hold off on that one. Okay, here's a very very good one here. This is Darwin the Turtle. Nick, does this also count for people who have 5 to 10 validators per wallet? Now, I I just want to get clarification from you, but in your presentation you had 500. So I would assume that would be if one wallet had, however many, it didn't matter. Your projection was the 500 nodes that were sold, right?
Yeah, so this is one thing we have to talk about in terms of the security of the network. Is what is the limit we should put for an entity in terms of controlling the network, right? Because remember, a validator is the number of validators here determine the security of the network. So 5 over 500 is a small number, but 10 over 500 is you have a substantial. It's not like 51%, of course, but you have a good say on the control of the network. So we need to decide as part of this document also if we want to put a cap on that, and if we do put a cap, how do we handle the financial commitment already made by that. So I have to go and look and see what the maximum number is in any given wallet. Uh, maybe it's not that high a number, and then we are okay. But yeah, so all these numbers would count as multiples. So if you've got 5, then you multiply by 5. That's because you made an investment of 5x, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
To me,
I mean,
yeah.
it's straight up math here. Yeah.
Okay, now here's an add-on to this one. I just read part of it, but I do think that this is valid here. Nick, instead of having 1,500 backers and worrying about numbers for them, why don't we just fuse all 1,500 into validators? Let's say like 3 total, and all backers get a percentage of the validators. Is that
I get
something
everything except for the 3 total. What does that mean?
So
I guess since it's 503, I don't know. So I take all the 1,500 validators and put them into 3 nodes.
Oh, make them equivalent pro rata to 3 nodes or something like that.
Mhm.
So yeah, I mean, I can see that. That's a very good idea. Then there could be fractional owners of nodes. Yeah.
yeah, and he said yes, correct, Nick. He just followed up in the comments saying that. Now I did skip a couple other ones, but I thought we were on this one, so I skipped this one real quick. But there are other questions. But
There's a question with that is then who would be the actual KYC owner of those 3?
Yeah.
You know,
I think
that's the only part that gets me now.
Yeah, I think in concept though, this is a good idea, and it addresses an issue in a very elegant way. So maybe it's as simple as there are three sort of backers assigned per validator or something like that. We can toss this idea around. See, I knew there was a benefit to doing this collaboratively. Now we have good ideas floating around. So let's take that idea and
He
kind of run with it a little
he,
bit and see
he
what comes out
says
of it.
he says I didn't get that far. He said-
Yeah, and that's okay. That's okay. This we're having a discussion here. So I like this. It's the seed of an idea here, which I think we can build upon and create something pretty straightforward. So yeah, let me noodle that a little bit, and everyone else should also noodle about it, and uh, we can we can start tossing around ideas until we come up with something. And like I
yeah.
said, I'm gonna you know what will happen if I enable this document for comments right now? Will it completely get blitzed? What's gonna happen? Should we
Well,
try it?
Hmm.
I mean, the worst thing to
YOLO.
do, we just get a lot of comments.
Yeah.
We just
All
have to
right.
filter through it.
Let's go. Okay. So it's enabled for comments now. You may have to reload it to get that access. But yeah, let's start putting some ideas in here directly. And like I said, I need to get email address from Baron. I'll make him an editor, and then he can decide, to have like a few handful of other people as editors also, so we can start working on that. But yeah, this
Okay.
is a very good idea.
Nick, I know that I put a question in the comments, um, in the private chat. It's the first one, the long one.
Yeah,
Do you want to talk about that one right now? Do you want me to
sure, we can
bring
talk
that
about
up
it.
in a banner aspect so that everybody could see it? Um,
I think the synopsis of it is, if validators want to participate in testnet, how would they be compensated? That's the synopsis of it,
yep, yep.
because they are still paying for their nodes or whatever. So let's do some back of the envelope math on this. So let's say that we had, I don't know, 20 nodes for testnet, and let's say it's $150. So that's $3,000 a month. I would say that that's a reasonable number to be able to just pay directly and subsidize the cost of that. But we would have to cap it. We can't do it for hundreds and hundreds of nodes,
Yeah.
but we can certainly do it for a small number. So I would say this is a good idea. If people are willing to step up and get their infrastructure going, then I think we would need to do it by expertise, though. We would want validators who understand how to run a Linux server, who understand scripting and things like that. So it would be prioritized for those folks. So I will make a note here, and we can announce that also. So testnet paid subsidy. Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Is that
I mean, I think
yeah?
it's smart. And the good thing about it is you put it out there for people, and it looks like it's a collaborative thing, so that it's not set in stone. It's just a starting point and can be talked about. Donald Richardson has. I'm gonna have to come back to that one, Donald. I see what you're saying. Are you guys starring any comments or anything like that? Because I don't
I, s- I
have
s-
any, and I see a
I s-
massive amount of questions.
I started one.
Okay. Uh, let me bring this one up. I'm not sure. Some of these, I'm not sure if we've actually talked about it. Nick, can backers help by pooling with validators and then share a percentage of any fee? I think that's what we were talking about, but I just don't want to
Yeah.
make sure that we don't miss it. Here's Sunny T. There's a question up here. I'm gonna have to wait on this one. Will all
Yeah.
node holders be allowed to run IFPS if they want? No max or more, or the more the merrier.
I think the more the merrier. Although keep in mind that it might become a cost issue because as we get more and more assets in there, the storage requirements will grow very rapidly, and
Hmm.
the that's going to cost you. And so we have to make sure that we can balance the subsidy and the income that you'll get with what your cost is. So it might end up being that we can only do it for n IPFS nodes within the validator group. And I don't know what n is because I don't yet have projections on the storage things. But um, there are a lot of cloud providers that give you unlimited storage also. But I feel like that unlimited is just a marketing term. There's always some gotcha there where if you
Always, yeah.
go over a certain thing, then they're like, "Oh, sorry, now you're gonna be on this slow storage or something like that," which won't work.
Yeah.
So yeah. So the answer to that is theoretically, yes, but in practice, there might be a limit based on how much people are willing to invest monthly to run that node. Um, maybe what if it's double the cost? Like, would you do it? Uh, if it's subsidized, of course, right? That it's a
Hmm.
no brainer. But if it's not fully subsidized, then you have to get the remaining part of the your cost out of the income and then your profit, right? So if things are chugging along and you're seeing that over a period of say 3 months or 6 months, then you can predictably estimate that yeah, you're going to have that income grow over time and you'll be able to make that decision. So I think this is one of those things where we'll have to slow roll it out and see how it works. But remember, guys, we are doing this collaboratively.
Yeah.
It's not me making the decisions, we are doing it together, so we'll
Yeah.
make good decisions for us.
So Darwin follows it up with there's several questions that were in between here, but he did. I just saw that he put this one up. Said the DAO can manage it. Nick can create specific DAO for the nodes he trusts that are KYC, etc. Many avenues. I mean, that,
What was
that's.
this in follow up to?
I think this is in reference to. There's several questions here about could the DAO manage 3 validator nodes for the backers. They're asking about. I think
Oh,
this
I see. I
was
see. The backers basically we run the nodes for them. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I get it. Thanks.
okay. So I'm gonna go back to my questions. I'm gonna unstar his because we know I wanted us to identify that that was one of the questions. There's another one up here, Nick. I want to bring this up now, and I know that we talked about waiting on this, and we are talking about backers and validators right now, but it
Yeah.
has been sitting here, and I keep getting this question. So it's asking Nick about the token allocations for early adopters who sacrifice per 5,000. Then later, Nick recommended maybe 10,000. Is this plan still active? And how are we moving forward? So, this was pretty much on the token allocations that we talked about when it was our plan B when you named our plan B, and then that's back to there. So a lot of people in the comments and a lot of people in Discord are asking, is that still what we're thinking, or are these tokenomics for everything going to change depending on what boosters or what kind of liquidity that we have? So
Yeah. So I just that's exactly what I did, right? I took the extra tokens we have and put it in as a subsidy. So uh, basically 1.8 million tokens are here, and I created a rational way to distribute them out to nodes.
now I think that this is in reference to more along the lines of that if when you bought boosters and stuff, you got 5,000. Anything above that, you had to buy a booster to get like 1,500 and such. This is for the allocations of to get the equivalent of what you had sacrificed in Seifu to get Vol. So you know how when you were talking about what the backer or what the boosters would be and all that, um,
Yeah,
is
I'm vaguely recollecting that. I don't have an answer right now for that. I will need to go back and look at those numbers and come back with you. But for the main thing I was doing here is carving out 1 million incentive tokens and 1.8 million subsidy tokens for validators. So that's 2.8 million in aggregate carved
Okay.
out. I will go back and look at that plan B, and if there's something in there that I had committed to, I'll make sure I can follow up on
Well,
it.
I think it was more along the lines that that was the plan that we were going for. That we're not going to get any liquidity or anything like
Yeah.
that. For us to get everything, this is the way that you're going. But then getting liquidity, depending on how much liquidity we have, I've mentioned that I think the tokenomics are basically going to change, but I don't know for sure what allocation of tokens would be for people that sacrificed if they had to buy boosters at this certain point, if that was even an issue anymore, or how that was going to be.
Yeah, so I'm almost done with the booster program. Also, I'm gonna present it to Jamelia, get her input, and then present it here in the next couple days. I'll make sure to revisit the proposal, and if there's anything I've committed to, I'll include that in here.
Now I know that we're off topic a little bit on this, but I did have another question about if you could explain a little bit more about the legalities of the boosters, because what
Sure.
you were talking about, hey, we got to make sure it's all legal and everything, and a lot of people are like, hey, this is DeFi, what's it got to be legal? What do we mean by we got to make sure it's legal?
Yeah. So as I mentioned the other day, and I always consistently mention, I really love the California sunshine and want to walk around in it. So I value my freedom tremendously, and so I want to make sure I do things that are good and about legal. So so far, it seems like what we want to do with the boosters will pass the sniff test, provided we make it where those NFTs are not automated. What I mean by that is that we will issue the boosters, and you, as a booster holder, decide what to do with them, whether you want to apply it to a wallet and boost it, or you want to just sit on it or do nothing with it, or you want to give it to someone else, do whatever you want to with it. As long as we are not basically saying the moment you buy a booster, it gets auto applied to your wallet or something like that, we are okay. So that's kind of what we're just basically going to sell these NFTs that have certain value and the ability for you to claim certain tokens with it. And that seems like the way to go. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. Okay. I think, yeah, I got you starred there. Sorry. I think that this is, you said that you and Mammoth have asked questions. I think I have it starred. So let me get to the start questions. I got behind a little bit.
Yeah.
I think
Chris,
this one,
I see a question there from White Knight. Maybe you can start that also, because I think I want to answer that question.
okay. Is it the very last one?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
All right. You want to answer it now, or do you want to it
Sure.
later on?
Yeah.
All right. There we go.
No one has to pay anything to access their tokens. Period. If you want to accelerate your vesting, then you can choose opt-in, volunteer to do that. But yeah, so it's not nonsense.
So there's no more sacrificing going on.
There's
right?
nothing.
Yeah.
You're paying zero.
Yeah. If you want to speed it up, you don't, I mean, you want to
Understood.
invest
That's
more.
why I like the IP FS. At least as a validator. You're giving me another opportunity, another option here, and I understand the cost of storage, and you don't know what the number is going to be because it can go up. If we scale so fast, where now I've got to provide. I'm one of the many validators that do that.
Yep.
So I have to see what it's worth. I'm an IT, I own a small IT company, and I spin up servers all day long. So I have I have really good pricing when it comes to servers. So for me, this is a no-brainer because my cost to the typical consumer, because I spend so many of them up, I get a pretty good discount. I stand the chance to make some profit on this if I decide to go that route. So, but I know it does depend, right? So, but anyways, didn't mean to go on a tangent on you, but there it is.
No, I think that's important, Kryptonian, because I think a lot of people out here would like to have your day to day experience on some of these. I'm sorry, those are good highlight. But anyway,
Yeah,
people want your information and your input. I mean, you live a lot of this stuff day to day. So
sure.
um,
Thanks.
the next start question here is Donald Richardson. Can someone please dumb down for folks like me that may not understand fully about the concept? I don't know, Donald. Have you had the opportunity to, if people talk to you in the chats and stuff? I'm going to keep your questions starred and everything like that. Maybe we'll talk through a little bit more, and I'll go back to you to make sure that you understand that what we're talking about. So just throw me up another comment if you're understanding or yeah, you need help. So. Next question is Nick. I think mentioned that the Dex rewards were going to be shared amongst validators too, in order to offset running costs. What's happening there?
The honest answer is I don't know because I haven't gotten to that part yet, to the
Okay.
Dex part. But I feel like uh, I would prefer to really change item 12, not item 12, which one was it? Item 11 in here, and just, for example, I said asset consignment fee earnings. I'd be comfortable changing that to DAO fee earnings and have a split so that no matter how the DAO gets any kind of fees, validators get a slice of that. That way we are not stuck with each different program. So uh, I'm happy to give that and make that change right now. Actually, let's just do it. We'll make this DAO fee earnings so that basically any fees. So I'll need to wordsmith that a little bit, but basically, what I'm saying here of that. Uh, I'll wordsmith that and correct it later. But the intent is there, where it doesn't matter where the DAO gets fees from, whether it's DEX or domain names or whatever. We can go with that split.
Okay. All right. Looks like the mammoth says thanks, Nick. So then the next question we're on to is Milky. Was the suggestion about backers being merged into validators? Backers were about $400 and validators were about 9K. Did I understand the suggestion and answer correctly? Um,
Yeah, any solution that we incorporate has to factor in that math. The multiplier has to be put in there. So we'll figure that out. It's not going to be a one for one because obviously there is no parity there. I mean, we're talking about several orders of magnitude more for a validator than a backer. So whatever we do there, we'll need to factor that in. So rest assured, we're not going to do fuzzy math there. We're going to do very concrete math.
okay. Then the next one on here is about I think we got to this portion,
Yeah.
one above it. Could
Yeah,
the
I
DAO?
honestly would like to have this conversation stay focused on validators. We'll get
Mhm.
to the backers thing. I have a plan for that. The idea today was to incorporate it and merge it into one. I think that's a great idea. Let me take a stab at that and come back to you
Okay.
with it. But I want to stay focused on making sure the needs of validators are addressed. That was the main concern. Like I started off by saying, you are all VIPs. You're the most important part of this network. So I want to stay focused and make sure that your questions are answered and your needs are met.
Okay. All right. So, AA, do me a favor. If okay, let me know if the question that we did with Mammoth answers your question, and then Rickness says, I'm a few minutes behind, but in case it wasn't asked, how would we go about letting y'all know that we are willing to be doing IFS or
IPFS,
IPSF node?
I don't know yet. It's still in the document phase. We haven't gotten to
Yeah,
an
yeah.
implementation phase yet.
Then Sunny T follows it up with, if we went that route, would we, and then we stopped, can we? Or if we chose not to, but want to spin up later, can we? So would it
I
be
think so.
open
I
to
mean,
change
I
your
think
mind?
yeah, I think we want to keep it flexible.
Mhm.
Yeah. Wow, I was expecting this document to be like I've seen like when I go to my kid's school or whatever, and I have a comments enabled, like boom, the whole document gets covered with colored boxes, and now we have no boxes there, which is interesting.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that people have got a voice here. I know that it's a lot to put into a live and everything, but I also want to give them the avenue that they could talk about it. But at the same time, this has
Yeah,
got to carry over into the Discord, and it has to be and the document, the comments on the document, so that it can be legitimately collaborative. Because
yeah,
talking and getting these questions in here, okay, just kind of get their initial questions and everything, but really you need to focus on getting your voice heard in the Discord and on this document. So let's make sure that we make all that happen.
yeah.
So
And by the way, I heard a lot of people like griping about why Polygon and why this and all that for the NFT. Like, look, our goal was to get that channel to be a token gated channel as quickly as possible.
mhm.
We did it as in the fastest way possible. It is a temporary fix. Once we have the mainnet up and you have your OG NFT, whatever we end up calling it, then it'll be on our network. So right now, to switch a different network is not a big deal in MetaMask or whatever. You pick a drop down, doesn't matter what you pick. So yeah, we just did it in the most expedient way possible. I'll admit it's a hack job, but it got us what we needed to get is a private channel for all of you. So that was the objective.
Okay, here is uh will there be a marketplace for the nodes inside Vitruveo?
Well, that depends on what we do for number 6. It says TBD. So are we going to agree that they will be transferable? If so, what are the terms and conditions under which or requirements for them to be transferable, etc.? So we have to define that before we get to a marketplace. I don't know the answer to that. I'm looking for input and discussion.
All right, so let's keep these comments focused on the validator portion of it. Like Nick was talking, I mean, there'll be time for all the other things, plus in Discord and all that. But let's keep the focus here. Now, ANA says this, and this might have changed because you went through a ton of what was going on before. But in addition to whether validators get DEX rewards, validators also were told that they would get 4,000 coins from the other guys. Is that still the case?
Please look at the screen that's being presented there. So in addition to 1.8 million tokens, there's also 1 million tokens. Add that up. That's 2.8 million tokens that are specifically set aside for validators. Of that, the 1.8 million is brand new. Therefore, the answer is yes.
There we go.
Those tokens are assigned to you, but via a subsidy program, mainly because, and I cannot emphasize this enough, there's going to be people who have validators who do nothing, who don't run the software. I don't believe they should be benefiting. I appreciate that they got, they purchased the tokens, and that's their reward. Then they have tokens. But in terms of the subsidies, etc., it's intended to cover your operating costs. So and that is important for the network because that's how the network is being decentralized. It's being secured. So I feel like you need to be an active validator for that.
Just one thing. Bugs Life, I don't see your question, and I don't think I have it starred. Could you put it back in there? I don't have time to go look through it, but I know you're saying that about the sacrifice.
I think it was about Uxiers, right?
I
Here
think
it
he
is.
said something about it, but he said it's important. So,
It's this right here.
oh, okay, okay. Which one is it?
But this, Chris, I know it might be funny, but could you please check about Uxie sacrifice?
Yeah, I
please?
know that one. Here it is.
Oh.
I wanted the original question.
There it is. Yeah.
There we go. Chris, can you also check if Uxie will be part of Vitruveo as part of us have also sacrificed for Uxie? I think didn't Nick already talk about this, that he you don't have a plan for this yet, right? But you're
It's formulating. We are coming up with the brand name, with the new brand name, with what the liquidity structure should be, and I have most of it done. But honestly, there's so many other things that are higher priority right now because the DEX is like for mainnet, I believe RC2 or something like that.
Mhm.
So just kind of pushed it a little lower in the priority list. That doesn't mean it's not important. It's just that there are some things that absolutely need to be done first, and so working on those. But rest assured that everyone who did participated in the Uxie sacrifice are going to have a DEX token. I have the final numbers now, so we can work out the cap table.
Nice.
And yeah, so one of the key issues there was who will provide liquidity on a DEX when they know that two things happen. One is the tokens rebasing, and
Mhm.
also a portion of their fees are uh, given away. So that was not a sustainable model. So the one we have come up with, which I'll just hint roughly at what it is. the the idea is to basically have a wrap token which addresses the rebasing very nicely, and also to extract the fees for the Uxie sacrificers from the DEX fees and not take it from the liquidity provider fees, right? It's just a matter of which bucket it comes from. So
Yeah.
if it comes from the DEX fees, then liquidity providers don't care because that's normal for the DEX to have certain fees associated with it. So that's generally what we are leaning toward. I just have to finesse that into proper numbers and all that, and we'll present it. But it is coming. It is definitely coming.
All right. Yeah, I think that's great. Um, here's a good one here. The mammoth says, Nick, would it be possible for you to put together a spreadsheet on how validator earnings would work over a year, for example? We need to understand how this would play out for real.
Yeah. So as part of our business plan that we're working on, in order to get to institutional investors, I have to forecast what the income will be from the asset uh, consignment and things like that. So we'll have some numbers. We'll have projections there, and from that we'll follow. It's just a hop from there to come up with a validator earnings, because whatever earning line we put there for the DAO, you saw what it was here, right? It's graduated scale. So you can take 20% of the number and say that, yeah, that's going to be our earnings over time. So that deck is being fast tracked because I do want us to start the conversations very early on with institutional investors also. I keep getting, by the way, I keep seeing this point in the Discord. I just want to address it, right? People say, "Hey, why doesn't Nick go to his investor friends and get capital?" So it doesn't work like that, folks.
Yeah,
You
doesn't
can't
work that
just
way.
go to your buddy. Like, okay, fine. If it's your best buddy, and you're billionaires or whatever, you can do that kind of thing. But institutional investors have criteria. They are not putting their own funds in, right? They have a fund. They have rules about what kind of entities they'll invest in, what stage, what their valuation, pre-money valuation will be, and things like that. But most importantly, at a Series A stage, which is what this would be, we are past the seed stage, right? This is Series A stage. You gotta have a great team. You gotta have a solid idea of what your product and market are. You should be leaning towards product market fit. You should have some traction in that product market fit area, and you should have some established revenue. We've only got the glimmer of the beginning. We got the vision and the team kind of together, etc. So it's going to take a little bit of time before you can go to an institutional investor and say, "Hey, here's an opportunity for you." And also remember, we are in a bear market right now. It's not all froth right now. So if you go look at the reports on how many entities are getting venture capital, you'll see that it's dropped significantly. So what that means is the bar is a bit higher. It doesn't mean it's impossible. It just means you have to do certain things. You gotta go through the whole process. You gotta do A, B, C, D, E in order to get to F, kind of, the funding. So yeah.
All right. Yeah, I see those sometimes, and I'm like, yeah, we got to get there first because now you got to have a better structure. How many full nodes do you see being onboarded by RC1, 2, 3, and then mainnet?
Yeah. So I think uh, correct me if I'm wrong, but in RC2 I put like 25 nodes, and then
Still,
RC3 we had said sort of start scaling up there and just keep going until uh, we get to like 100 or so, and then mainnet the full contingent. So I think it's after RC1. It's basically going to be start onboarding them, as quickly as possible and get them on in batches. I think it in batches is important. And by the way, that's where that validator team comes into play. So we need to have resources, right? The more validators that are online, the more support tickets that are going to be there, like, hey, this is not working, or what do I do, etc. There's going to be a lot of questions, so we're going to just gradually ramp it up all the way.
well, that is a perfect segue into this comment. And this is from Esso. He says, "Hey Nick, I'm part of the Node Gods from Vulcan server. Just letting you know, we the Node Gods would be still be at your and the community service when help needed for mainnet onboarding."
Yeah, so I propose that we change that validator team name to Validator Gods. But yeah, I mean, it's let's just get that team formulated and make it so it's not any more sort of some centralized team is asking you for help. You're going to be part of the DAO, so might as well get that going. So there's already a channel in place. I'll talk to them about sort of activating this team and getting it going so we can start even writing up documentation, improving the scripts, things like that. There's a ton that needs to be done. So I will check you up on that. But what I like to do is not do it as me, but do it as the validator team lead who takes on that responsibility and moves forward on it.
Cool.
Holy smokes! You guys got all your comments? Because I think I lost a bunch of them. So, question came up about what about Gvol? That's dead, right? That is that.
Yeah, we are doing it with NFTs right now. So we are going to have things like delegation, etc. And right now, I don't see a need for introducing yet another token for which we have to provide liquidity.
Okay, and I'm not sure about this. Nick, are you planning to release new token or using BTRU as validator subsidy token?
Do not want to just create random tokens
Right.
without a purpose.
So it's gonna be a no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Assuming, right? Yeah.
But you know what? I mean, this is the thing, right? I'm trying to get us to the point as quickly as possible where we are operating like a DAO, so someone can submit a proposal like that and say we should have a token for that. Other people then agree or disagree with it, and we take a vote, and the vote says we need to have a subsidy token. Then we have a subsidy token. That's the point I really need to get to.
Okay. I really pleased. Eris Disla says he's late. Sorry, Eris. We just started just a second ago. We're an hour into it, Eris. You have to go back and watch. So many things were talked about. So, let's see. I don't have any other questions. Nothing else start. I see people commenting here and there. Navy says that talking about validator or God, node gods, the G should not be capitalized. Well,
About demigods.
happy Sunday, people. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I think are you getting any comments on your Google Doc there, Nick?
I'm not seeing any. Can someone put one comment in so we know that the feature is working?
I was going up to look for the. Okay. Let me see if I can
I'm
grab.
seeing zero comments. But I think you have to be logged in to comment. That might be why people are not commenting.
Yeah,
Yeah, they might.
we don't normally present a Google Doc to collaborate on ever in
Okay.
Yeah, Nick,
That's
you
fine.
have
We'll,
seriously
Yeah,
stepped up
we'll do
your
everybody's like,
Notion.
game.
wait,
We'll do Notion.
yeah,
Yeah,
which is cool. I like the idea though. That's pretty cool. Though. I like that you did that. That's cool.
Yeah.
we are not. You stepped up your game for us.
Made me
Nick.
feel like I was
We-
at work all of a sudden. It was kind of weird. You know, it's Sunday. It's like crap. Is this a Teams meeting? What's going on, man? Dang, I'm not
Yeah,
prepared.
what's going on up here? All right. Yeah, it's asking me to log in too.
Yeah.
Let's see. Come on.
But you can be the first to comment.
Yeah, Chris. Let's see your
I
login.
don't think it's even giving him. It's not letting me log in. Oh, there we go.
There, someone posted a comment. I see one now. Yay. Hi. All right. Hi, Roger.
There you go. There you go.
Okay,
So I said, "Hi, Nick."
Say hi and hi. He resolved. Resolved. All right. Thank you. That's good. It's working.
Yeah. Okay. So this is enough goofing off. We're at work here. Oh. All right. So the Seahawks are up on the Rams. If anybody cares about that one. I don't see. That was me. Milo's like that was me. So he's commenting in there. Oh, we have. Oh, no, it's just a. Oh. Here we go. Oh.
Yeah,
Was this
let's address schedule, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are using football metaphors, 4th and inches from having the testnet software running. What we did was we tried one approach where, like, okay, let me back up a little bit. In order to implement this new algorithm for the elastic rebasing, if you will, we have to do something called look back, right? What we have to do is look back at the previous 17,000 blocks and see if the transaction goal was met or not, exceeded or did not meet, and based upon that come up with a rebasing value. So the first approach we tried was to modify the block header, which we were successful at doing, but then turns out that it became incompatible with few of the wallets that were out there. They were just hanging, not working, etc. So we don't want to create a situation where we have to introduce a new wallet just for people to use this. So we backed up that approach. We are now trying a different approach. And I'm sorry I'm getting all technical on this, but I just want to explain what's going on. So the next approach we are trying is something called precompiled contracts. So a precompiled contract is a built-in contract in the protocol, which serves two purposes. One, the protocol itself can read the back values, and also external developers can read when rebases occurred and those values. So we are very close to that. As soon as that happens, which I expect within the next day, maybe 2 days max, we'll enable the testnet and we'll start testing, and it'll be a little more aggressive testing so we can get to mainnet sooner. But keep in mind that mainnet is only going to be activated when legal signs off on the boosters, because that's the first app that we're going to have running on mainnet. The whole purpose of having that mainnet is as a confidence booster for the boosters that we actually have a mainnet running. So there's going to be a little bit of flex there until I get the green light from legal on the booster program. So we're talking days now. We're just kind of making, so this week for sure you will hear a testnet announcement, and we will actually I'll go live and show you source code and show you how you can again go back to a faucet and all of those kind of things. So that's what we are targeting for this week. And then as soon as we can get green light for backers, we'll enable mainnet RC1.
Cool. So you said 2 days. So Tuesday, Wednesday is what I'm looking at.
Unless we find that approach for some reason has some huge problem. And
now
I'm
within these
committed
2
to-
days, this is including legal looking at it. I would say Monday morning it's on their desk, blah blah, whatever. Tuesday kind of redline it, and then I mean,
so this is for testnet. I said a couple days for testnet to go live.
Oh, okay, for test. Okay.
Yeah, and then the booster program, I will get it signed off on. I'll present to everybody, because I know that's been a huge question running through. Honestly, I feel like from the attention that been getting, that we could go ahead and launch a booster program today. I can get sign off, etc. But I am committed to only doing that with our own mainnet. I just feel like we've done enough of these raises and all that without a mainnet, and I just don't see any point to it.
Understand.
So whether it takes 3 days or 10 days or whatever, I will not launch a booster program without it running on our own mainnet. That's my criteria.
Nice.
So yeah, do you think that's reasonable position to hold?
Well, I think it's helpful because I think that people would like to. I think that people would like to see that. I mean,
Yeah.
they want to see. They want to see that. I think it's actually the only way that it should be handled. To tell you the truth,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
completely on board with that.
Yeah, do it right, do it once, right? I mean,
Hmm.
that I
Yep.
think is the key. It'll be
Yeah.
definitely worth waiting for.
Oh,
So yeah, I mean, it's honestly, I must say, one of the things I said, Chris, when we set this up is to also have a little bit of chill time, because I'm always up here just talking about business, business, business. We never actually, talk about anything fun. Business is fun, but um, it's been whirlwind for me. Like we are sort of what a month, a little over a month now into this. When I first sort of sat in the hot seat, if you will, and yeah, it's been very interesting. All right, but a lot of the headaches went away when we made the last deal. For me, a lot of pressure was gone because I can really work together with the community now, and get away from sort of the past and look to building a future together with a lot of transparency. Yeah.
yeah, a lot of stuff has been going on, huh? Man, that's a long
Yep.
time ago if you think about it. I mean, when we're sitting here, it's like, man, look at all the things that have happened. You
Yeah,
know,
I think I think that the feeling is mutual, Nick. The pressure being released, at least on us on an individual, personal level, because of just the roller coaster ride with it. We just, we didn't volunteer for this, right? We thought it was just going to be like, hey, sacrifice, boom, mainnet, here we are on a blockchain, but it's obviously has not been that. But there is definitely seems to be a light at the end of the tunnel, right? And so let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's get to mainnet.
I, I'm really excited to have like the team, and start delegating things, etc. Because it's not possible for one person to do this. It's not feasible at all. And so now we have some good
Well,
people working
Well,
on.
there are those that swear that you're supposed to do it all by yourself, like you're supposed to know it all, and provide all
Mhm.
the answers, and then just this is really childish in my response to them. But your role is to build the team, and let the team make it happen. So I see your role, right? I see the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to get up here and ask you super. I need actual dates of when you wrote this code, what's the next revision? Like, I mean, come on. Um, but at the same time, we are definitely going to hold your feet to the fire. That's why I ask you dates and stuff like that, to the best of your ability, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not me asking; it's all of us who are asking. I have the privilege of being up here and getting to talk to you in front of all these guys and those that watch us, and that will probably watch this later on in the next few days. So hopefully the questions that were asked today, got answered. But if not, we already know that you've made yourself readily available. So shoot us a question to Nick personally. Go to the Discord, and I'm sure you'll get it addressed. So, but yeah,
Yeah, I think the main thing people need to understand is that before, like, I think it's easy to paint me with the same brush as the prior person, but just take
Oh my
what I have
gosh.
presented over the past month, and in terms of giving me a little bit of benefit of doubt when something is unclear. Don't assume the worst. In fact, I taught my kids all through their life to assume best intentions of everybody. And sometimes you get burned because not everyone is a good person. I get that, but assume good intentions.
hmm
So that's kind of what we try and do. And so if there's something that I present or something that is doubtful, etc., don't jump to the worst, most horrible interpretation you could of it,
oh yeah,
like
that's
scam,
Sky's
try
fault.
blah
Yeah,
blah blah,
scam.
etc. Like
I've taught my
assume,
kids the same thing.
yeah,
Assume the best in people, but prepare for the worst.
yeah,
Nothing ever goes as planned, so plan for everything is what my dad taught me. And that one principle alone has saved me thousands of dollars, thousands of just having a plan.
Yeah.
never I never expect the moon or the sky or rainbows and unicorns. I just expect just something. Just give me some. I don't want to go to the moon. Oh, it's not a different conversation. I'll take a cloud, right? But at the
Yeah.
same time, I'm here and I'm going to make the best of it. I see a great opportunity here, and we talk about this. Us guys up here about okay, yes, you're building a blockchain, but why? That's cool. Okay, I mean, I'm a techie. I love that stuff. But what I'm most excited about, Nick, is why you're building it. You're taking an already available technology, right? That's been proven. We know that's why we're doing blockchain. But you found a niche for creators. You actually found something that's needed for creators. I hear many times of those that are in the development community. There's already blockchains that do all these things.
Mhm.
I haven't heard of them. I haven't heard of one blockchain doing what you're trying to do for all these creators and artists and and getting to the Web3 space. So that's great. They do all that, but what are they doing for the creators? Is my question.
Yeah.
And if they're already doing it, I haven't heard of them. And I'm not a creator. I'm not in the space looking for it, but I've got family members and friends that they're artists and musicians and those types of things. So yeah, this would be great for those types of people in the world, right? So I'm excited about that. Not what you're making, but why you're making it, and that's why I support this vision and this mission. So
Yeah, and if even if there is a blockchain for creators, the fact is that there is no winner yet. There is the
exactly,
race is still
exactly,
on, and it is a
exactly,
big market.
exactly. And that's when I say that's why I would say the comment or make the comment. How come I haven't heard about them?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you can name smartphones and you're already going to think of Apple, Android, Samsung.
Right.
That's it. There's others, but those are the two, right?
Yeah.
Who was to market first, right? Who was to market first, and who has the biggest market share, and then there's always that competition. And at the end of the day, I think we have an opportunity here as a community with this project to really do something good. And we don't have to be the best, but we can absolutely set the standard. You know what I mean? And then everybody starts to do what we hope to do, right? And so I'm excited about that. And I think there's great opportunity there. I see what you're trying to do for the creators as well as the validators. I see you have a balancing act here. You can go all one way or the other, but you're really trying to make the best of it. So we appreciate that for sure. At least I do personally. Yeah.
I got to bring this up, Nick. I want to say that to me, I'm going to star this. I'll bring it up in just a second. To me, I appreciate you referring to said people as the previous guys. So yeah, I like that. And the second thing I like, and I want to acknowledge it, and I want like the community, all communities, and all people, whether you're critics or not, to listen very carefully. This is a collaborative thing. There's no possible way this was going to be collaborative on the previous guys. No way were they even going to listen to anything that anybody had to say. So my thing is that you got questions out here. These questions are being worked on and everything like that. They got questions in the Discord. You might be critical. You might be like, "Oh, this is terrible" and everything, but it's collaborative. So, pull up your big boy pants, get on board and say, "Hey, look, I've been trying to say that this is a problem. This is what I'm seeing." Nick may not see it. No, people might see it, might not see it. But if all you're going to do is just tear down, no one's going to listen to you. So pull up your big boy pants, act like adults, have a conversation, talk to Nick and talk to the community and everything like that and see what I mean. This is supposed to be helpful for all of us. And Nick is open for that. So my thing is that he's literally here on a Sunday afternoon talking about an idea that he has that's going to include validators and all that. And he's wanting the input from the community and from the validators and the validator gods, right? Is that the new name you want? The
Validator
validator
God
gods.
sounds good to me.
I mean, we wouldn't had that any other way. And honestly, I don't think we'd have it most projects. So we should all be. I'm not saying we should be thankful for Nick, but I think that the way that Nick is handling it and going about it, let's start working. Like when I went into the Discord earlier today, I read through all kinds of comments. And I had to make a comment that, look, it's very nice to come into the Discord and see people in here educating other people, not tearing them down or anything, just saying, oh, check the pin messages. That very helpful, educating people. And then also coming up with positive changes, talking about different things. Continue that. That's what we need. We can all come together and make this so much better. But if you just want to be criticizing it and everything like that, no, people aren't just going to listen to you anymore. So, but I got to bring up Sonny T's comment. So, is that up on the board? This thing is like lagging on my side again. It was doing it last night.
Yeah, that's up.
But she says, like in quotation marks, how did you get to become an original validator in this amazing, successful blockchain, Vitruveo? We had to get scammed first.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's about enough of this
Yeah,
laughter.
there was an initiation.
Yeah, there was. I'm not gonna bring that one up. Don't have enough time. I don't have enough time on that one. Here we go. Nick, Nick, when is the official VT? How do we want to say this VTRU? Did
I
you
call
say
it Vitru.
Vitru?
Yeah.
YouTube channel being published. I think having an official channel where we can have our live streams take place would make us look more professional. I don't know about Nick, but I can answer this. That Riva, the marketing person, has been added to our behind the scenes admin, and once all that's up and running, it will end up being a destination that will be streamed to, and it will either be set up that Nick will stream by himself to those, or the team will stream to it, and then, or it might be that we'll promote the that YouTube channel or whatever, and we will send it to other YouTube. So it'll be, but that's a work in progress, and I think it should be in the next couple of weeks. We should see that. But
That's a
it
good
is a
long
work in
answer. I was
progress.
just going to say, ask Riva. I can
Yeah.
start saying that now. Just ask
Yeah.
that person. So,
I know that she's an admin now, and we've had communication and everything like that, and we just have to walk through the steps. So I would say probably the next few weeks you'll see it all up there. Hopefully, fingers crossed. You know, and I did see something else, Nick, and I don't even know if you're allowed to even discuss this or not. But on Twitter, the previous um, Twitter account for the previous blockchain has information about our blockchain on it now. Are you aware of that? Do you care?
I am not, but it's public, it's open, anyone can do whatever they want to. So
I looked through it and it didn't seem like, but it has stuff, previous things on there and everything like that. And I was like, well, I don't know.
all right, I'll make a mention of it to someone on the team. If we have access to that, then we'll kabash it. Yeah.
Did I bring that up again? No. I didn't. Next one is Ashley says, I'm not sure if it was asked to Nick before. How do you choose which validators get on board, batch 1, 2, 3, etc.? Is this something that we need to discuss?
Yes, as part of the validator team. The validator team, which I just talked about spinning up here in the next couple of days, needs to make all those decisions.
And Ashley, I'm sure you're a part of that group.
Yes,
So
Ashley,
that's another thing too. If you don't know how to get validated and get into the rooms that you need to be and all that, so just reach out to the mods, any of us. There's so many people in the Discord and the general chat that are helping people get everything together. Let me see here. Next question is, Chris, can you ask Nick, with his previous experience on creating an app for schools, could you see students in schools potentially using this blockchain for their artwork?
Yeah, I think as we open up the possibilities of Web3 to more creators out there, I feel like the youth are particularly good for getting on Web3 simply because they now have a potential to earn money at a very young age. With Nifty Dreams DAO, I have a whole lot of young creators out there that are basically doing artwork and making money, already. So I definitely feel that would be good. You know what? This just gives me an idea. I'd like to do an AMA and bring a few of those creators on here. You can see their energy and see how they're creating NFTs with their art,
That'd be cool.
etc.
No,
So I will do that. I will
Yeah.
bring some of the youth on here. You will
That'd
be
be awesome.
amazed at them. They are just really smart people. Youth AMA, note taken. I will get a few of them. One in particular, Rainbow. She is just awesome. She's already created her business out of her NFTs and all that kind of stuff.
That's
In
cool, man. I
school,
love that
in
stuff.
school. Yeah,
So she like in is this high school, middle, elementary,
middle.
middle? It's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. It's good to see that at
Now
that young.
let me
They're
bring some
all
of these creators on here, and you can meet them.
awesome.
They're great. Yeah.
Already got that entrepreneurial. I mean, the bug.
Yeah.
Once you get that bug,
Yeah,
man, it's
that's the
just
thing, right? The
that young
Web3
age.
flattens things. Like, it doesn't matter who you are behind that handle of yours. Your work is what speaks for itself. So it doesn't matter if you're 10 years old or 100 years old.
That's right.
I have to answer a question there. Okay, so we got that one. We're good there. Like that. I'm just going to go to the main chat and just go through anything that I see here. Nick, can you block the previous guy from all the social media, especially from Twitter, as we don't want him to share any posts about Vitru or try to FUD?
Yeah, I mean, the way X works is individuals can block individuals, but you can't impose a block on anything else. So, people should block whoever they feel they don't want to listen from. That was stock photo, I believe. So, but I think there's enough merch stores at this point where someone's got that, right?
You know what? I actually feel like in the back of my head, I can hear them typing on their keyboards right now, creating the Nick sweatshirt. Oh man! So Gus Navarro, happy Sunday, everybody. Hope everyone is well. Late to the show, and we'll have to scroll back. Yeah, good information. Good information. But Gus, most importantly, the things you can take out of it is that everything that Nick was bringing up, this is collaborative. So get into the discords, get into the validator chats and all the different areas and speak your mind. You always have some great ideas, Gus. So looking forward to what you got to say. Some of these comments I am not bringing up. I'm just telling you that right now, guys. You know why. Okay, this is a good question. So I was informed that Vitruveo blockchain will be launching on the 10th of September 2023. So is this the pre-launch countdown or some sort of tricks of wasting our time? Well, I mean, I don't think we're wasting your time. I mean, I don't think it's a trick either. I think that what Nick is talking about is that the blockchain, there's certain things that have to go in, but I would expect there would be some stuff this week, right? I mean,
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's great. Yeah. I mean, okay. So he said on September 10th. I think I actually read it, and I know that you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I read it as the week of September 10th. But I might be wrong. But I was thinking that week time frame. So I don't know, but I think that's important. But I don't think there's any trick. I think Nick has explained it, and I don't think anybody's wasting time because even Nick understands that the blockchain needs to get up and running. We need to get the ball rolling. So, but
without the blockchain, we have no potential to raise any capital and no future. So it is the absolute most important thing in my life right now.
Yeah, so I mean that's my point. Is it's like we need it because we ain't going anywhere. We can all sit around and talk about all these different ideas and everything, but if we don't get it up and running, we're not going anywhere. So, it did. I thought it did, but I thought I was going crazy.
I did, and then I get pushback from engineers like, I need another day, we need another 2 days, etc. So it is all a negotiating thing. But you can only rush people so much, right? I do not want to create a culture where people have to work 24/7 and get away from their families and all of that and burn themselves out. I will not do that. Like, I think we waited a long time. A couple of days is not going to change anyone's life, especially if we can make sure it's secure and all of that. So believe me, we are all hands on this. This is it. This is our whole focus, and it's going to be there as quickly as possible and no sooner.
Good. Got a comment by Kelly Productions. What's up, Kelly? He says, Nick, I also work at part-time as a local actor in my city. I work for Playwrights Projects, and they hold an annual competition for the best play, and it gets professionally done. What's the best way to pitch to them to try and tokenize the winners or something of that sort? Just throwing ideas out there. Great. Thanks for the ideas. That's great. That's what I like to hear. So,
Yeah, I can tell you this, that a lot of organizations are not yet ready for Web3. One way to get them to dip their toes, if you will, is to propose the idea of sort of token gating. What that means is award NFTs, etc., for people who win a raffle or win actually in this case, and make it so that the next season or the next event or whatever, you come in and if you hold that token, then you get certain privileges, whether it's front row seating or meet and greet in the backstage or get some swag or something like that. That's a light and easy way to sort of get people to think about it. The other thing is also we are going to introduce Poet as part of probably RC3 proof of engagement token. This will allow anyone to have any event, and I'm hoping I can get with all the YouTubers and basically create, have each of you create a program where the more streams you attend, you get a token for each one, and if you attend 10 streams or whatever, you get some other benefit or something like that. So engagement and tokenizing that and gamifying that is fun. Like we do it in analog, right? You go to Subway and get your card punched n times, then you get a free sub or something like that. So engagement tokens are just like that, except they're digital and on the blockchain.
We got a comment specifically for you, Nick. Jana says hello to everyone. And then she says, I would like to know what Nick is drinking. I wish I was smart like him. So
I'm not smart. I'm drinking chai though. Today it's saffron chai. Last week it was lemongrass chai.
Lemongrass.
Nick, I want to know. I seen you out on your Twitter today, and I've seen that dosa. Is that a bread or what is that?
Yeah, so it's a South Indian crepe. It's very well known in South India. They have many different kinds. It's very large, circle, very thin. It's like very, very thin, and it's just delicious. It's to eat. So yeah, it's a South Indian delicacy, if you will. Yeah.
Does it taste anything like a lava cake? Because Pride likes that.
Oh, I had one today. I had a lava cake today too.
Oh, you did? Oh, yeah. We
Yeah.
got this thing. Like, we could have the
one.
most lava cakes in a week.
Yeah. Those are really delicious.
We had a question from Nicole Dawson. I know this goes without saying, but this is the questions that people have. Okay, what's the opening starting? Again, do we have any idea what the Vitruveo blockchain starting price might be? Any idea? And someone responded. I'm assuming this was to that question. Yeah, it depends on liquidity, right? So, I think I can answer that. Anybody can add color to it, as Nick would say. We gotta get some liquidity first. That's going to determine everything, and that's why we're trying to get to mainnet, and then and that's why he's got all these. That's what he talked about today. Just getting some ideas or asking, not only proposing some ideas, but also asking for the community to help contribute to this thing, right? Because that's what it's all about. It's going to be the liquidity, and we know where we're at with it. I mean, you don't know where we're at, just go watch the last 5 videos from any of us, and you're going to see this has been the topic, for the last year or so. I hope that answers your question, Nicole. So we don't know. I don't know. No one knows, at least at this point.
What's up, Jocko? Nick, I have a very important question for you, and I know that it came up earlier, and I actually know the community is probably going to be like, "Why are you asking these dumb questions?" But we are trying to. Well, they just intercepted that in the end zone. The Chargers did.
Squirrel. Yeah,
Nice.
he did.
But anyway, whatever, Kryptonian. But I know this is very important. And we have Nick here, and we're not asking all the important questions. We're not always business, but Who is your favorite DC comic character? Comic book character. Comic book, not movie, comic book character. We talked about it in our discussion earlier today, and I was just wondering what yours was.
I
Comic
like
book.
Wonder. I like Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman. Now that is fascinating. I think that is actually I did because you know what? She's the only one I think that beats Superman. Why wasn't there a Wonder Woman against Superman instead of Batman? Batman's
Did you
just a
just say
dude.
that Wonder Woman could beat Superman?
She might. I think she could. She's got powers of the gods, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Batman literally. He's just got money.
It's just a guy.
He's just
Yeah.
a guy.
Well,
Yeah.
you're the one, that
Oh,
said
there she
Superman.
is behind him. Yeah, she's right behind. Yeah, there she is. That's pretty good timing.
I think Gal Gadot is her name. I think she did a great
Gal
job.
Gadot, yeah.
She
I don't
did a
think
great job.
I don't think anybody else could have done it. I mean, it was like,
I mean, she kind of.
It used to be. It used to be Superman all through my childhood, but then after becoming a dad of two daughters, I spend a lot of time imbibing them with those values, and so now she's my favorite also.
Yeah,
that's awesome. I could see that, and that movie helped her a lot because, listen, Linda Carter was great in the 80s. I thought that was fun and everything like that. But even she was like, it seemed like it was the skimpy outfits and everything. But she did great. She did great with that show. It was very fun when I was a kid. But
and Adam West,
new
was your
Wonder
Batman.
Woman. What's that? Oh,
Adam West was your Batman.
You know what?
Michael Keaton's my Batman. That's Tim Burton.
No, that's awesome. I don't see. I'm keeping an eye out for any kind of questions and everything like that. So we are discussing other things. I don't want you to be thinking that we're not being serious, but kind of also want to just chill a little bit too, because I mean, Nick, all these things are so important. We know, but it's also nice to take a little bit of breather. Nick is a ladies' man. He's a slick dude. We know why you like Wonder Woman.
Yeah, and then Nick actually gave the reason. He's like, my bad. I mean, awkward. Yeah. Not all of us are like you, Kelly. I'm joking. I like.
Look at this! Oh my good. You know what? I'll let you. I'll take it back. Teaching your daughters. Kelly's like, oh. Can you ask Nick about? I think this is a legitimate question here. Can you ask Nick about creatives use a journey on a live with these creatives? Am I reading that wrong?
No, it sounds. You read it the way it's written.
I think he's wanting to say, can Nick talk about having the creatives?
Just bring some creators on the AMA and just chat with them about it. That would be amazing. Let's do it.
Looking forward to the ones with the youth that you talked about. That's going to be a cool one, I think. And I think for those in the community that we know, like we have those in our Ashley, her son listens to us, and he just had a birthday, right? Jackson is his name. And point being is getting to see young people that are actually getting involved in Web3 and crypto. I think it's amazing.
I'd love to bring some artists on here, and we can just talk to them about what the experience in Web3 has been, and what they're up to, etc., and how things work.
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
Oh, here you go, Kryptonian. Here's you, buddy.
Nick wants to hang with the boys. Well, the boys and Pride. Let's see if he's ready to go down the rabbit hole with Tonian. I guess that's me, Tonian. It's Wikitonian and the moon space theory. Oh God. Bro, why would you even say that, man? I just look, Nick, I'm just gonna say it, man. We didn't land. I don't believe we landed on the moon. Everything else is whatever, but that's it. So because I said that in one comment, now I'm the pariah of the group, Take nothing I say serious.
Let's
ask
Nick.
Let's put it this way, Kryptonian. If this is all a simulation, does it really matter if we landed on the moon or not?
Well, no, it doesn't. Only why it's not. You're right. If it doesn't matter, because I would lean more towards this being a simulation than we landed on the moon. But if we didn't land on the moon, the question is why would they lie about it, right? And to me, NASA makes about $80 million a day. That's a lot of reasons to lie about it, and to keep it going. It's space to me is, at least the whole program, it's extremely profitable for those that are pushing it. It is. I mean, And we already know human, look, we're up here talking about a blockchain because we all want to make profit at some degree. Why are we spending our life energy right now to talk about this technology that we solely believe in? That's all I'm saying. But yeah, but
listen,
I like the
Tritoni
simulation
doesn't have any
conversations too.
room. He doesn't have any room to talk about this at all because I explained to him that there's video evidence that we went to the moon because Superman picked up the flag that was knocked over and put it back up. I mean, and he doesn't even take that evidence. He's like, okay, whatever.
Well, he thinks I'm supposed to be like, oh, okay, because the same studio they filmed that scene is the same studio they filmed the moon landing. So it's the same flag apparently. So I'm supposed to go, oh, okay, that's why. It makes sense. What's this? Bug's Life. I like that. I like your name, bud. Not a serious question, but what is the story behind The Last Kryptonian? Well, obviously I'm a Superman fan. It's my logo up there. And that's actually a J, not an S. All right. So, but so that's a play off the Kryptonian, right? Crypto, or I say Kryptonian, where Superman's from. But The Last Kryptonian, if you notice, I have a C in my name. So I love crypto. I'm a Bitcoin maxi. I've held it since 2012, 2013ish. So I just if crypto goes to zero, I'm going to be the last one holding my Bitcoin. Is that where that comes from? So I'm the last Kryptonian. So that's where
I don't think that's going to happen because
I know. I'm hoping it doesn't happen because that's a lot of bags to be holding. It's like, damn it.
So he's like, oh no, now you got him.
I held it long enough for you to figure out how to sell it. That's a problem. You know what I mean?
That's the only reason why I have it. Don't think I'm some genius or something. I mistakenly didn't know how to sell it. There's a serious question here. I don't want to miss this one. Nick, no need to answer this now, but people are asking, when are you going to incorporate the multi-sig wallet and also provide invoice and receipts and all the expenses? We will continue to ask it every day.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to answer it right now. So the multi-sig is already in force. The community members plus the council members are actively have control of it, and they are signing off on transactions. I have to work with Alex and get a Notion up where we have like the actual details of it. So give me this week, we'll put it up. But just understand that we're talking about 300 and something odd dollars that's going to last us a couple months. So it's all mostly going to be operating expenses. There's really nothing else. Now, when we have the booster sale and we have more funds come in, so then we'll have even more transparency. So the folks who are on the multi-sig right now, which is the council leads and Baron and Greek, so they have in a channel all the details right now already. I just want to make it presentable to the public in a way that's digestible. So I'll do that this week. But yeah, I mean, it's already in force. So I look at the delegated responsibility of the community reps on the multi-sig as them, they have full rights to go to reject something or to discuss it or whatever. So yeah.
All right. Oh, Robert, did you guys see his comment from earlier? I don't want to bring it up if he didn't bring it up. Here it is right here. Thank you. Robert, again, we're very sorry for your loss. Robert says, yeah, it's a tough situation for Robert. As you know, I've lost my fiance last week. For me to ask this is extremely difficult. Some of you said if you needed anything to ask and if you could help, you would. Anytime, anywhere, Robert. If you want to reach out to me okay, you got your comment in here. I did see it pop up. I spent what money I had to save to give Don a proper going away, and now I'm short on paying some bills, maybe donations or something of that sort. Yeah, Robert. Will we do like a GoFundMe?
A GoFundMe.
Yeah.
Just start a GoFundMe.
Yeah.
Do that, Robert. I'll be the first.
Robert, you start a GoFundMe, and so that you can make sure it's all legit. You get all of it and everything like that, and then send it off to us. And every live that we have, we'll just put it in the banner at the bottom, and we'll put it in.
Let's make sure that it is Robert though doing that, because there may be some scammers that will listen to this. they'll go create one right away, send you a link, and they were sending it to the wrong. So
Yeah.
we'll find a way to validate that it's you, Robert. So absolutely, I'll be more than
Yes,
happy
Robert,
to assist with you.
hit OBZ up because OBZ has contacts with all of us. So hit him up,
Yep.
and I think he's done this before, or he's a part of that. So, hit up OBZ. Well, yeah, we think it's you, Robert, but we don't want someone to send us something and we think it's you, and we're starting to show stuff.
Yeah.
But just you create it, talk to OBZ.
He said idea how to start that.
Reach out to OBZ if you can, and a DM, and he'll get you sorted.
OBZ will work it out,
Yeah.
work it all out.
I was trying to get him to send a wallet address if he had a wallet address or anything.
Yeah, that too.
Well, then he's got to off ramp
yeah.
it and everything like that.
Yeah.
I think a GoFundMe is good. I think
Just gotta think of the least intrusive way for him to be able to raise the capital.
The less hurdles and stuff. Yeah, good call.
Okay. Some of these, I don't understand some of this. Yeah. What was it? There. I don't have any start questions or anything
What
like
that
that.
last comment?
I'm not sure what they're asking.
I have no idea. I can't even understand it. You guys, you must
go ahead and bring up any comments that you want. I gotta reply to this.
Yeah, I'm just going through them.
I mean, this is the one I was talking about.
You guys must think of another investors, not for your friends. I'm assuming these things. We're already nearly 1 year now. Our funds are on hold. I'm not sure what.
So he's saying you must think about other investors, not your friends.
Gotcha.
Because we're talking about, I think it's talking about Robert here and helping him out.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I must say though, 1 year in terms of a protocol is extremely short. 2 to 3 years is a reasonable time frame for a protocol to be built and launched.
Yeah.
Look how long it took for Ethereum 2.0 to come out. I mean,
jeez,
oh, and that was not great.
Did it really come out?
4 years later.
Yeah, it took a while. With code, there's always something. There's always something.
The thing is, you can tell which protocols were rushed by a year later when you have a $200 million hack. That's why, because they were rushed.
Yeah, it's like it took 2 years to build it. Year 3, they get hacked, right? It's like, whoa. Yeah, I got you.
Engineers cut corners when leadership or management puts pressure on release dates. They cut corners, and those corners are where exploits happen. That's what hackers look at and exploit.
What I've learned in IT is shortcuts make for long delays, and it's just never cut corners, because it will come back and bite you. It always does.
Yeah.
There are standards out there for a reason, right? They're called protocol for a reason, right? I mean, it's proven. So.
Why is someone asking in here? Never mind. You guys probably see that comment.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, he was here earlier. He was here, I think, before the stream started and said hello to everybody. And I think that comment, I don't know how that comment got down there.
Here's a question. He says it's pretty late. Did we discuss any plans on launch price? Yes, we did. Or what it might be? Yes, we did. Or we have an idea. Everyone loves a calculator and would like to guess at what their investment has become. So we have no idea what the price will be because of liquidity. There's a liquidity issue. We've got to raise liquidity. So I guess once we address the liquidity issue or problem, then we can kind of formulate a launch price. And then at that point, I guess there would be a calculator, some sort of spreadsheet that comes out, Nick, right? But once we know where we stand.
Yeah, I mean, one way to look at it is also that basically been handed a project at zero. So now my goal is to work its way up from zero to as high as we can take it. So that's the best way to interpret this right now, everything you're seeing around you is for the purpose of value creation. So the more value we can create, the higher that price will be. And yeah, that's about it. This question here, is it specific for liquidity purposes? So a majority of it is liquidity, but keep in mind that without operating capital, you don't have a protocol, you don't have value generation. How are we going to pay people to do their jobs in order to, for example, get partnerships, or for engineering to maintain the validators, or to pay AWS to run those nodes, etc.? All of that is money that needs to be available. So it's not just about liquidity, but it's operating capital and liquidity, at least initially, right? But hopefully, as things take off, then those tokens are liquid, and so now we can, assuming others in the community step up to provide liquidity, and they will only do so if they see some potential to this, right? No one is going to step up and provide liquidity unless they see potential. So the more value we can create, the better our odds are of community members stepping up and providing liquidity. And then that's it. That's our flywheel. It's a flywheel. We have to get the flywheel going. That's what this is for, the boosters. Once the flywheel starts going, then hopefully it'll be self-sustaining over time and really pick up speed.
We got one here from White Knight. It says, can you explain the benefit of boosters for holders, please?
Sure. Boosters are totally optional. You would purchase one or more in order to accelerate your vesting with a cap. And also to get more tokens at a $1.50 price.
Here's Robert's, I guess his name in Discord.
Rob Deuce. Is it Rob Deuce? Is that what his name is?
That's what he said.
Yeah, I verified it in Greek's Discord.
Compliment you. Yeah, that's what he's saying. He added you would. Yeah, Robert, get it hooked up with them so we can make sure it's you and all that kind of stuff, and it's going to the right person, and we can have the links out there and everything. And I would have to say that I think Greek's not going to be happy because his Bears are losing. His Bears are losing, man.
I think isn't he like at the game or something?
No, he's in Indianapolis at the game. He was at the game there, and Indianapolis lost. So I don't know if he was rooting for Jacksonville, but I think he was just going to have fun. But he's a Bears fan, and I think the Bears, it's 31-14 right now with 13 minutes in the fourth quarter. So I'm thinking, he's going to he's actually driving back right now, isn't he? So
what time is it?
He's got a long ride back, upset about his Bears losing. I don't know. How you feel about that, Fowler, about the Bears losing?
Yeah, man. It is what it is, man.
Bears he's not used to them winning.
They're not,
it's like asking me about the Texans. You know what I mean?
They make their money either way, man. So,
They're not the Chicago Bears anymore anyway. They're the Arlington Bears. So
oh, are they?
They're changing cities in a couple of years. So,
I saw something about this, and this is a very interesting question. I never have asked you about this, Nick, or I never really thought too much about it. Wait, I think I got the wrong one. I think I got the right one now. It's not coming up on mine.
Yes. Ask Nick how he intend to come aboard people to create art with their AI tools. Is that the question?
Yeah, someone was talking about that, about Web3 creators, how they feel about NFTs being created off AI tools and stuff like that. And is that an issue, Nick, or is that something that, art is art?
AI continues to be a divisive issue among the art community, but
Absolutely.
For the most part, those who take the time to understand it realize that it's no different than decades ago, the camera being introduced and people saying, "Oh, now art will be obsolete."
Yeah. I thought the same thing when you said that. I wasn't thinking of camera, but I was thinking of like automobiles. I was just thinking about different things that were added along the way. That back in the old days, they were like, "Oh, that's cheating."
Yeah, so I think there's gonna be that discussion for a while, right? Because it's too new right now. And one of the things that artists have a problem with is the fact that the source material that was used to train the AI was basically taken from the public domain, and they didn't give permission for it, and so they felt that it's wrong. Now, uh, a lot of people think that the AI art that's generated is really just a composite of whatever source material it was taken. But that's not the case. The AI actually learns from the input and generates a brand new material. So that's a very important distinction, a very important technical difference. So at some point, this is already actually being challenged in court. I don't think there's been any resolution or judgment yet, but we have to wait and see.
I mean, if you want my opinion on it is that I know Nick is trying to bring on board, traditional artists into the Web3 world, but just like in all of history, when there's something new, there are people who do not want to get to the new level. They do not want to go from Web 2 to Web 3. They're just not going to make it. Some don't even have the ability to do this. And even if you give them the most easiest route to get to it, they still won't take it. So the thing is that there's going to be a lackluster of art that won't make it into this world, into this new world going forward. So we have to create more art. And art by hand takes a long time. It's a very, very amazing skill. I'll never take away someone who takes the time to make every single stroke a digital stroke. Now, I'm not even talking about traditional paint. I'm talking about digital paintings. Yeah. Those people who take those strokes, it takes a lot. And I just think that going forward, we're going to have to be able to keep up. We have to keep up as a human society. We have to keep up. We have to continue to move forward. I believe that the technology is here to help us make sure we go forward, not necessarily demolish people or demolish, skills or anything like that. It just makes you want to, up your skill. It should make you want to up your skill or find a way to adapt with it. Like maybe you could put you in a totally where you started, just drawing a picture with AI. Maybe you just turned into not only just drawing a picture, but drawing multiple pictures across the world because it's learning from you. It's literally learning from you. So I don't understand the fight about AI. It's not, if you really look at some of these AI generated art, you can go and Google images. The best one to do is to go and Google images, take any AI generate art and drop it in there. Most of them, not the ones that literally say, "Hey, I want a picture of Spider-Man." That's not a good one. I'm talking about you making the AI art from scratch. It's making it from scratch. You give it an idea, you give it a description, you give it where you want it to look like, you want the style to look like, you want the aspect ratios, you want everything you want to tell this AI to do, and you watch it do it, and you go drag it into Google Images and see if it brings up the exact same picture again that you just put in there. I guarantee you that the Google Images will not bring back a return. Don't get quiet. I would blow you guys away.
I thought I lost my connection. I was thinking,
you haven't said anything the whole time. Finally get to hear you talk, brother. But no, I agree with you 1,000%, and I like the way you laid that out.
Did you see Missy Twitch's comments though? I think she's like right there on them. I was and if you sprinkle in a little bit of berry in there, you're gonna
need a shot. If you sprinkle some berry in there. So
thanks, Barry. But
there's using them for inspiration too. I mean, they're very, very useful. You can use them for a lot of different things, not even photos. You can use them for helping with novels. Even with music, you can use AI like that to help you.
Did you see that?
Does it help you when you're writing chords and something like kind of for?
True.
Are you using it for music at all, Compliment?
Yeah, I do.
Like for arrangements and those types of things.
It's not intuitive in the way that you could just write something with it. It'll just give you basic melodies or variations, just in sort of like a, I guess you would just say tablature. It could do it like that. But you can also it's not very intuitive yet. That would be something cool for someone to develop, something that could actually utilize. Like, there's just so much music around. It could easily do something just as well. I mean, then again, there's just so much music. It'd be so hard for it just to format it.
Yeah.
Okay. So just basic melodies and scales and progressions that it can do for you, but it's just a start to everything. And so he's talking about this. I love looking at the art. It's very, very cool. Just
it is. It is.
Did you?
There's no usually 1-to-1 with it either. Like he said, put it into Google. 9 times out of 10, you're not going to find it.
Did you, Nick? Did you guys see the Twitter post that Nick sent?
Yep. That's pretty cool. Oh, you're muted.
That was my first Midjourney experience. I can share if what I like is this work made by this one artist named Banyai. He creates these books called Zoom, where there's infinite kind of zoom. Let me find the right screen. There we go. So may I share this?
Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's just a short. It's a short movie I made. So here we go.
That's cool.
It goes too fast, but it's essentially zooming out a whole universe.
No, I see it. Yeah, I see that. That's actually pretty cool.
I think I watched your 39-second one where it goes a lot slower.
Yeah, I can play that one. It's the one in here. So give me
bottom.
Yeah. That one had frame problems. So I redid it. Here, let me pull that up. Here we go.
Trust me, guys, it's a lot smoother when you're looking at it actually on Twitter.
I'm actually looking for it. That's cool.
Is that a UFO?
It's not real though, Pride. It's not a real one.
The moon.
I'm asking. Hey, Nick, do you believe in UFOs?
I would say yes.
Kryptonian.
I didn't say they weren't real. I just said they're not from billions of light years away. Why you call
that,
like
that was my first Midjourney project, and boy, it is a lot of work to get the prompts right and get things, especially the seamless blending and all of that that's needed there. So,
and it's something that you see, you know, as you're going through it, you're creating it, you're like, you're going back and editing it. So the tools are there, the art's there, but you've got to put it together, right? You've got to do the meshing and the collaboration. And that's where the creator comes in, right? So it's cool that we get to see the way you actually see it. And that's what I love about those things. That's cool.
Yeah. All right. I now have, as I had mentioned in the comments when setting this up, I accidentally said yes to something my wife asked me. Turns out I'd committed to a 3-hour Bollywood event. So I now have to go for that. So
it's all good, man. You shouldn't complain. I like the Bollywood stuff, man.
I love Bollywood stuff. I was telling Chris I'm a Bollywood VJ as a hobby for friends.
I was going to say, are you going to bring that up? Because I was like,
really? That's pretty cool.
I love that. So
yeah, I think that's awesome. I think it's fun.
Yeah, maybe we'll have a Vitruveo Bollywood party and can VJ. So
there you go.
Cool.
In the metaverse.
In the metaverse, yeah.
There you go. You guys got any questions or anything like that? Anybody have anything else that they want to ask Nick before he takes off? I'm not sure I think Conferment has to go soon. I'm not sure about the other guys. I think Fowler wanted to hang out for a little bit. Aren't you?
We got raffles, baby.
He's got a couple raffles he wants to see if anybody wants to participate in and all that.
Tons.
And I'll be here, but I got some serious highlights to catch up on while we were doing this. And yeah, the Bears are going down. But anyway. Oh.
The Bears.
I saw something here. Okay.
Did you?
Well, there was one last comment. I guess someone posted before Nick heads out. Here he goes. Nick, you made a poll regarding the APY, and most people voted to leave it at 55%. Now you state it is 35%. I believe we have been punished enough in terms of ROI with this project. No liquidity. And then I guess this additional comment.
I'll try and keep stating this until I'm blue in the face. All of that ROI, etc., is irrelevant if you just have an inflationary token supply and have nothing to back it up with. It doesn't matter how much your APR is. Your price is going to go trend to zero.
Yep.
Okay? That's the sad fact. People can do math. People can do math.
It's like if they want to, they can go back through 2022 into 2023. Almost every single rebasing project is now either non-existent or close to non-existent.
Yep. Or will soon be non-existent, right? So
there you go.
Yeah. Because there's still a few of them out there, but it's just simple math. So I hope that answers your question, but at the end of the day, it all comes down to liquidity as well, right? So we've got some work to do. You and your team have to have work to do, Nick, and we get to watch it hopefully unfold right before our eyes and we talk about it.
We are in this together. We are going to work on this together.
Cool.
This is what we are headed towards. Is we are all doing this together. People can't be on the sidelines and only offer criticisms. You got to roll up your sleeves and work on this. We're all in it together.
Yeah, I like that very much, and I want. Like I said, my goal has always been as much community involvement as possible. And I think that Nick is open to that and actually encourages it. And it's very encouraging for me. So, there are a lot of smart people out there, and those smart people need to be coming with respectful, smart, input. So we can all be successful, because we all can do really good if we all just pull it together and listen to each other respectfully. So,
well said.
All right. Well, we're going to hang out and do some raffles, and I know some of you guys got to go. So, Nick, I appreciate your time, and if there's any questions or anything like that come up while we're still doing some things, I'll try to forward them to you, or maybe we'll put them in the questions section of the Discord. But
yeah, I'll do my best to catch up on there. But guys, it's really challenging to devote time to so many things at once. But I do go in there and I do answer questions periodically. But I think I'm feeling like these interactive sessions are much better for answering questions, because we can not only answer them, but they are there and people can come and check them out. So maybe that's what we kind of do, is set the stage that, you can have your discussions in Discord, etc. But I'll come on here twice a week or something like that and just sit for a couple of hours and answer questions as much as people want.
The more open you are to being able to answer questions, and like I said, I mean, all these things can be used to better everything for all of us. So.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate the time, and enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I'm out. See ya.
See you later, Nick.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, I'm gonna be heading out too, guys. I'll be watching.
All right, buddy.
See you, Confirm.
Have a good night.
You as well, guys.
I want to see the beard next time, right? None of this baby face stuff going on, man. All right, I can see you, buddy. Talk to you in a bit.
All right, I think I'm gonna have to restart my thing, because you are all frozen on my screen.
I mean, gives me a great opportunity to get rid of that guy. I was talking about all dang day. No, you about to head out too, Pride?
I'm good to 7:30. As soon as Fowler picked my name, come on, let's go. Fowler.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna try one more time, Fowler. What have you showed it yet? Is it already up for raffle?
It's closed.
So real quick.
Could you have? Oh, that one. Okay, yeah.
So just want to let people know that the live auctions has been updated. We've put up about 6 different NFTs. Elite NFTs are up on auction. These are going to end on Tuesday. I believe they start off at 5 p.m. Eastern, going all the way to 10 p.m. Eastern. So they end the hour after each other. So there'll be a little bit of some fighting going on those last hours. And also, just to let you guys know, there's also another raffle under the when you go to the Gazi Gaming site under when you go to more, they'll say a raffle DAP 1 and there'll be a raffle DAP 2. Raffle DAP 1 has Guan Yu up right now for raffle. That ends later tonight about 11 p.m. Eastern. So, make sure you get in on that. And we're going to start with the Athena legendary that was put up earlier in the live. I put out a link for it. You guys, we're going to draw in a couple more minutes. So if you haven't got in on this, you're going to miss out. So we're going to draw at 6:10, and then we're going to put up the next, I believe it's the legendary NFT, and we're just going to go for, I think, maybe 15, 30 minutes, according to how long you got.
What happened to the Dragon of Loyalty? Guan Yu.
He's up there. I just said it. You just hear me.
That's next, right? But he has to be next, right?
That's at 11 p.m. Eastern, man. You didn't even hit nothing I just said. I just said, nah, you waste your money. It's there.
That was the first one you posted. So that should be the first one you raffle off, right?
Let me put it up there. I'll put it up there. Hold on. So I let everybody know now.
That's when you said it was closing in 10 minutes, right?
No. The one that's closing in 10 minutes is this one. This one's closing in 10 minutes. This one here is closing at 11 p.m. Eastern tonight. So, guys, let you know, there's 8 entries right now. Make sure you jump in on that. You can get to it through the Guys Gaming website. Thanks to Pride, he's reminded us all now. So, guys, make sure you go to guysgaming.games, go to the first raffle DAP, and you'll see Guan Yu, the Dragon of Loyalty there. You put in your BNB, get you a ticket. You can win that NFT. But right now, guys, we are raffling off Athena, the wing goddess.
Athena's how do I get to Athena again?
That is on raffle DAP 2 from the Guys Gaming sites. So boom, you guys, if you guys haven't, scroll up. The link is right. It might be a little further, but doesn't matter because at this point, it's over, guys. I'm about to go into these prompts.
Oh, God.
And get this over with. So you guys got a little bit more time. I got my arthritic fingers doing all this work.
All right, can you guys see me?
Oh, you back? Yeah, we see.
All right, everything seems to be normal.
No, man. For the amount of money you're paying for your StreamYard, you need to go knock on some doors and be like, hey, why is it not working 100% perfect?
No, I think it has to do with the thing I was talking to Kryptonian about last night. Was that the...
Oh, yeah. I don't know did I get back to you on that? I think you asked me about...
No, you said something in there. I said, dude, I have no idea. I understood part of what you said, but you said words that I was like, dude, I have no idea what those things are.
I said, pay your bill, bro. Pay your bill. No, I'm joking. I said auto payment. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I thought I'd probably, maybe I didn't send out to you, but I'll send you out with my reply to you.
Oh, here we go. What we got here, Fowler? You got a raffle going on?
Yeah, we're in it right now. So if you haven't got in, just missed out.
Oh,
that's right. I got
screenshot. Still green.
I suppose, bro. You might want to hit that.
Oh, I just sent my transaction through, man. What's going on?
Oh, well, hopefully come back, man. I don't know what to do with you after that. You gotta holler at crypto.
It said fail. Damn.
Hey, man, I gave you nothing but time.
I'm probably like 5 seconds slow. God damn.
Yeah, man.
Oh, well.
But you never know, man. You got another one coming up. Might,
But that only had like 7 entries in it, man.
Hey, you should have got in on it, man. I move slow enough. I mean, I move boop, 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 all tab, bam. You should have got in there. Man, what's taking you so long? All right, guys, here it goes. About to pick the winner. Let me get the list ready. All right, this came down. It's sent off to the winner, and let's see who it went to.
It says it's closed. What were you doing?
So, for Athena, the winner was, ending with the last four, 405A. 405A. 405A is the winner of the raffle. I can't remember necessarily. It sounds like a name. Last four is one before, but whoever won, congratulations. If you have won, say something. But let's see. Don't worry, Pride. Night is still young. You still win something, man. Still win something. I'm just looking what I want to put out here next. I got a lot. There's a lot to put out here. Got a lot of stuff in the armory here. All right. I think I'm gonna just knock you guys off. That's what let's see. Number 42. Number 42. Number 42. Huh. Oh, there it is. There's also one though. 42 and
This awkward silence is awkward.
That's what I'm saying. You guys, when you guys doing these rounds, I'm sitting there going, "What are we talking about? What did I miss?"
I just hear
everybody's
I just hear Fowler going, pressing number 1, carry the 2.
Hey, everybody's waiting, I guess, to see what comes up here.
What's up, Henry?
About to pop up.
So, what were your thoughts, guys, while he's trying to rig this election for Pride? What do you think? What do you think about today's AMA? Chris and I know about rigged elections, man.
If anybody, you know about them, right?
Definitely, man. Harris County, man. One of the most corrupt counties in the United States of America, dude. My gosh. But anyways, what do you guys think about today's AMA? You know, hanging out with Nick. And did you guys walk away? Give me some takeaways. What do you guys, he threw down some information, kind of gave us more of an insight, I think, kind of a path of what he wants to do with allocations and stuff. I think you even mentioned it, right? Probably the subsidies, right? That's actually pretty cool. Kind of offset the cost of running a validator, running a server, right? I like the IPFS stuff, in the storage. Another way to monetize our server, create another revenue stream for our validators. It can get expensive, but it also depends on what we're storing and how fast we have to store it. So the scalability. What do you guys think? Anything pop out at you?
You guys know I ain't got no notes. So it's like,
well, you as a
Lowe's there a node. There's a node infrastructure or something that's keeping.
Yeah, then your holding becomes validated in a sense, right? But or valid. But but that's a good question, because to you, I would pose the question to you. You just as a non-node holder, you just hold tokens, right? Correct. Mm-hmm. So seeing the plan just as a holder, I mean, what does that do for you? And you may have more of a biased approach to this because you are a creator, right? And this is something this could really benefit someone like yourself. I mean, you're pushing out art all the time, right? So
I think if there was one thing that I'm actually really interested in is how you guys are going to handle IPFS, because I deal with IPFS a lot. And let me tell you, somebody actually said something today in my Discord was, why is the metadata failed to load on some of the pictures that are listed? Sometimes when you go to the site, it won't load. I had to tell them, I can only do so much optimization, right? I can only make it load so fast. But when it comes to failing, it's a load. That is a hiccup from the IPFS, and it's not necessarily because it's bad tech or anything. It's an evolving tech. They're going to get better. It's going to get more stable. It's a lot of data, right? It's a lot of data, a lot of visual data, right? It takes up a lot of space. And on top of that, you're talking about this stuff has to route decentralized, by the way. It's not centralized in one spot. It's decentralized in multiple places on multiple people's computers. And it's got to take all this stuff from little itty bits and pieces from different places and put it together in milliseconds in front of you. I mean, that's a hard, rock to climb right now. I mean, yeah, we got great internet speeds and stuff, great internet providers and stuff. That doesn't necessarily mean that the infrastructure, the routing system is great.
Routing is one thing, but bare metal servers, the bare metal aspect of it, the physical boxes they're sitting, that's another thing. Can they push the data fast enough across the pipes, right? You can have
I think there's a big opportunity to, if that's the case, I mean, try to find a way, either one, to provide revenue to the blockchain from dealing with IPFS, or two, maybe start your own gateway for IPFS and make this stuff even faster if we have the amount of tech behind it, the infrastructure to support it. There's some options here, so I think that's pretty cool. Can't wait that's one thing I want to hear. What the node community wants to do with that. It's a big thing, especially when you're dealing with NFTs. And if this is a blockchain that's been dealing a lot with NFTs, you probably want us to be dealing with IPFS in some way, somehow. So,
what's the average file size for, let's say, this NFT right here, or your collectively?
I mean, this is pretty simple. This is simple. There's no. Oh, it is sound though. It's actually
got audio in it, so there's a sound. There's actually some sound. Oh, so that's more. Yeah, so that's more data, right?
So you're talking more data. You're talking more data, and of course, this is it's in PNG file, but it's still high res, it's super high res.
What's the res? Are you doing 150? You're doing 300 DPI?
This is it's 1028 by 1028 in pixels.
Okay.
I believe 1028.
So I could put that on a poster, no problem at all.
Yeah, and you won't see any quality degradation whatsoever. So I mean, with the file size of this is probably only 8 megs, and that's just because everything's short. This is really just what you see here is an animation that's looping, so it's not really it's not continuously going. So that's the file saving part right there, because it's not a lot. But imagine someone wanting to put a film or a music album, or that stuff's going to take up a lot of data. It's going to take up a lot of data.
Yeah,
and it's got to be stored. It's got to be stored. People get paid to store. So,
yeah, that's it's something to consider. Where I think that would be a good revenue stream for the blockchain. Offering that up. I mean, there are other chains that do it, of course, but it's just an incentive for us as validators. Another way for us to tap into some revenue, holding a node. And of course, if there's revenue coming in, if there's money coming into the chain, that helps the holders. If you're just holding a bag, hopefully the price of Vitruveo, whatever, goes up. And then, then that's where the value is, right? Now the liquidity starts getting dumped in there. It creates a lot of you know what I'm saying? So, but I like the idea that this gives us an opportunity for that. I don't even think we even talked about that, these options with the other team. Chris made a very good point earlier that we wouldn't even be discussing these things with the other team. They were telling us what was going to happen, period. All I kept saying was, I'm going to blow your socks off, and that's all they ever said. That's yet to happen. Yeah. But I like where this is going. Every day is a testament to that. I wake up and the Discord is still intact. Hasn't been deleted yet, so that's that. I checked that box off. And the rest after that should soon follow, right? But we're looking at Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday-ish, I think, is when he talked about testnet being up, I believe. And is that what he said? Right? Is it testnet? And then and remember, I asked him the other day about his GitHub and dropping the code out there for everybody to take a look at it. And he says about the same time testnet launches goes live, everybody to see that should be live as well. And then soon after should be mainnet.
Well, I mean, my takeaway from a lot of the things that we talked about, and there's so much information out there that there's so many great people in our community that can really can answer that. I don't think I can answer a lot of those questions. I was like, man, he's right over my head. But bottom line is the engagement with the community. I want it, I like it. I want it to continue, and I want the community to have a vote. And that's one of the things that I was looking at on. I'm gonna need a second to find it, but that's one of the things that I was looking at on the charts that were brought up about everybody. And under Alex, one of the things that he had was to create a voting system. Do you guys remember that chart?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Let me bring it up because I don't want to misspeak or anything like that because I want to make sure that I'm saying it correctly. Because that's one of the things that I was interested in, and I was wanting to hone in on, and I wanted to get like your guys' input on it. So, holy smokes! All right, I'm gonna put this on a different this stuff, man. This everything's gotta be bright, man. All right, I'm gonna put this on you
Yeah,
guys.
that was right. You're like we're gonna an angel.
I know, man. It's like what?
I was able to see right through. You got real
Oh,
transparent with that bright light. I'm saying, man,
Fowler, you how long you got on this?
see your
You
veins and stuff.
you got 10 minutes? I know, man. This is
Probably like
crazy.
eight more minutes.
All right, so he puts in here um, voting protocol, responsibilities operate voting protocol, right?
Mm-hmm.
So and this is what I'm talking about. This is a voting protocol that would be for like the community. Is that what it is? Is I mean, this is what we're
Yes.
talking about here, where the community, verified members of the community will be able to vote for like you got your backers, you got your validators, you got your holders, and all that kind of stuff. And that's my part right there. So that's his responsibilities, and those are his like key priorities. And so to me, that's where I'm coming from is that let me put that back up there, stop that, and get rid of this because I won't be able to see for a month. But anyway, that's my point. And it's like so I want the community involved, man. The community this for this to succeed and everything, the community has to be involved, and we have to get as many uh, individuals out there to put their points of view out. The questions that we take on our lives and in the discords and everything, those are all very important, and they're going to build something for the blockchain. And if we all come together, um, uh, yeah, okay. So Biz says, when will the next bidding NFTs set for release? Oh, was Fowler gone? I don't know. We'll have to bring that back up when Fowler's up here. Blockchain Gaming says the other guy was a joke. He'd asked for opinions to act like he cared. Then he thought, but then would just go do what he wanted anyway. Exactly right. Exactly
Yep.
right. And that's what I say is that what Nick is doing and everything like that. I enjoy it. I enjoy it. I mean, I know that they talked about being on their own YouTube channel and stuff like that, and I think that's important. But at the same time, I think it's important that Nick Nick goes on, and we have other YouTubers that are on and that ask him questions and participate. Then we make sure that the questions that we get from Discord and then we get in the chats they're asked, even the tough ones, even the ones that they don't necessarily have an answer to or anything like that. So, um, but that's
No,
just
you're
me
right.
talking.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. There's a I saw a comment here. Oh yeah, I think that's the one you just brought up, and that was regarding the NFTs, right? We're waiting for Fowler to get back.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Pride didn't win, so I'll go ahead and take your winnings there, Pride. You know,
That's a shame, Pride.
Why you say I didn't win?
because you got to go, man. It's like you got 2 minutes to get out of here.
I know.
So.
I'll wait till he finishes his raffle. You better hurry and call my name.
Yeah, right.
I'm the only entry in there.
Nah, that one right there.
Entry. Yeah.
Nah, I don't think he's still on entry.
He is.
Oh, you are. Okay.
Yeah. So come on, let's go, brother.
Now hold up, man. Give me a minute. I'm not about to lose a Pride right here in front of everybody, so I like the Athena one.
32 is pretty much the time. So 6:32 my time. I've been
4 minutes.
So yeah. Boop boop. Guys, don't let Pride just snag these up. I got people in my Discord.
Rigged.
My people in Discord, we sit here and say, man, we'll get some cheap legendary NFTs. We can get them right now because one person is bidding right now and potentially might win.
I should have kept my mouth shut, huh? You still would have
that first one you would have been fine. You didn't say nothing. Now Guan Yu is probably like, look at Guan Yu.
I'm still with that one, so hey,
Graham says, sorry guys, I'm a bit late to the party. Is there a release date yet for the blockchain? I think RC1 is sometime this week, right? Kryptonian kind of went through it a little bit, and he's looking like the middle part of the week. Is that what you're thinking?
He said it's going to take at least 2 days, so I'm not counting Monday. So I would say Tuesday, Wednesday. I would expect anything to be Wednesday. If it comes Tuesday, great, right? But yeah, I would expect Wednesday. If we don't have anything by Wednesday, then I've got questions like what's going on, you know?
Yeah,
because based on what Nick said, he said 2 days. So
yeah, who's holding up what and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like what's the hold up? And I know I get it. He wants to make sure it's perfect and all that. He also talked about legal, but that was talking about mainnet, I believe, when it came to the boosters.
I think his biggest concern with the legal part about it is the boosters. He wants to make sure that we're just not throwing something out there and people are like throwing their money at it, and it's something that the SEC or we did it the wrong way. They're not the customers that are purchasing boosters and all that. They're not they're protected and they're not being taken advantage of and everything like that on both sides. The blockchain's not, and I think that if you ever spend any time with checking out Jamal Greer's podcast, the counsel, the fractional lawyer for the blockchain, if you spend time on her podcast and everything like that, you'll get to understand a little bit more her position and how she is with the current affairs and things that have been happening with Web3. It's actually very insightful, and I would recommend checking out a lot of her podcasts because there are a lot of questions that you would have about certain things with the way things have been handled for the last couple of years. You will see that she is an advocate for a lot of the things that we do not like. So she's like, yeah, I
she's
see
an advocate for us or an advocate for
us. Like a lot of the things, she's like an advocate for us for a lot of the things that we don't like. She has the same. I mean, she wasn't a part of Seifu and all that kind of stuff. Or at least I don't know for sure. I don't think so. She just never brought it up. But the way that she's talked about how other companies, FTX, things like that, how they were run poorly, how they've rugged, and how people have been treated and all that kind of stuff. She talks about that a lot. So I would definitely think that would be good.
It's good. Good to know. Good to know. With that being said, her being, well, let's go back to the other guys where they talked about, we've had meetings with legal. They talk about a legal team. We never got any insight as to who their legal team was. Now Nick brings on an actual, someone with the face. They have a podcast. They've got a reputation. It would appear or somebody, right? That they're not just some, an avatar or anything like that. It's good to know that that when he says he's got to go through legal with this, I'm assuming this is who he's talking about, right? I think it's safe to assume that, and it's good to know that. And Nick also said something today that kind of came out and jumped out at me, that he really enjoys his freedom. He loves the sun. Loves to be able to enjoy the sun. He's not going to do anything that jeopardizes that. And I'll hear that, in the U.S. they're so stringent here. Securities, fraud, and all this jazz. So yeah, I mean, the SEC will come at you quickly. Obviously, we've seen that.
Yeah.
So I really believe he's going to try and do this the right way. And building a team that can help solidify or facilitate every box being checked. Not to just protect him, but to protect our assets. Hopefully this turns out as we need it to. But knowing that we're doing everything by the book, I know the laws are real kind of a gray area right now when it comes to crypto. They're kind of being written as we each day, and they change on the daily. But it's good to know we've actually got a face to a legal team.
And I think it's in the best interest for Nick to get community involvement, legal, all that kind of stuff. It's in his best interest to get as much involvement from so many different areas for him and for all of us, because I mean, ultimately, we want to have a blockchain. We want to have something that's good. We would like to be very successful, but it can't be up to one guy. It can't be, and I truly believe that Nick thinks that it needs we need everybody's commitment and involvement into making it successful. I mean, the previous regime would have never even considered taking any information from anybody else. And, so it's like,
well, they were looking for dissenters. Like they would put a poll out, and they'd like, who wants this, who wants that, and they'd figure out who is totally against it, and then they kind of knew who to ignore moving forward, right? Like it was smart the way they did it. He was creating his loyal bunch, I guess, in a sense. And you had a comment up here from Gus, and I want to bring back up quickly. And I know the raffle's ending before we bring this raffle up, but Gus says, that on the release, guys, on the release, hope for Wednesday, but expectations for Friday. Well, I would say yes to that, Gus. However, I asked him specifically. I gave him Monday. I said Monday don't count. Wednesday. He didn't say yes, absolutely Wednesday, but understand the reason why I ask these things, because I understand when you always want to under promise and over deliver, right? So man, we may get it Monday. That'd be great. But if we have a continued pattern of, hey, Wednesday and it's always going to be Friday, that's just he's going to lose, not he, just anybody, his team's going to lose credibility. And whenever they're giving us information. So I'm just trying to at any point, at any rate, set a standard or, within reason. Obviously things happen, but I just, if it's going to be Friday, tell me Monday, tell me it's going to be Monday, you know what I mean? The following Monday. Just so that way, we're not going, it's going to be Wednesday and then nothing happens. But you're right. And Gus, you're definitely coming from experience, what we've had to deal with, not just with the other guys, but just mainly just projects in general in the space. It's always something that goes wrong. But you're right. We need to never want to overpromise and underdeliver, because once you begin to do that, I mean, there goes your reputation, and then we just can't really trust anything that you say, and we don't want to get in that space in our head, with this team. So,
yeah, I agree.
All right. So,
are you going to do your raffle?
We already know who won.
No, there was other people that joined.
Yeah, Pride just bought 3 more times.
I tried to. You just closed it.
I tried to close.
No, you got Wise Choice Money's in his raffle.
I was gonna click it like this. It went closed. Like damn.
Are you doing off your Ledger?
I had in a while.
Dude, I don't know how you buy off a Ledger, man. Is that you're doing off a Ledger?
Yeah. Why? Yeah. It's pretty easy. What do you mean?
The Nano, is that the one you have, or you have the?
Yeah, the Nano. Nano Plus, whatever.
It's called Nano Ledger.
Well, the Ledger Nano is what I think I have. I have it. It's cool. It's cute. You know what I mean?
Keystone, baby.
Hey, I mean, security, right?
It works. It works. No, yeah. I mean, no.
Yeah.
I like the new one. What is it called? The one that looks like a
like a phone.
Yeah, almost like a phone. It's got looks like the Amazon
Stacks or something.
Stacks. Yeah. That one looks pretty cool. Yeah. I know it's
like
gimmicky. I don't know if it's worth $300, but
I like Tangent a lot, but
Tangent?
That's separate. That's like you got to use a card. Oh, I'll let you go. I don't want to keep. You're doing that raffle now, right?
Yep. Let's see who is the winner. The winner is last four is 9E.
God damn it.
Told you, bro. It wasn't me either. I didn't get in that one. I missed the Athena one, man. Like, dang it. That was a cool one though.
I got a couple more.
I like Aries, man. You want to do some Aries stuff? Yeah, I think you had one.
You
before,
know, I got them. I got them lined up. They just not. They're not ready.
I'll wait for those.
Aries.
I'm an Aries.
I got Aries. I got Hermes. I have Apollo. Some more Apollo coming.
All right, cool.
Oh wait, I got a Zeus. What am I talking about?
Oh God, these minds are just send it to Chris.
Why is it that?
What? Why is one again? God,
yeah, I'm gonna do this next one.
You got that luck, bro. Let's go to the casino, Wise, you and me, bro. I'm just gonna hand you my card, man.
43.
And you just do what you need to do.
You guys gotta see this. This is nasty. This next one is going to be Demeter, goddess of agriculture. It should be something soft. Let's see. Let's pull you up.
The sustainer of life. It's got some audio to it. Let's see.
Nah, no audio.
Oh, okay. You're just playing it.
Is this the one that you wanted, Kryptonian?
No, I'm waiting for the Aries bunch.
And the Aries gonna look nice.
Did you see the one that I got last night?
No, you got another one? Again?
I got two last night. That's the first two I ever got.
Oh, that weren't given to you because you're Chris Cruz? Yeah, that's cool.
No, I won it in a raffle. Give me nothing. Okay. I won both raffles he did last night, but then I was like, Wise Choice Money and Teddy One had not won, so I had him. I did that, that StreamYards thing where they put a word in there and you pick who the winner is.
Mm-hmm.
I did that and then I sent it off. Wise Choice Money won, so I sent it off to him. But I kept the original. I got the very first one of the elites. Isn't that right, Fowler? Is it?
Yep.
Very first one. Hot off the press. All right. While this is going, I think we should go to. Let's go to about 10 more minutes. Let's do 10 minutes. Yes, 10 minutes. 10 minutes, guys. You got 10 minutes. This is a flash sale. Let's call it that.
The flash sale.
Yeah, flash sale. Flash raffle.
All right.
And then get to the big gold man.
Son of a gun.
Oh yeah, of course, buddy. NR was what was he at the Ravens game tonight? Yeah. So he was at the Ravens game, and Greek was at the Colts game. So Greek was traveling back, and I think his Bears lost. I haven't seen the final score, but yeah, he wasn't able to make it, but he still wanted us to send it to his channel and all that. So, what else are you guys? Are you guys all into football at all? The NFL?
Yeah, I watched the Ravens. I'm gonna watch this Cowboys game.
Was that the late game tonight?
Yeah, 8:20. Yep.
Oh, okay. Who are they playing?
Oh shit. Damn, I just was looking at. Let's see.
I don't see, but I watch this NFL Red Zone because it shows like all the highlights from all the games, so I'm not stuck on one or anything. So I like that. I like that one. But
they played the New York Giants.
Oh, the Giants,
yeah,
and the Cowboys tonight. So is that you? Is that you, Krypton? You're a Dallas fan?
I'm a Dallas fan. Yeah.
You know, I seriously thought
I'm a default by default. I'm Dallas because the Texans suck. You know.
Oh,
but
I thought you would be a big Texans fan because aren't they in Houston? Aren't they? Like...
They are. Yeah, and it's kind of like we always get the "we're gonna blow your socks off," event, and then we lose. Yeah. We had what was his name? Chill, got dog it. He was what the heck is his name? He was kind of our star player. We had one. I can't remember.
Is it JT Watts?
Watts. We had Watts. Oh. And the guy was amazing, but he was always getting hurt. He'd always break his nose or something during the game, and then it would just, and then he'd be out. And so when he wasn't playing, it just wasn't fun. Because he was good. He was good. He was pretty good. But we just never won, man. We never got close to winning, and it reminds me of the Oilers. It sucks, dude. So we got the Astros for talking about baseball, and we won 2 championships, I believe. So, but that's an entertaining game. It's always a good game if you like baseball. I love baseball. I like football too, but one thing is when I go to the games, it's just a lot of people hanging out. People are more talking, not even watching the game, than anything. It's so busy there. I prefer watching at the house, right? And kind of doing what you're doing the red zone, doing the highlights, that type of thing. And if you got money on the game, even better. But I think the Final Fantasy stuff is just, or the fantasy. That's a game. The fantasy football. Remember that game, Final Fantasy?
Yeah. I was actually. Whoa, you play that? Let's play.
Oh, you're right. I haven't played it in years. But the fantasy football, that's to me more entertaining than actually playing football or watching football itself. Because I can actually, that's fun.
Yeah,
your team.
That is fun. Barry says, "What's the latest on light nodes?" Actually, I think today we had a little bit of a breakthrough on light nodes, right? What the heck was that?
Excuse you, Pride. I know that when the fowler made because his mouth was closed. But...
Right. It was me.
Man.
You were like...
I was like, what the heck is that? It's like a bunch of beer drinking guys.
Yeah. He goes, I'll be right back, Bird.
Mute his mic.
Barry, I think there was a breakthrough on the light nodes today because Darwin the Turtle had brought up a suggestion about, combining the light nodes into partial validators, things like that. And Nick was open to the idea, and they were. I think what he was going to do is he's going to reach out to the groups and see what they could do. But he's got a tentative plan. But he liked that idea, and I think we'll see something soon. So a lot of people had input in the comments, and he was listening to them. So hopefully something comes out of that. So. Henry says, the first NFL game I went to and ever watched was in a company-paid box with liquor and wings. I had no idea what was going on. Sliding glass doors up there are cool there, though. Yeah, there's a few of them. Now, I used to have the company basically had a box for Reds games, the Cincinnati Reds games. And that was always fun. The family would go down there and everything like that. But those things are pretty nice. But if you don't know what's going on, I mean, still you're getting to have some wings and hang out and all that kind of stuff. And
yeah,
they have some good food too. Good stadium food.
I think the fun sports to go watch like in a stadium for me is basketball. That's real fast paced, fun. You're not there all day. It goes quick. And everybody gets to touch the ball. And then hockey, I love hockey, man. Baseball, that's a long day, man. It's like, what are you doing today? I'm going to go watch a game. That's about it.
I went to a college football game yesterday, Georgia Southern. That was kind of fun.
Now college, anything in college is going to be exciting. At the end of the day. These guys are young. They're literally, not at their prime, but these guys, they're just man, they explode, you know, and it's fun because you never know what's going to happen. These guys are just. You remember being that age, man, freaking 20s, man. You
Yeah,
just like,
I know. I thought I was like reminiscing and shit.
yeah, yeah, you feel like you're invincible, man. And then you realize you're not. You're just there to pay taxes, But
Yeah, and the college games, I like college football like way more than I like NFL. I'm not NFL is okay to me, but college to me is like it's stellar to me. But there's a college team that's close by, and we go down. There's a box there at their you know basketball area and everything. We go there. It's pretty nice time. But that's the closest I ever get to a box, other than the Reds. And you're right, because baseball it's a long day, man. It's a long day. You're talking
Mhm.
3 hours of a game, 2.5 to
Yeah,
three and a half hours of a game, and getting down there, the parking, then you getting out and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, man, your day is done.
it used to be okay when I can go buy a hot dog for $1.50, but when a hot dog's freaking $7.50, it's like okay, I'm
Yeah,
not gonna be.
$7.
Yeah, it's like I
Yeah,
ain't gonna.
$7.
I'm not gonna come to a game unless I actually go to the game. I have vendors that give me tickets all the time. I'll go. I won't pay for tickets. They pay for all my parking. But I already know 3 hours, like you said. I'm having to eat 3 meals there, because I'm there 8 in the morning. Game starts at 10. I ain't leaving till 7 p.m. So I eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That's $300 worth of food, man. With me and the family, and it's just not worth it. But unless we're winning, and it's crazy. Like, you guys ever been to like a championship game, like Super Bowl or World Series or anything like that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, expensive. Expensive. Um, yeah, just everything just like marked up. 50%. It's crazy. But I guess
Yeah,
you get to say
I mean,
you
it's
get to
more
say you're
than
there.
that. It's like 500% if you think about it. It's like
Yeah,
just
yeah.
outrageous. But
Oh yeah.
I remember being a kid, we used to go ride our bikes there's a metro, the buses for cities and stuff. They used to get pretty far out, out outside of the city. And we used to go down to a metro down there, ride our bikes down and get on the metro. And you only had to have like $5. I mean, not even that. I mean, we'd pull our money and everything like that. We'd take the metro down there, get ourselves like really cheap seats, run around and get autographs and like hang out and everything, and then take the metro back. And we spent like I said, it's like less than $5. Now you can't even get parking for $5, or you can't do any of that. They're doing all the highlights of the um, touchdowns for all the games for today. And
What is it? What does that red cost you? Like $300 a month
that what?
Yeah.
for your red zone?
No, $300 a month? Are you kidding me?
I'm just calm down. It's gonna be okay. 'Cause I was
I'm
just
like,
asking you
dude,
because
what do you think I am made of money? No, this it's I have it on Hulu because I have the Hulu channels, and you add it, and I think it's like $10 a month.
well, let's say you got Hulu, Showtime, Skinamax. You got
It's
History Channel.
HBO
Showtime
Skinamax.
Cinemax is the same.
I know, right? Remember that Skinamax, guys? Remember that guy?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
It's actually Cinemax, right? So it was actually what it called. But I remember that.
I
Where am
remember one
looking
point in
at?
time, if you were asking the cable guy for Cinemax, man, they all look at you funny like,
Yeah.
you like, you
Why,
want Cinemax?
why do you want that one specifically? I mean, just I'm asking for a friend.
I'm asking for a friend. I'm asking for Barry.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
funny.
it's the sports add-on to Hulu. So it's $9.99 a month. So that's it.
That's
And
actually
that red
pretty
zone,
cheap.
it makes it a lot easier because it just bounce around to the game, and then it ends like at 8 o'clock at night, my time. So they highlight all the touchdowns, and then they're done for the night. I mean, they've been doing it they were talking about it earlier today. They've been doing it for 15 years, 15 seasons. So I would assume that that's years, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's a good assumption. Yeah, I just remember it being it being a what do you call it? The whole red zone. My dad was getting it for a bit, and he was like, "Man, like they marked it up for whatever reason."
Well,
So
oh, down that the Sunday NFL ticket, that's pretty
maybe
expensive.
that's what it's talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, so that means you can watch all the games all the time. The red zone is just literally, it brings up the game if the team is in the red zone, you know, that kind of thing. So to me, it's like if they're not in the red zone, it's just kind of dead air to me. It's like, I don't really care. But I enjoy it like that. So the red zone, I enjoy it. But wait a minute, what are they doing? Blockchain Gaming says, been to some Rams games because I could walk to it. Didn't go to the Super Bowl because it was way expensive. Had no expectations. Don't know how we won that. I think that was the last comment. And then, hands down, I love college better than NFL. Thank you, Jocko. I agree with you 100%. It's been a long couple of decades for me, Hurricane fan. Oh yeah, for back when I was younger, the Hurricanes were like the team, man. Remember when Doug Flutie played, or is that before your guys' time, where he had that Hail Mary, the Hail
Oh
Mary
yeah.
pass, and that was
Yeah.
Boston College, wasn't it? Was it?
I
He
remember
was
seeing
at
that.
Boston College, and they beat Miami. Miami is such a good team back in those days. The Hurricanes, the Canes. I remember that.
The
And then when I was in the
Canes.
military, then Deion Sanders was down in Florida State, and the Seminoles down there was big, 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 big. And Deion Sanders back then he was Neon Deion, and then I guess when he went,
Deion Sanders.
yeah,
Mhm.
Neon
Yeah,
Deion
yeah, I remember him.
Sanders
He
in
actually came to
college.
my church a few times, and he started like going around and doing like motivational speaking to a bunch of youth, and so I was part of this youth service. You know,
Yeah,
I was on staff there, and I remember him showing up, and he showed up in a bus, man, and all like his groupies. He showed up wearing like diamond Rolexes. I mean, the dude was just like flashy, but he was cool. He was super cool. Um, and I remember him, man. That was like I was like, who's that guy, man? And they're like, oh, that's Deion Sanders. Um, he wasn't very, if I remember, he wasn't a great speaker, but he would just like speak in not I wouldn't even say parables. He would just be like, because you got to do right,
yeah,
and they'd be
yeah.
like, pause for effect. They're like, okay, it's just funny, man. We were expecting more. He was gonna break it down, right? But it was cool, man. He came down, free of charge every time he came to Houston. He was a good guy, though. Evander Holyfield was another guy that stopped by the church a few times. I
Now
liked
I
him. He
never
was cool.
met Evander Holyfield, but I would have loved to seen him and Mike Tyson fight in their prime before
Yeah,
Tyson went to
yeah,
jail, all that kind of stuff. But I like
yeah,
Tyson. I
yeah.
like Holyfield. But I got a one-up story for you on Deion Sanders, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
what you
So
got?
I got out of the military and I was living in an apartment complex. He was living in the same one. He was playing for the Cincinnati Reds at the time. And I was in transition for like 9 months, staying in that condo. And the Reds had like 5 or 6 condos there. And Ron Gant was living there and a couple other players and Deion Sanders. I was out at the pool with a buddy of mine. We were just hanging out, and Ron Gant and Deion Sanders and Reggie Sanders, they went down to the pool and they were hanging out, and we hung out with them for like 2 hours, just hanging out at the pool.
That's pretty cool.
Regular guys. I mean, nobody was asking for autographs or anything like that. We're just like, hey, what's going on, man? You're Deion Sanders, right? It's like, yeah. I was like, oh yeah, I was down. I told him about being down in the military, and he's like, oh, that's cool, man. And we just hung out and just talked about different things. And serious enough, we all went to the game that night with a couple other buddies, and they're all out there playing on the field. I mean, they didn't acknowledge us and like wave to us or anything, but it was like, hey, yeah, we were just hanging out with them at the pool, man. They're like, really? It's like, and it's funny too because then all your buddies
That's
are
pretty
like, hey,
cool.
man, you want to go to your pool? I'm like,
That's funny, right? It's like, so is Deion thinking? I know the
is
next day
Deion gonna be
everybody
at your
shows up at the
pool?
pool. What's by doing here, man?
But
That
it
is
was
pretty
just
funny.
a nice afternoon. We were there a couple times. I saw him a couple other times. He'd wave every once in a while. Him and Ron Gant. Ron Gant I really liked him. He's a good guy.
Ron Gant.
Yeah. I remember he got into I think got into a little bit of a shoving match with Craig Biggio or Jeff Bagwell. Somebody at the plate or something like that. It was like that was back when the Astros had the 3 Bs. It was who was it, like Bagwell, Biggio,
Biggio, and
who was the third guy?
Burke, I think.
I don't remember, but
Yeah.
they got it. Ron Gant he went up there and said something, and then they said something, and then it stood up, and then it was like, it's on. And Ron Gant was a pretty buff guy, man. It's like, I don't think we mess with him, but Fowler, is that winner? The winner of the last one was 405A.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. And is this the new one here?
That's the new one. That's the new Zeus.
Kind of, they're familiar to me. They're
the Galactic Thunderlord.
Don't you pose in a picture like that, Chris?
That is, if you made it, I probably did.
Neck is like a tree.
Yes.
You
got that girth in that neck, man. Just pop.
All right, now.
All right, fellas, I'm heading out for the night.
All right,
buddy. Sorry you didn't win again, but it's maybe
man.
Next time. It's all good. I'll see you, buddy.
All right, bro.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Bears lost 31-14. That was the last time I saw it. I haven't seen the updated score, but
it's sad too because it took so long for me to get this quarterback here, and they needed this quarterback when Urlacher was still in the game. They needed him back then. Like Jay Cutler, decent back then, but this kid is special, but he just ain't got a special team around him, unfortunately. So it's like, I mean, if you look at like Mahomes, all these other kids out there, man, they got somebody to really throw to, dynamic guys on both sides of the ball. Bears, they ain't got that no more, man. And that's why I realized, that's why I'm not like, Bears lose, sounds about right. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is not even there no more, and they losing. That should tell you everything.
Yeah, man, for
everything.
Real.
It ain't one dude that was just abusing the Bears. It's the Bears just suck. That's just how it is. They don't want to get a real coach, right? They just want to keep grabbing these guys off the street, and this is what they expect. It's the management, honestly. If I didn't blame somebody, it's the management. Management is like, ugh. But yeah, man, Bears time is over. To me, they're like the Bengals, what the Bengals used to be. When they had Ocho Cinco and what's that kid name? Who was his quarterback for the longest? Not Kitna.
Yeah, remember Kitna?
Yeah, not Kitna though. It was somebody else. It was
Palmer, Carson Palmer.
Carson Palmer. There you go, Carson Palmer. Yeah, Carson Palmer. Man.
Yeah, they've had a lot of issues and all that kind of stuff over the years, and it really seemed like they weren't doing anything to try to fix any of that
Bengals?
stuff. Yeah, but
look at them now. It took them that long. So my expectations is going to take that long before the Bears ever get back to anything of semblance when he had Urlacher and all those guys for that nice little bit over a decade of football. That was good football back then, man.
Yeah, but I think it's one of those things. I think football has that problem. The NFL has that problem because of the fact that back in the day, I remember when I was a kid, when it came to sports and stuff like that, and going to professional games, it wasn't like there was so much stuff outside of football. It was, or baseball or whatever I was going to, hockey too, going to hockey games and stuff. It was just like, we're there for the game, man. We're talking about the stats. We're talking about these things. And now it's like other culture and craziness just keeps coming into these sports and everything like that. It's like, man.
And the money too. Don't forget,
Yeah,
the money is really driving a problem too, because these guys aren't really playing.
Right.
Like back in the day, those guys were playing for them checks, man. They were playing. These guys, they're like, oh, you want to suspend me? No problem.
Well, we had a conversation about that with somebody. I think I was talking to Crypto Terry, but we were talking about football back in the day, and I think he asked me about who's like my favorite player, and I don't know if I answered him, but I did tell him about Terry Bradshaw, and I remember a story where Terry Bradshaw would be paid extra money to cut the grass for the football field before they played. He worked with the grounds crew and stuff like that. He'd be out there cutting the grass and lining it and all that kind of stuff.
Money.
Yeah,
that's pretty crazy.
And I remember on the back of baseball cards, and I think I still got them right now, they would have a little statement about the baseball player and everything, and they would list what their job was in the off season. And like a bunch of them were like insurance salesmen, stuff like that. And around my town where I live, and this area, there are so many like real estate agents and insurance people and stuff like that that used to play football for like professional football or baseball and stuff like that. Like they had jobs. They couldn't pay their bills by playing professional sports. They had to have another job.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, and there was a lot of walk-ons and stuff back then. Like people would try to walk on and training camp trying to actually play. Like, hey, I still got it.
I don't think being an NFL player or let's say a professional athlete, or let's say athlete, as a job, it's more of a privilege. I mean, they've got to it's like a once in a lifetime. And you got to think about all the young people that try to get into professional sports and just the mountains they have to climb. So if you get lucky enough to be on a professional team, NFL, Major League Baseball, whatever, and you can make the team and make millions, I mean, you're like, good God, that's a once in a lifetime thing.
Yeah, but even, like when I was a kid, I mean, people would say that when we talk about baseball stuff like that. I mean, I think I wouldn't do it now. I could never keep up or whatever. But when I was younger, you could have paid me a minimum amount of like housing and food or whatever. I'd play baseball all year long. You could be whatever like the average wage would be that I could have a decent like maybe condo or something and be able to eat and keep my electric on and stuff like that. I'd play baseball all year long. You wouldn't have to give me millions or anything like that. You'd just be give me a reasonable salary where I could live just like regular people. I mean, because really, when I was a kid, at one time, have you guys ever heard of Dave Concepcion? He played shortstop for the Cincinnati Reds during the Big Red Machine during the 70s and part of the 80s and everything before Barry Larkin took over. Dude, when I was a kid, my sister and I were staying with my uncle. Now, this is my uncle, and my uncle was maybe early 20s, lived in an apartment complex, right? And we were staying over there for like the night or something like that. And we were taking the trash out in the parking lot, and we couldn't lift up the trash cans had the big metal doors, and you had to lift them up. Back then, they weren't the ones that you slide the thing on the side nowadays, but it was a metal one. And we had to go and we couldn't lift it up. And a guy comes up from behind me and lifts it up and throws his trash in and then takes mine and throws it in. We're like, oh, thank you and everything like that. My sister's like, hey, aren't you like a baseball player? And he's like, yeah. It was Dave Concepcion. Now, this was like 78. He had won 3 World Series. He's living in an apartment complex where my uncle would live.
So, 3 World Series, and he wasn't like, did he squander his money, or just they didn't make it?
No. He was always been a good guy, and he's done well since then. It just got paid more, but back then they were paying him like, you're just an average guy, man, going off and playing some baseball.
Making $50K a year, man, playing baseball, and
Wasn't wrestlers like that bad too back then?
Oh yeah,
wrestlers had it that bad. They were like doing it for the wrestling, but they were like,
And they get it. They get it worse than NFL players. Their bodies get smashed, man. You know, even though it's all choreographed. I mean, they're really hurting themselves.
They take some bumps.
They are, man. They are for real.
Hold on a second. It is Shadow X. You talking about the Bears? Is that what you're saying? Hi guys, in and out. Watch the Bears get slaughtered. I think that's what he's saying. They did, man.
Yeah,
they did.
Got slaughtered.
I was watching it. I was trying to pay attention. Did you guys see that? Did I come across like I wasn't paying attention to Nick and everything when he was talking?
Yeah, we just put you downstage. You didn't realize it.
I mean, honestly, he just needs to understand, dude, that football is on. And Nick, what Nick's got to say in the blockchain is important, but man, it was football.
Oh, gosh, you're one of those, huh?
No, I'm not that crazy, but I did want to check out those scores because there were a lot of scores that I was into. So I have no idea, but my TV just reset. I think the problems with my TV.
Your speed, right? So wait a minute. That's the big issue. So I guess I'll just go out and out you. So Chris calls me up and he's like, I have major internet issues, bro. This has to be fixed. I mean, it's like life or death. Like people will die if I don't get this fixed. I'm like, well, what can I do to help? And here I'm thinking it's about life or death. It's because he's watching the freaking red zone on his television and it's buffering. Is that what this is about? I'm just joking.
Well, okay. You know what? Fine. We'll just go there. Dude. All right. My computer has my 3 computers. They're all hooked up to what Kryptonian said. What was that?
I mean, just make sure you're saying I've got it. Well, yeah, just make sure you're on at least a gigabyte switch, right? There are still some 100 megabyte or a 10 gigabit switch, whatever you got. Make sure you're running Cat 6 or Cat 5e cable if you're doing a wired connection, right? Then you also want to check your port on your television or PC. Is it auto duplex? Are you set for gigabit?
Duplex, I have no idea about the duplex.
So if you go to network settings, it should be there. That's just going to say basically it's going to put it on the right negotiation. Like, oh, that's a gigabit connection. So let me make this port on the TV gigabit, so it doesn't get throttled or bottlenecked, right? And then if those are all good, right, they typically already are, right? That's typically standard, right? The next thing to check is your firmware on your television. If it's a smart television, they need firmware updates as well. There's some things that need to be updated on that. So make sure it has all the updates. That typically fixes any network issues. Reset the network settings on there, right?
Well, all 3 of my computers in this office, it's a 24 port gigabyte switch.
Okay.
My computers when you do like speed tests, they're all 500 megabyte, whatever
Now,
those are.
But those are all Wi-Fi though.
No, they're all connected from the switch.
Okay, so you're getting 500 megabyte connections off of a gigabit switch.
Yes.
Okay.
And there's 3 computers, and when I add, my TV to the switch, there's a speed test on the TV, and it's like, dude, it's like 92 gigabytes. So
or megabytes, right? Yeah, so you're getting 100
megabytes.
You probably only have 100 megabyte network port on that. Has it ever been over 92 in your memory? Try to go way back.
You know what you told me to do? I switched it. So it has the 3 for the computer, and let me take this off. So it's got the 3 for the computer, right? And then 1 for the TV. So the TV is 92. Well, actually, the switch has all the house, but these 4 areas that are in my office, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I took one of the ones to the computer and I swapped them and moved it over, and then just swapped them over, and the TV was still 92. But the computer that I swapped it to, where the TV was, it's 500 plus.
So it stayed the same. It's got to be your TV.
Yeah,
it's got to be. TV.
I was thinking that.
I would check your TV network connection. Like if you go to your settings, network settings, I'm not sure what type of television it is, obviously, but just check to see if you can reset your network adapter or reset your network settings on your TV. Something's happening on that in Vizio. All right. Yeah, I would just see if it could be, you could have a 100 megabyte network port on that television, right? It can't even go to a gigabyte. That could be it. Now, but have you ever seen it at a which is, typically they all ship with the gigabyte, but it just depends, you know. I mean, how old the TV is, right? So, but at the same time, you could probably maybe it is a gigabit port adapter on that television. You just have to go in and you have to manually set it to a gigabit or auto duplex, right? So just go to your settings and check it out. Network settings on your television. I'm not sure what the menu would look like, but look for that adapter setting and see if it's on auto negotiate. That should tell you right away if you can go over 100 megabytes. But for a television, I mean, or for just streaming, 100 megabytes, I mean, you should still have no issues with it. Have you ever had streaming issues with it before, or is this just starting to happen?
No, but I think it's on a Fire Stick, though. I'm thinking that the Fire Stick's kind of goofy. It's built in.
Okay. Well, the Fire Stick's going over Wi-Fi, so you're going from a Wi-Fi to television, right? So,
but the Wi-Fi on the Fire Stick is turned off. It is only if you put the connection in, it gives me a thing that says for you to be on Wi-Fi, you have to unplug your connection. So when I plug
Fire Sticks are Wi-Fi only, though. So
no, this is a built-in Fire Stick. It says, and
it
does say that.
Gotcha.
In the computer. It's not one of the ones that hang out. I have those on the other computers, and I know what you're saying. And those are the other TVs. Those are different. I never have issues with the ones that are running Wi-Fi. And I have a network
it's a TV, man. It's a TV.
I have what do they call that? It's. I have a main box one place, and I have 3 other boxes.
Come on, like your cable boxes?
I don't know what they are. They're a network guy came out. It's someone like you came out to my house and like gave me a bunch of shit and then put it in there and it's like called me pops and all that stuff.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that was a thing. I thought I was the only one.
Yeah.
What's up, pops? Let's go over there, sit in your chair, man. We'll take care of it for you. Would you like me to get you something to drink while you're sitting down, pops? You know, he's making you a cup of coffee in your own house. That's when you know you're old, bro.
Yeah.
It's like, sit down.
Here you go, old man. This one. Yeah. No, but there's these boxes and I forget what he had called it. He called it some type of like a main box and then is it a network? I don't know what it was. What do they call that when your Wi-Fi has a main box and then there's other boxes that connect?
Extenders, probably.
I don't know what they're.
So you have if you're doing network.
Oh,
extenders,
here it is, right here. This Shadow X is a mesh.
Yeah,
I remember saying mesh.
Okay, so there's a mesh network Wi-Fi, and then there's extended Wi-Fi networks. If you're doing the extended, that's like 2012. You need to get you the mesh. So the mesh is what you want.
No, that's what it is. These are mesh because what he did was he had it all in my office. He had the base there, had all these other 4 boxes.
Are you using Arrow or something or Eero? Do you know what they're called?
No,
that's a common one.
No idea what they're
okay. Now mesh networks work. We use them all the time. You know, some of our
right. So what he did was, and he took them to different places throughout the house, and then he would he had an iPad there, and he would give, I guess it would give the signal strength or whatever, and he actually would move it like to a different part in that room or whatever to give it better. And he showed like you can get internet in my front yard, you know, like what you get in my office. You know, it was like I liked the guy and he did a really good job. And he even gave me his number and I called him back and said, "Hey, what about this?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, I'd take care of this or whatever." And, you know, but
yeah,
seemed like a good guy. But that mesh thing, what you're saying, and then Biz said something a minute ago. Yeah, he said that they call them repeaters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that repeaters is the right term. He's right. So the repeaters is taking your main base, your main router or Wi-Fi access point, and rather than meshing it, it shoots out a signal to a repeater. Let's say your main router's in your utility room, and you put a repeater let me say halfway from your bedroom is where you don't have any signal. You put the repeater there, and it's basically taking that signal, right, and it's jumping to that, and then it jumps to another one that's down the road or up and down the road or somewhere else in the house. The problem with repeaters is you get a lot of latency, so you're losing bandwidth, as you continue to repeat it. But
it's got to take up a lot of room, though.
But mesh is the new tech. Meraki, Cisco's done a great job of really making the mesh kind of, that's the way to go. Mesh, it just blankets, they overlap. It's very, very cool tech. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
draft
we use them in
is
hospitals.
ending.
For this one right here. Yeah,
Yeah,
get that Zeus, man. Let's see some Aries, bro. I've been waiting on that one.
Aries gonna be another raffle, man. They not done yet, but it's a couple of Aries though.
I didn't get into this one, Wise Choice. Is that what what you're asking me? I didn't.
No,
get
I
into
think
it.
he's talking. Teddy once said he got in.
Oh yeah, I didn't get into it.
let me see.
Wise doesn't need to get into it because he's gonna win.
Well, he got that one for me last night. I mean, yeah, I guess he won it. Yeah, so he won that one, and then didn't he win the other earlier one?
Yeah, he won the other one.
Yeah,
Did he? Who won the
Yeah,
Athena?
he's on a little streak. Yeah, he's on a little streak here.
Did he win the Athena one? Who won that one?
I'm not sure who won that.
His icon right now is the one that he got last night. See that little guy there? So he's got that up. So I don't know which one he won tonight. I saw that he won. And it seems like no matter what Teddy one does, he can't win.
Let's see, maybe his luck has changed. But it's only 5. It was only 5 entries.
Yeah, you might be right, Kryptonian, about it might be the TV because there's like 9 TVs in the house, and there's
Tina won Athena.
Oh, did you hear that?
Tina won it.
Fowler?
Huh?
This Joker's got 9 televisions in his house. I haven't owned 9 televisions in my life. And this guy's got 9 all at the same time, probably running all at the same time. So here's a tip for you, Chris. Probably turn them all off. Are you running it like a? Oh
no, I'm sorry. 8.
Oh, okay, my bad. I'm sorry. You got 8. Are you running it like a pub or like a sports bar? All the TVs, different channels. That's going to slow things down. I'm asking seriously. Do you got them all on streaming? As you navigate yourself through the house, going from one bar to the other, you probably got a dry bar on the way to the freaking bar, don't you?
No, they're not all on, but they're quite There's quite a few on. I mean, whenever you walk through the house and everything, there's more people that live here than me.
Well, I know. I'm just messing. No, I was just going. I mean, the perspective or the perception I had was, it's Sunday, it's football. You said it. I'm just saying what you said. So I'm assuming you got every television, all 8, 87 inch, 90 inch, 95, whatever you said they were.
You are right. You are right.
All streaming a different game from whatever, different cities.
Now certain
college
football games.
I got breaking news here.
Oh.
I got breaking news. Breaking news. We have a first here. Teddy won, I believe, has won the Zeus.
Well, you know what, Teddy? You deserve it.
Teddy has finally won.
Yeah, I'm trying to finally win too, man. I don't think I've ever won anything since I've joined this crypto space, man. Ever,
Hey, wait a minute. What is it? Shadow X saying Chris probably has a PS5. That's using most games. Yeah. I do have a PS5. It's right over there, right there.
Downloading. He's probably downloading all his games. Yeah. I'm just waiting for that Mortal Kombat to come out. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, yeah. But you know what? You're talking about the TVs when there are certain college games that are on. I will have my office TV on. I think they call that a different room. I forgot the name of the room, but like a living room.
Called the West Wing.
No. And then out in the garage. So I'll have that on, and then the one in the garage. So like when I'm going between all of them, they're all on. I don't know why I have it. Half the time in the garage, I'm not out there, but I have it on when I am out there. Yeah, you got to be when you got some of those games,
Yeah, I got you.
World Series and stuff. If you happen to go from one room to the next, you got to have it on.
My wife would kill me if I had 8 televisions. Well, I think we had 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we got 4 in the house. And if I was running them all, like for me, for my own personal viewing, as I navigate to the house, I'd never hear the end of it, man.
You say 8, man. It's like I feel like this
I feel like I just walked into it. I feel like I just walked into a Buffalo Wild Wings. Yeah, like I just walked into Buffalo Wild Wings.
Well, it's really not that much if you think about it.
Did I tell you about my projection screens? I don't want to talk about those. I don't got 8 of those. I only got 4, because they're like $2,000 a piece. I don't got that much money,
Dude, Teddy One got that, dude.
Teddy's excited.
But it's not that much if you think about it. I mean, you put
they're not that expensive. They're not that expensive anymore,
Yeah, and you got you got basement, you got a family room.
You got a basement?
Garage.
You got a basement?
Yeah. Don't you have a basement? Don't they have
I
basements?
mean, there's probably some places in Texas that have basements, but not where I'm at. I mean, because we're on that what do you call it? We're flat out here, right? What do you call it? Below sea level,
Oh yeah.
Swampy area. Yeah, we don't have basements out here, but we have attics. You probably have that as well. Where it's basically the difference between an attic and a basement. You guys can actually you can send your kid down there. You're grounded, right? Or actually, but you can actually use basements like for storage or another room. Not here. Attics, it costs money to cool it and all those types of things. But I'd like to have a basement. I'd definitely like to have a basement. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, my son pretty much lives in the basement. That's like his area. I mean,
that's pretty cool. Freaking.
It's got his stuff down there, all that kind of stuff.
It stays pretty cool, I guess. It being below the dirt. I mean, or is it hard to cool? Is it hard to keep it cool, or is it you still got to run AC?
No, man. It's cold all the time, even in the winter. So like he's like, I mean, in the summertime, it's funny because the higher up, the next level is hot. It's always hot up there. It seems like a little bit more. My daughters, they're like, oh, that temperature's great, Dad. I'm in the middle. My son's in the basement. It's always cold, always cold, even in the wintertime. And then I'm in the middle where it's like it's either way, here or there.
Whatever you determine to be just in that thermostat.
Yeah, and they all know they don't touch my thermostat. I'd have to
I paid a bill, Hell yeah. Yeah, my bill this month was $500 right here in Texas, so for my light bill.
Are you serious?
Yeah, very serious. Serious heart attack.
Wow. Mine was $400, and I was like, man, that's a little high, man.
Yeah. Well, and my dad's staying here now with me right now as we're taking care of him, and so normally kids are at school, no one's here, but he's here. My daughter comes down and takes care of him while I'm at work, and so of course I got the AC running. My daughter runs the AC, TVs are on, and it's not like I got like a huge house, but it's a 2-story, but it's not like it should not be $500 a month, man. It's like when I first moved in here, I think I was paying $80. I moved in here first, when I was engaged. Then I got married. Then I moved my wife in. So I was here about a good year, 6 months to a year. And man, my bill was like, when it was just me, man, my bills were low. Yeah. Water bills like $20, gas bills, 20, 30, lights 40, 50. Then move the family in, and it's like, okay, $1,000. Where's that money going out the door? It is what it is, though.
Although my daughter's come to me before and she'd be like, man, can you turn the heat up? I'm like, no, I ain't paying. I'm not paying for that bill. And she's like, I'll pay for it. And I'm like, wait. Okay, but I'm not going to do it. I'm like, wait.
No, you're not hearing me. I'm not paying for it. I'm going to give you the money. No, that means I'd have to pay for it still. I'm not doing that,
She's like, where's the bill at? I'll go pay for it myself.
Yeah, that's pretty funny, yeah.
When they get older. Fowler, Teddy One's asking for where is the he wants to trade for the Teddy Commander. Do we know who that is?
That is Snowman who has that.
Snowman.
And he's in the legendary. You have Teddy One has access to the legendary Commanders chat now, so he can easily just go in there and just tag. What's his handle? Snowman. Yeah, Snowman.
Yeah, Teddy One, hit up Snowman and see if you guys can work something out.
Biz says, "What are the RS?"
Yeah, answer that. I gotta go to the bathroom.
With NFTs, bidded ones. There's no difference. There's no difference at all. Every NFT weighs the same. in this new tier system, revenue share tier system we have.
It's just kind of fun, man, trying to win it, you know, and especially if you want it, I think.
Yeah,
if
it's
you,
really
if you really want it, and I hope I win, and I'm like, yeah, I got it. Kind of has that kind of sense of like, yeah, I got that one, right?
Yeah, you have to remember that that pretty much all these legendaries, the elite commanders, the legendary commanders, and the elite commanders, they're one of a kind. The warriors, there's going to be a select amount of legacy warrior NFTs that's going to come up. They're going to be one of one, but they're not going to always be one of one. Warriors mainly going to have some type of duplicate system, so they're going to have about max is like 25 of them, unless they just they're not move. Well, they're going to move now because they're going to be in packs when they come out. But when it comes to the legendary commanders and the elite commanders, they're one of a kind. So when this game comes out and people are looking for profiles and profile pictures and avatars and stuff like that, or
it's going to be those.
Yeah, it's going to be those. At some point when we get really big, where we anticipate where our growth is going to take us, we're going to make a 3D game that's going to be utilizing these NFTs. You got to understand, guys, that these NFTs that you're getting, our first game is probably going to be a very simple text-based game called a MUD. If you're familiar with MUDs, that's going to be our first game we're going to deliver to you guys. It's going to have some animation to it, but for the most part, it's going to be able to, for people in crypto, to really easily grasp. Okay, and then these NFTs, you're going to be able to use them. You're going to make more NFTs within the game and be able to mint NFTs outside the game. So what ends up happening is when we make our second iteration of a game, which might be on mobile, right, where we're starting to reach more people, those NFTs that you had on the first game and that you're buying now and winning now and auctioning for now, you're going to be able to take those things and go to the next game and the next game and the next game. Something that no video game has been able to do yet. So the fact of actually owning your actual assets and be able to go to different games, not different games outside of our ecosystem, but our ecosystem games, you'll be able to take these things that you're purchasing and winning and stuff like that and finding loot boxes and stuff like that and getting airdrop. You'll be able to take them to all different types of games and they'll be able to be used. So that's where all the value is that these NFTs are not just going to die on the first game. They're going to always be able to be used and be able to inject it into games that are in our ecosystem. So that's where the value is. So yeah.
Good. That was a good question, and it definitely gave a good answer. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, Blockchain Gaming says, you guys got to get solar panels. I pay $6 now. He's talking about us paying $500 a month and for our electricity bill. Well, one of my really good friends, we went riding the other day, and he's like, hey, man, and he came back he's now in Houston. And he came back. He's like, let's go ride our Harleys. We did. And he's like, I got you on dinner. And I don't even remember, Chris. It was that one time I was going to join. I was like out riding my Harley as I hadn't met my buddy in a while. And so we go to a Chili's, and it was all a pitch, man. He was like, hey, man, I'm in solar panels now. So he knows I'm buying a house, building a house. And I'm like, oh, here it is. But, I heard him out. Man, it's literally it was like 90 grand, just 90 to 100 grand just to put solar panels on the house that I'm building. So I'm like, wait a minute.
Holy shit. Are you serious?
Yeah. I'm like, and he goes, well, you can scale it down. I'm like, bro, I was like, you got to get a freaking second mortgage just to pay for that. He's like, nah, man, but the government subsidizes it. Hold on. I mean, I might not be paying most of it, but I got to, either I pay cash or I finance the rest. That's interest I'm paying on. And I was like, when will I see my ROI on this? He goes, people generally see their ROI in about 10 to 20 years, 15 years. So once you've paid it off, then you're saving money, right? So the thought is this, because we do know that energy prices go up. They have been going up, since deregulation, at least here in Texas in 2002, I think is 2004. But to offset it, they're saying, well, look, right now you're paying 16 cents or 15 cents for your kilowatt per hour or whatever for electricity. By 2025, you're even paying 18 cents. So see, you're going to get it locked in. The point I'm making is that The only way I'm gonna get to paying $6 a month is if somebody gifts me solar panels, man. You know what I mean? And they install it, and it doesn't cost me but pennies to put it on my roof. But the problem with solar panels I have is I asked him about the cost of ownership. He says, well, whenever a panel gets broke or something like that, you got to pay to fix it and all that. That's pretty expensive. But anyways, I'd love to do it, but it's really expensive. It's a really expensive thing to throw on your house just to get that return, Yeah. To bring the price down a little bit, then it makes more sense to me.
Did you see T Kiwis here? And then Teddy One says, I have panels and Tesla batteries. Remember,
Blockchain says he's paying $200-300 a month. Where are you at, Blockchain? Are you in Texas? You on the sun? Where you at, man? Because and I like to know. You don't have to say it, but I mean, what did you pay for that whole system? And maybe give me a general idea of the square footage of the area that you put it on, because the numbers that I was presenting was based on the house that I'm building, and it was about that much. Maybe it could be less for most, or maybe my buddy he didn't really give me the right pricing, but he had some sort of GUI. And I put the square footage of my house, the elevation and all that, and, where I sit and facing east, west, blah, blah, whatever. How much, what my potential kilowatt hours were going to be used, in that house. So that's where it kind of came up with this number. But, anyways, it's a cool concept, but it's just really expensive to implement.
Oh, okay.
We lost Fowler. He took off. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did. He sent a message in there saying he had to drop off, but you were talking about that. But Teddy he says that he doesn't have panels to save money. He's got panels because he was out power 3 days during a snowstorm. Listen, Shadow X, man. I'm telling you what, this guy, he's got it, man. He's like, built my own hydro wind turbine generator that produces 5 kilowatts of power using only 500 watts from my outlet.
It produces 5 kilowatts or 5,000 kilowatts. What is your average? Because 5 kilowatts, I mean, you can light I don't know. I mean, for a typical house, it's typically 2,000 kilowatts a month. I mean, average 1,500 to 2,000, I guess, based on what you're doing. Maybe it's 800. So what are you powering with that?
Dallas just scored, by the way.
Oh, did they, huh?
Yeah, check it out. It was a field goal attempt that was blocked. Badly blocked, dude. I mean, it was like the guy just walked in and was like, "Hey, by the way, I'm taking the ball."
I'm taking the ball and running with it.
he's like, "Hey, just go ahead and hand it to me."
Yeah.
He was uncontested in there. Oh, and they missed the extra point.
Oh man.
Although it is a good highlight, man. It's like a blocked field goal, and he ran it all the way back for a touchdown.
Oh man!
Yeah.
So Dallas scored essentially.
Yeah, Dallas.
So Dallas blocked it. Bam, ran wild. That's pretty cool.
But yeah, they missed the extra point, so it's 6. But he literally, if you watch the highlight, he jumps over and he's like standing there waiting for the guy to kick the ball. It's like he's like kicks it, and he's like picks it up and runs. It's like. I don't know where. I mean, someone missed something there because someone's getting fired. Yeah, someone's in trouble. But
Shadow says that he produces 5,000 kilowatts. So going back to what he said, he built his own hydro wind turbine generator that produces 5,000 kilowatts of power using only 500 watts from his outlet. That's actually pretty impressive, man. So I don't think you should be posting that stuff, man, because you're gonna have the government coming knocking on your door, brother. They're either going to buy you out or take you out, man. That's the way it works, bro.
He's a miner too, isn't he? He's
possibly, yeah. Massive. I think he is. Yeah.
He's massive.
which makes sense. You know what? If you can actually, if you're mining, and if you have all these miners, this makes sense why you did that. That's pretty cool, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he knows what I'm talking about. Don't be talking about you generating your own electricity. Governments don't like to hear that crap. Okay, they will either buy you out or take you out, man, and that's a true story.
I forget what it was, but
nice.
It was kind of fun.
He might full time. Teddy One says that he's in California, or no, I'm sorry. Blockchain said he's in California. I asked where's he at. So you have the solar panels. I think it's mandatory in California, isn't it? Like they force you to green energy and all those things, or not mandatory, but there's a lot of subsidies that go. That you get from the government that helps you install those things on your houses. which explains why they're really in debt, probably. But
Hey,
I appreciate the concept, man, but it's just really expensive.
So when Bob Wiley's in the chat the other day, and he said, "Do I get super secret backstage access with my NFT?" And I was like, "The one rule about the super secret backstage access is we don't talk about the super secret backstage access." It's like Fight Club, man.
Yeah, nobody talks about Fight Club. What access? Access to what? One NFT.
What are you talking about?
Teddy one says that on his panels on a sunny day, he gets 51 kilowatts. I'm obviously not 51,000. His home runs on 0.3 kilowatts. Are we talking metric here? Because 51 kilowatts isn't a lot, man. But if your house runs on 0.3K kilowatt hour or watts of power, so with an AC on or washer dryer, that's 3.1. Are you talking about 3,000 kilowatts? Because it runs 3 kilowatts to run your washer and dryer. Is that about right? I guess that's right. I don't know. I have to do the math.
You're over my head.
Yeah, no, you're right. He's right. He's right. Because if you're running it every day, he says AC. I just know this, that if you're kicking your AC on, like, because when it's at a hard off, completely off, and it's hot, and you go kick on that AC, it's a jolt of power onto the grid, and that's where they get the way they sell you electricity to your house. Sorry to get all technical, but it's in blocks of energy. And blocks of electricity, blocks of power, and they do an average of your last year, and they're looking at the peaks. So you got peaks and valleys in this chart. They look at your usage. Those top peaks are what they use. If you're using 2,000, but if you use 2,000 every other day, every third day of the month, right, and the rest is about 700, they're gonna take the 2,000, and you're like, oh, you're using 2,000. So, anyways, that's how they determine what your usage is. So I'm curious, are you using that for is it 0.3K or is it 5 kilowatts of power? That's interesting, man. Very interesting. I got to look more into it. Oh yeah, Teddy once says that the government doesn't like it. The power companies are now trying to not pay 1 or 2. Yeah, in fact, when you used to be able to, I think when solar panels first came out, 10 years ago, when it was a big deal, I remember it was a big push, especially during the deregulation. Maybe 15 years ago, if you generate enough power in your house, you're sending it back to the grid. The power companies would send you a check. Okay, like, oh, look, you sent 10,000 kilowatts to the grid. Here, here's $600 or whatever. $700. They stopped doing that because now they say, oh, we're just going to credit you. You'll get a credit for a voucher or some. Now they're trying to do away with it for, because they know, they see what's up. I mean, this is probably a Wednesday conversation, but I absolutely believe that there's ways of getting our own electricity. We don't really need, obviously, the distribution centers. Don't get me wrong. I love the fact to be able to plug in a wall, and there's some regulation and all that going on, but that the prices are outrageous, man. If you ever notice, prices go up, during the summer, gas prices and all that. It's all for a reason. He says, pay 1K for 1K. They're trying to buy back kilowatt. Okay, it's your price. Gotcha. Oh, he's running 0.3 per hour. Okay, that answers the question. Okay.
Oh yeah. Shadow X.
Oh yeah, man, for real. I remember a guy back in the days. I was in my early 20s. I was part of this little venture capitalist company. I was in their IT department, and so I got privileged to sit in a lot of meetings. I was kind of a fly on the wall. I'd come in, they'd be having a meeting. Hey, get the projector working. Pull up this presentation. People would come into this boardroom. Get the coffee. Coffee machine's not working. It's like that doesn't have an IP address. It's still like electricity. You're an IT guy. Can you change the filter and change our IP address? No, but I remember sitting in one meeting, or I wasn't sitting there. I wasn't supposed to be in there. Like, I wasn't invited. I just happened to be in the office in the boardroom. And there was a guy that came in, and he had figured out a way to make combustible engines with sawdust. Okay.
What?
With sawdust, not fossil fuels. Like gasoline, he used sawdust, and he was able to make the combustion, and he was powering a motor with sawdust. He put sawdust. I don't know how the hell he did it, man. And we're like, and so basically he's looking for funding to get this thing off the ground, blah, 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 whatever. And this was in 2001, 2002, maybe. And
wow.
I remember I didn't really know any better. I was a young kid, you know. I didn't really realize what I was looking at. And this is right after like 9/11 and all that stuff, right? So that kind of stopped everything. People stopped giving money out. If you remember where the state of the country was when 9/11 hit, you know, the financial markets were shut down, and of course, soon after was a the dot-com bubble pop. A lot of things happened. So long or the short, I remember him coming back a few other times, and they were like, someone in the office, one of the venture capital, one of the owners of the company was like, hey, look, we can't, we're not going to be able to give you any type of funding, or we're getting a lot of pushback from the government. He's like, what are you talking about? They you know, because they had to submit, basically they took their meeting and their notes, and they pushed it out to all their investors, whatever, to see if anybody would bite. And they were getting some pushback from General Electric. Like, nope, he can't do it. You know, we already have it patented and all the kind. He's like, it's not, I created it. So they've already got some sort of patent on it or something. I just remember going, oh, that's freaking weird. You know, anyways, sawdust, man. Can you imagine going out, not just sawdust, but just mulch in a sense? Imagine, you know, everybody's got mulch or grass or trees and you're making your own electricity. Oh, yeah. It was weird, man. He brought it in the office, and it was about the size of an igloo ice chest type, you know, the regular size. Kicked that thing on. It wasn't even loud. It was weird. He was powering a light bulb, dude. Put some sawdust in it. Crazy. I wish back then I had an iPhone, because they weren't invented yet. I would have recorded that shit, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good stuff. And as much sawdust as when I'm cutting wood out in the garage and all that kind of stuff, I could probably do a good job with. Is that comment up on the screen?
Which one?
Shadow X's comment.
I don't see anything.
I literally on my screen, it's still right showing his comment.
Many ways. Yeah, it wasn't. I didn't see it on my end. I just put it up there.
It was unhighlighted over here, but it was showing up on the screen. It still is. I just took it off, and I still see it up there.
Yeah, there's definitely a delay on yours, man. You got something going on.
Yeah, something's cray.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not even up on that over there. Who knows? All right. Well, I'm getting done. I'm getting done.
Yeah, we're good, man. We had a good long convo. Got to talk to Nick, talk to the fellas, throw out some raffles. Let's see how it goes, man. This week's going to be interesting. Let's see if we get some things done with the team. Right? You know, we get some boxes checked, and we can continue to move the ball down the field and get closer to Tess and then mainnet. So
yeah,
I'm enjoying the ride.
My thing is I'm real keen on the whole keeping the community involved, man. Got to have them out there. I mean, especially with, you know, if you think about it, you walk into this meeting, we think we got some understanding of some things, and then you got Darwin the turtle coming in with a suggestion, and all of a sudden, bam, you know, they're like, oh wait, that might be a good idea. So there's so many good ideas out there and everything like that. I look forward to a lot of collaboration from the community and everything like that.
Yeah, same here, man.
Okay, so Shadow X says pull the plug out of your router, wait 5 minutes, replug.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah, have you tried resetting your router, resetting your switch?
No.
Try that. Yeah. Now I understand all your TVs are going to go offline. Just if you can handle that, you know, go make you some coffee. It's going to be a minute or two. You know,
I'm fine without being on the internet. I have no problem. I mean, people are like, "Look at you up here and turning on, being on the YouTubes and everything." And I'm like,
man, dude, you're like live every day. Well, I mean, jokingly, but you do a good job, man, for being new at this thing. I mean, I think the comment was made that you sitting there pushing buttons, man, and queuing up this, that, and the other, and you know, like you've been doing it a while. So, but you are a gamer, explains, you know, things.
Well, yeah, to me, it's like that gamer lifestyle. And it went over from gaming to Forex to all that kind of stuff. And then, and with YouTube, I don't see the big deal with it. I mean, I just turn it on, you know. I don't have like a sheet over here with like a script and like a, you know, like I got to do this or I got to do that. You know, I don't make professional videos. I leave that up to like Greeks and those are Those are
Yeah,
legit
yeah.
videos with their editing and stuff like that. Me, I'm
I don't
just
have a
turning
time.
it on and
Yeah,
talking, and
that's all I'm doing, man. I don't have time to do all that. I'm not
yeah,
a YouTube. I know you're a YouTuber. I'm not. I'm getting over here talking with my buds, man. I'm
yeah,
vested in this project. It could be another project we're talking about. And it is what it is. I mean, I'll participate as long as I'm allowed, and have these conversations with you guys.
right.
But yeah, I'm not trying to change minds or change lives. I'm just trying to stay as informed as everyone else at the end of the day. I don't know
Yeah.
more than they do, right? So
Yeah, and
there it
I
is.
mean that's my key is that any of these projects are all very risky and everything like that. When it comes to Vitruveo and everything like that, my goal is that I want the community to have participation. I want the community to make these decisions. I want them to have a say in what's going on and everything like that. I mean, it might take a while, it might be down the road and everything like that, but as long as everybody's in agreement on a lot of things, the most of the decisions that are out there are made with a lot of input from the community, then I'll be happy. But the rest of the projects and stuff like that, and that's another thing too. It's hard with the projects because you take like the newest project. You go look at it and you'll be like, oh yeah, I like this. This is good and everything. A month from now they rug. You're like, what the hell? It's like, wait a minute. I mean,
Yeah,
what happened to all this stuff here? And the whole doxing thing. And I know that people are concerned about that and everything like that. And with me, it's like I am who I am. I'm not, you know, you
Oh, you
like,
mean with you being doxxed the way you are and everything?
yeah, it's
Yeah.
like if I upset you, I probably didn't mean to. So, and
Yeah.
if I did anything that would, you know, you know, ruffle your feathers or anything like that, talk to me about it, man. I'll definitely give you my point of view. I might not, it might not be nearly as bad, and I might have said it the wrong way or something like that. And I just think that we live in a world where you can just have conversations with people and it gets cleared up pretty easy and all
Hmm.
that. But
Yeah.
so when me being doxxed or whatever, it's like, you know, I guess that's the part that bothers me about when it comes to DeFi and some of these projects is that they're not docs and everything. And I know that they have a reason. Okay. I mean, not everybody feels that way and everything like that. But at the same time, I mean, if you're asking people to invest in your dream and stuff like that, they would feel a lot better if you were doxxed and they knew who the person was that you're giving money to and everything like that.
Yeah.
But I know that people have their reasons and everything, and I'm not going to pass judgment on them. But at the same time, it's like in a world where we live that we have I mean you could go through the comments and I bet you every single person has could tell you spend an hour telling you their horror stories of how they were rugged in this project, that project, and all so we don't want that. Nobody wants that. We want the best projects out there. We want to, and it's so hard because some of these projects, when I look at them, I'm like, man, that is an excellent project. And it's like, no, that project isn't even going to last a week. Um, did you see the Aquaman uh, trailer?
The new one? I haven't seen it.
Yeah, you should probably check it out. They were just playing. That's why I was looking. I'm like, what movie is this? And it was
Oh, it
the
looks
the
pretty
guy
good.
that plays Aquaman. It's something Aquaman something. But anyway, so that's the whole that's the whole squirrel.
Yes, squirrel.
Squirrel.
Now that's funny. It's like there's a really interesting comment. Hey, they just scored. It's like what the hell? We're
I'm
like,
sorry.
hey, that's
I'm
funny.
sorry. There are people out there that are like, dude, you guys got it.
That's hilarious.
But I mean, that's the bad part about the crypto space and everything like that. It's supposed to be, and this is the way I think it's supposed to be, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's supposed to be for the average person out there. It's got a good idea. They do the necessary steps so that average people can invest with average people to make things good, and bring something to market that adds value to their investors and themselves. And it seems like some of these projects, like, man, they just do all this fancy stuff and then bam, they're gone. You're like, why did you do that in the first place? I mean, seriously, what kind of life do you have to live like that? And go to the other guys, the other guys.
Mm-hmm.
What was your intention all the time that you were doing all that stuff, that hype, that hopium and everything that you're selling people, and people were listening, and you're just taking advantage of their, you know, of their trust and everything. And then
I think they were just trying to run out through the next bull run or the next complete one of two things. There was going to be this bull run, and people were going to forget because then he's going to come up with another sacrifice. That's what that would have been, right?
yeah,
If not the bull run, then he would have hopefully everything just crashes. The entire market crashes. Governments take crypto down, and he gets to walk away. Hey, well, it's out of my hands. You know, I mean, I can't do anything because they've taken it down. Better luck next time. We'll see you guys next year. But none of that happened. It kind of just we're sitting there waiting, and the shoes, a bunch of shoes dropped, and here we are. Um, I get the doxing thing too. I mean, I pay guys. I have contractors and vendors, suppliers. Well, let's say contractors that I hire for certain projects that I'm sending them off to work on provide certain services or products or some sort of niche service to some of my most valued clients that have been my customers for 20 years. And if a guy shows up at my door and says, "Hey, yeah, I actually know how to install I don't know databases or something. I'm a systems administrator or database administrator. I've been doing this for 20 years. I can absolutely build an ERP system, blah blah blah, SQL, whatever. Oh, great, cool. But I'm like, well, I need to know. Send me your resume, right? And he does, but I don't have his name. He's come up with some freaking, my name is, I don't know, it's some fake name or whatever, and no picture. And I'm like, how am I supposed to pay you? Oh, to send me Bitcoin. Hold on. Well, how do I know you've done everything you've done? And he's gonna list on his resume. He's got a list of all these things that he's done. And they're just at the end of the day, how am I going to verify that? How am I going to prove that's you? It's really hard to do that. And then he says, well, you can just check the wallet address. Doesn't mean anything, man. It really doesn't. So unfortunately, there are just some things that need to, this is the way human nature is. I need to know who you are. I need to see your face. I need to have a conversation with you, and if I can first build that rapport with you, that trust, then maybe I'll pass on, something that I value, like my client. I can hand that off to you, and I know you're going to take care of them. And at the end of the day, I've got to be able to have accountability, and that's really the key, man, is to have accountability. So when it comes to what we're doing now, I'm hoping we can get in that. I mean, the fact that let's say Nick is building a team, has devised or brought together a team. I think the legal division is really important to me. I know he's in California, and I know this Jamalia. She actually has a following. She actually has some credibility. She has and I've been to her LinkedIn. I've been on her website. I mean, I've been seeing. She's solid. You know what I mean? At least from what I can see. Yeah. And that to me holds a lot more weight than anybody that says, "Oh, I know what I'm doing. Trust me." At the end of the day, nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed with anything that goes on in life. But all we can do as bystanders of life is just try to make the best educated decisions and choices with the information that we're given, and just hope that people do the right thing at the end of the day, right? And that's all we can do, man.
Yeah. It just seems like it's so hard on people out there, because it should be something that if I go to your website, you took the effort, you create a website, and you create an environment where you want investors to come in. I mean, you should be legit. You should be, this is what we want to do. And take criticism that, that's not going to work if you do it like that, from educated people and stuff like that. And, be able to talk it through. And what is wrong with taking a bunch of different people? And that's why I like about what Nick's talking about and about what he's trying to do. But taking a bunch of people from all kinds of different areas and coming to like some type of consensus and be like, okay, for this blockchain or for this project or whatever to be successful, we're going to need to do these things. And then you go, oh, no, we don't need to worry about that. Okay, well, tell me why, and then you listen, and then they say, well, what if we did this? And then you collaborate back and forth. I mean, I've been doing it for decades in the business world, and it's not all set in stone, and we have to make adjustments and judgment calls, and we have to pivot like you talk about and everything. And it's done, and it's done like everywhere else. I don't understand why crypto is like this, especially the DeFi part. It's like, we're going to do it this way. Oh, it's not going to work. Who cares? We're just going to do it this way. It's like, come on now. You got, if you really have the best interest of everybody involved, you're going to listen to people and you're going to collaborate. And that's why I think that, like with Nick's plan, what he talks about, I think that's good. Okay. Mm-hmm. So let's see it, and let's see, get people involved and collaborate and come up with things. The worst thing that happens is we're all very, very successful,
Yeah. Yeah. At the end of the day, we're all very successful. And,
Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah. Robert. Yeah, we're here, buddy. You said, are you guys live? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I assume we are, but
yeah,
I see us on YouTube and everything. Do you need something, Robert? Do you need anything that coming up or anything? Okay, so here, Alberto, this is a big question here. Mm-hmm. So only one question: how can we retrieve our Seifu Vulcan that we sacrificed about a year ago? Is our token gone? Well, yes, I would say that. Yes, that token, all that was sacrificed and everything like that is gone.
Yeah,
we've moved into a different blockchain. And Nick is running. Nick Caliani is running it, and he's creating a DAO and other things. And he's gonna work on a system where he can honor a lot of those sacrifices that we did. Hopefully, it'll be all of them. The nodes and backers, and the nodes are called validators, and the light nodes are called backers, and the holders. So there's a whole lot of stuff there. I would recommend going into the Discord and having some conversations in there. There's a totally new Discord. It's not the same one as the Seifu one. And there's a lot of information in there. I'll put the Discord thing in there. Maybe you can go check it out. But
yeah, and then that's a really good point, Chris. We just really need to come to the understanding it's all gone. There is no money there. If let's say they opened up the token, you had the ability to go and sell your Seifu or Vulcan tokens right now. There's no liquidity. So what you thought you had, as far as dollar amount, what we all thought we would have by this time, it's not there. There's not enough money to go around. So I would say call it the tokens are still there. Let me maybe make something clear. So if you held 1,000 tokens, you still have that if it's tied to the wallet you're specifically talking about. The value of it is what's not there. It's what we once thought it was. And that's what we're trying, or not us, but the new team is trying to fix for us. And they're trying to develop a product that'll give us back some of, at least our return, right? Give us a return on our investment, or at least what we invested. Because the truth be told, there's not even enough money to give everybody what they invested.
Right.
They had to divvy it out. Like if I put $10,000 in, and everybody else put 1,000, 10,000, 20, there's not enough money for me to get exactly what I put in by a long shot. And that is just a bitter pill to swallow, but it is the truth. And it could be worse though. We were
worse. Alberta, we were worse than rug pulled. We were stolen from.
Yeah.
Yeah. So millions and millions and millions. And I don't care how anybody wants to put it, how they want to say it or anything like that. That money was taken. It was taken. And a lot of innocent people got wrecked. And so right now, trying to make something out of nothing. That's what the team's doing.
Yeah.
And as long as they include the community and they work together to try to make it good and beneficial for the community, and hopefully there's a return for the community down the road. The sooner the better. I mean, if it could be right now, I'd be like, yeah, great. But bottom line is, what you thought you had, it's gone. So I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you or anything. It's gone. So he's going to Nick and the team. They're going to try to honor what we sacrificed. Hopefully we don't see major issues and everything, and hopefully we can get a return. So
Yeah.
it's
So
just, it's a lot of hope right now, but hopefully they're listening to people and trying to make the best decisions and all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, we weren't rugged; we were stolen from. So
yeah.
it was
Yeah, and it was we came to that realization, as it was unfolding in front of us. And I think the difference between the protocol now and then what we all bought into is this one actually has, I believe it has a chance because of the market it's moving in. There are those that I see people in other discords and they're just like, there's no way this thing's ever going to work, man. It's a pipe dream. It's all a scam. Well, my rebuttal to that is this: those people that say those things probably don't really care about creators and artists and those types of things. They don't see the need. All these people want to do is pump and dump a token. So that's it. They want the opportunity to go in and pump and dump this joker, right? Which is fine. It's their prerogative to do that. But I'm invested in this thing like many others, and I'm actually looking for some sort of mechanism. I would say a protocol, a blockchain that's actually going to provide a real service to. I actually like the creator aspect of it all. I think there's a need there. So I'm not saying that, oh, this is the best thing ever, or this is going to go and just, blow your socks off. I would never say that. But what I will say is this: I like it personally. And I'm not only forcefully vested in this thing, I have no choice. I can't go get my tokens or my money out just like yourself. So, but what I do like is that they're actually trying, Nick and his team, they're actually trying to create a product that's going to help creators. And if you can't understand that, then just stop watching at the end of the day. We're trying to build something here for creators, and you're going to hear stuff like, well, it's already been done, but hasn't been done. How come it hasn't taken the world by storm? Hopefully we can take some of it, right? I like the product. There's so many creators out there. We're not talking about just those that create NFT art. We're talking about musicians and writers and movie producers and, film writers and, just think anything that has to do with anything art altogether. There is a need out there. And hopefully that we can capitalize on that need and create a product, a blockchain that facilitates their success. So it's really about that. One of the things is if you help others to become successful, success will follow you by default at the end of the day. You then become successful in your own way. So, and that's said in so many different ways. But I think if we can actually help artists facilitate success for their skill, their talent, their gifts, I think we as early investors will get rewarded along the way. And that's the hope. And this isn't a get rich quick scheme. This isn't going to the moon once mainnet launches. Those that say that's going to happen, they're selling you a pipe dream, man.
Yeah, they're lying to you.
They're lying to you. They're saying, if
it doesn't
go to the moon at launch, then you got nothing. They're lying to you as well, because you're going to say they're doing that as well. If it's not going to make you a millionaire at launch, then they're lying to you. Well, if it doesn't make you a millionaire over 20 years, they're lying to you. The point I'm making is everyone's going to have an opinion. And the truth is, nobody knows, okay? Because if they knew, they would have already done it, all right, at the end of the day. So we're all here for the same journey. We're all here for the same ride. I know that's not what you want to hear, that, oh, my God, this is going to the moon. No, all I'm here to say, for me personally, this is my opinion, is that we're going somewhere where I don't know, but I'm going to do whatever I can to help facilitate the success of this. Why? Because I've got money invested just like everybody else, and I'm not ever going to say I'm going to burn it down. Why? Why the hell would I say that? Why? Because somebody doesn't want to put my comment up? Come on, man. It's not like that. All right. It's not like that. There's real people, real money invested in this thing. All right. We are where we are. We're trying to make, like Chris said earlier, we're trying to make something out of nothing, and that's what we're doing. We're all at debt, basically hit rock bottom, and the only place to go from here is up. Right.
Yeah. That is, you couldn't put it any better.
We're trying to go up. That's it. And if you want to help with that journey, great. If not, then get out of the way. Because you're just noise, man, and we're tired of the noise.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it's like, if you want to help, and help is it, you can be respectfully critical too, and everything like that. I mean, I'm not saying
absolutely,
but if you're just like just burn it down, it's okay. Well,
that's not helping anybody, man. That's not helping anybody. Yeah,
no, that's not.
That's childish, man, and that. I just can't respect anybody that says that, burn it down. I mean, what the hell are you talking about, dude? You're talking about people that actually work for a living, have money invested in this thing, and that were bamboozled, right? And they were bamboozled because of, just the control that the other guys had over the information. You couldn't ask any questions. I mean, we already know how all that went. So, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want us to have an opportunity to try to make things right.
Right. And you know what? And when people are talking about burn it down, I'm like, dude, it was burned down.
Yeah, burn what down?
There ain't nothing left to burn, dude.
Yeah, like burn what down? It's just funny to me because you're right. It's exactly how I said. Like burn what down?
Wait, burn what down?
What down?
It was burnt down already. We're rebuilding off of ashes, dude.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. Right. Yeah.
Raven says, "My brothers, hey, my brothers, I absolutely love the term pivot. It speaks into not being obsessed with singular vision. I agree, and love your picture again, Raven. I think it's awesome."
It is.
Next comment. How about these YouTubers who promoted heavily the Safe Food Vulcan scam? Were they involved in
Maybe
some capacity?
Same capacity
to this robbery, like Daniel Prado and other paid actors? I don't think so. I think, but and I know Greek very well, and I know that Greek is like heavily. In front of the camera, he's like, yes, this is wrong, that kind of stuff. Behind the scenes, he is absolutely 100% like angry, mad. He feels like he was taken advantage of. He was, and Greek is a really, really nice guy, and he felt like it was he was taken advantage of, and I know he's got a lot of anger for that, and he's very upset with what happened the last couple of years and his part in it, and he's doing everything he possibly can to make up for it. But and I know a lot of the people behind the scenes. I came in kind of late, and Kryptonian was in and out and everything, so I don't know, but I'm the same way. Look, I was on some of those lives going, I thought this was great, but when I start figuring it out, and Kryptonian and I owe a lot to Bob Backlund, and
those
so
guys
a lot
in
of the people in Brood
Yeah.
were like, hey, just by the way, man, we're not going to tell you what to think, but why don't you come over here and look at this right here? And then they sent me off, and I was like, what the what, so yeah, they had to come to Jesus meeting with me, and I was like, you really, I'm this old, and I fell for this dirtbag scammer too, but. As for Daniel and everything, I don't follow him. I don't have any contact with him. So I mean, you go to his stuff and check him out, and you'll you just get source from him. But I do know Greek. I do know him personally. I know Odinato. A bunch of them, and I talk to them on a regular basis, and. They're right now, I would say they're in that. I think they're a little bit past it right now, but for a very long time, they were outraged and pissed, and it took all their might to not like want to go nuts. But
that's fair to say.
Tiki, what's going on, buddy? Long play is the only way. There you go.
That's right. And that's everything. That's everything in life. There is no get rich quick scheme. There is none.
No. And if you think you're going to get rich off this, then you just probably need to.
Yeah.
When you get it, just sit back. Just don't do anything. It's vested, all that kind of stuff. We're working to try to get. We're trying to get to the next level, man. And it's a long process. If we see anything out of this, I will be happy. I will be ecstatic if everybody got like their initial investment in. That will be absolutely, you got to think about it. That is going to be absolutely phenomenal if that happens. The bottom line is we just got to take it day by day. Got to put in as much input as possible. I mean, like I said, we go back to that conversation about Darwin the turtle, man. His comment earlier, he just throws it up and everything like that. And he's like, Nick was like, whoa, wait, that's a pretty good idea. Dallas is winning 16-0, by the way.
Oh, squirrel. You're going to. I was starting to get emotional, and then you just dried me up like that. You know what I'm saying? Just what the hell just happened? No, but I was serious.
I was talking about Darwin the turtle. Yes, I'm
no, but
he
Teddy
says,
one.
he says in there, but this is important though. But Darwin Turtle comes in, he's got like an idea, right? And this is hours ago because we've been on for hours, man.
Yeah,
but
right.
he's got an idea. He's in the comments right now. So he's got an idea.
I'm going to bring up a comment that he mentioned here.
He puts it out. He puts it out, and we bring it up. Nick looks at it. Nick's like, "Whoa, well, you know what? That might be a good idea." And it's like, I don't know how that's going to work out. I don't know. It may go. It may. I don't know. But I mean, the collaboration is what we need. We need those avenues open for people to come respectfully talk to each other on all sides and say, "Hey, my intention is I want to make this better." And then maybe we pull all these people together, maybe, and they can talk to each other with a mutual respect and understanding, see each other's point of view, and with them, we can make this blockchain better. We may see some return later down the road. But if you think that you're going to go 10, 20x, 30x and everything like that, you're living in fantasy land, and don't listen to anything that I say, because we're never going to agree on that. If that happens, that would be like, you got a better shot of winning the Powerball, brother. That's the way I'm saying it. So if you can get a return out of it, great. If you can get all your return out of it, that is amazing. If you can make a profit, that's off the scale. But
yeah,
we have a long way to go before anybody sees anything, and a whole lot to do. So the only thing we can do right now is try to pull everybody we possibly can in, get all the good input from them, and try to move forward. I mean,
yeah.
Don't get confused by any of that stuff, though. That's my problem. Is just because we're talking and we're doing this stuff, don't get yourself like, oh man, this is good. We're gonna 100x. No,
yeah.
Okay. If let me tell you something. If I'm wrong about anything over the last 2 years, I would want to be wrong about telling you that we're not going to 10x. We're not going to 5x. We're not going to 20x. And if you come back to me and say you're wrong, I will be like, hell yeah, I'm sorry, I was wrong, but look, I was wrong in your favor.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember back in the day, whenever we realized that the no taxes back in the TCL crew, that the nodes were the taxes for the nodes. We thought we knew we were getting the nodes, and some will say it was never in the literature. It was never said. It was said multiple times. Anyways, when they pulled that and they changed that whole narrative for us, or pulled the rug out in that regard for us, is when I began to say, that's when I had my light bulb moment. Okay, what's going on with this BL dude? But that's when I realized, okay, this is no longer, I'm not getting my return in a year, 2 years. I'm looking at 1,000 days before I get my return, And I remember making that comment, and I was called a fool. I'm a fudder. What am I talking about? I mean, it's just a lot. I got so many accusations, and I still get that today. But this is a long-term play. Even so, to what you were saying, Teddy One, yeah, move bits, get out of the way, because there are going to be those that still want to go back and say, yeah, but that guy right there, he actually had a conversation with BL, so he's a scammer, or that guy right there, he bought merch from the Vulcan safe. He has a SafeUX hat he bought 2 years ago. He's a scammer. My point is this: there are going to be people that do not want to let it go. At the end of the day. And that's fine. They can hold on to whatever they need to. But I've learned, my personal experience is when problems arise, I tell my guys, don't bring me problems, bring me solutions. Because there's nothing I can do about what's broke today. It's about what I'm going to do about tomorrow. Is it still going to be broke, right? Can this be fixed? And that's what we're looking for. We're looking for some solutions. And Nick, and I can only say Nick, I'm sure others, I don't know if others have from his team, maybe they will begin to, but Nick has reached out to those in other communities. Hey man, bring in your devs, give me some ideas, we need some help. So hopefully those guys respond, because he's not saying he wants to do it all by himself. But yeah, if you're not going to be part of the solution, then you're part of the problem. Get out of the way, because we're trying to fix something here. And I'm still of the mindset in my heart, this is 1,000 days before I see any return. Okay, any return. And I'm okay with that. You said a comment earlier, Chris. You said, you're going to get all your return back, all your investment back. So the word all, I never go all in on anything. All right. if I'm thinking, man, if I can, let's say I'm gonna throw $100 in. If I could throw $100 in, it's gonna turn to 1,000. What I do in my head, I go, okay, if I throw in 1,000, if I throw in 100, you know what? I'll throw 10 in. I'll take the 90. I'll take the $100 gain over $1,000 gain. My point is, I never go all in. That way, I don't get all emotional when it doesn't turn out the way I want it to. I know that's hard to And the thing is, it's a hard concept. It's a hard pill to swallow when people have thrown in all this money because of what the information that was given to them. It's going to go 100x. Vulcan's going to be $1,000. All the bull crap. I was never into that. Into the crazy calculator. Protonomics is what they call it, right? I was never into that. I never subscribed to that. I never believed that. I always make fun of it because I just don't believe. I just know better. I've been alive long enough, and I've lost enough money in my life with my investments, not in crypto, not on the stock market, but just in life. Buying a car. What is the cost of ownership of a car? It looks all nice and pretty and shiny. We talked about Lambos. I've done the Lambo thing, guys. They're crap. Okay, unless you keep them parked. All right. The moment you start throwing some miles on that joker, they're a bottomless pit of money. Okay. So they're nice, but it's not an investment. It's a toy. Okay. So point is that, never go all in, and you won't have to feel all emotional when it doesn't work out as you hoped. I like what Kiwi said. He says there's only one get rich quick scheme, or one way to get rich quick. And this is if you're in a rich person's will, and that is the truth. But nowadays, man, I mean, that's not even foolproof. I mean, they can change it. They can put that joker on a trust, like Chris does, and so his kids just don't get money. They actually got to earn it, apparently. But because of his trust things that he has.
That's
set
how
up.
you build generational wealth, man.
I know. I'm just joking. I know. I took notes, and I've gotten all that stuff laid out, man. So just giving you crap about it, but yeah, you're 100% right. I like what Raven says here. I think I do. He goes, I agree with Tony. I think he's talking about just the niche that we have, or just a service we're going to be providing to the creators, right? Or building a platform for them at the end of the day. And again, we're not building the first platform, the only platform to ever be built. We're building a platform for them. All right. So don't get it twisted. You're going to hear people say, oh man, well, this is going to be, we're supposed to build we're the only ones offering NFTs and licensing. No, we know we're not. We're actually building a platform, a protocol for a community that's waiting for it. In fact, we heard the other day Nick saying they have about 4,000 artists or creators that they have, that community of 4,000 alone that are probably going to be jumping into this thing. He didn't say they will, that most likely probably will. That'd be nice.
Just say it's half. Just say it's half.
Say it's half. Yeah, right. They're not creating it and then trying to go run up to 4,000. They've got some that there's a need for the existing that they have currently. That if you don't understand that, then you're not paying attention. I don't know what else to say to you. You're not seeing the forest through the trees, as they would say. Is that how they say it? Point is, but he says, I just don't believe that we will be. Well, he says, I don't just believe we will tap into a market for creators. I fully believe Nick and his team can take this newly created market by storm. What do you guys think? And I was kind of speaking to that. By storm, what does that mean? That could be subjective. To storm to me could be different for storm to Chris and storm to you. I think there is a need. There's always been a need, and Nick's trying to fill that need. Nick and his team. It isn't just Nick. Nick has surrounded himself with artists that he speaks with on the daily. He obviously feels it in his heart, man, that he's got to do this. He's got to make this happen. And there are people that believe in what he wants to do that also believe that as well. And they happen to be part of the creators community. So I think, if anything, it's going to set precedents for the next protocol that come out. I mean, and if hopefully we can be the first to market to really show how it can be structured and organized and it works. If we can show proof of concept, the rest is history at that point in my regard. So I agree with you. I think there's going to be some taking the market by storm to some degree. And I just hopefully we get that first push or that first, maybe it's going to be with digital artists at this point. I'm looking forward to what we do with movie producer or those that create films and writers and those types of things. I love the arts. I completely absolutely love the arts.
I'm gonna bring up a couple comments, but I'm gonna say I want Darwin's. I want to do Darwin's separate.
Okay.
Just gonna bring up some of these comments here. Is Raven, I come from a solution-oriented lifestyle. F the problem. I have faith that Nick will provide solutions. Hippo Happy 79 says, problem is Bob is one of those burn it down guys. They are real intelligent, but unfortunately inappropriate in many ways for the project investors' interest. I can see that. I can see that. And I hope that Bob looks at it and can come to some type of realization of what we're trying to do. Bob's a really smart guy, and he's been very helpful. And I can't say anything. I can't say anything bad about him. I disagree with his point of view. I think there are issues that we need to address and stuff like that. But I would rather have Bob on the side of, all right, I'd like to help out too. I mean, I know he's passionate and everything, but at the same time,
I mean, this is what he does. This is what Bob does. He builds chains, so he knows what he's talking about. At the end of the day, I have nothing bad to say about Bob either. I mean, he helped me. He helped me come to the understanding. I don't know what I don't know when it comes to blockchains and security and those types of things. So I have mad respect for him. He's part of the Brew Crew. I have mad respect for those guys over there. They tolerated my I would say my ignorance long enough, and finally they just kind of just let me have it. And then I was like, okay, wait, what's going on? And now here we are. So I appreciate those guys.
Thank God 100%. They were there, huh?
Oh yeah, of course. But it's not just. I mean, Bob. Whoever's saying burn it down. I'm speaking to anybody that says that. I'm not a pitchfork guy. Okay, I'm not. I've always said that. However, I am a pitchfork guy when it comes to going against like someone like the other guy, because now we know the proof's there, right? Yeah. You're gonna see me really get involved in that whole taking that guy down. But when it comes to like
Kiwi's comments, I hate to interrupt you when some of these comments on.
Is it if Tart Madman is making any headway with the authorities?
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but I do know that he keeps me up to date on it, and he is working super hard. And and I have to say, Tart Madman is working super hard everywhere, not just that area, but he is working really hard in a lot of different areas. And yeah, dude, when we go back to stage, it remind me about what I just saw. But yeah, Tart Madman is working hard everywhere on all kinds of things, not just what you're talking about, Jocko. He's working hard. And then OBZ says adding a safe ecosystem for existing communities to come to thrive is what I hope for. Yeah, I agree with that. And I want to go back to Tart Darwin the turtle.
Oh yeah, he says Greek has my full respect now. He sat and brute fight getting the living, Pete out of him. Well, yeah, he did. But
and then he adds on to it.
Oh, then he started making videos about Brian Legend and started fighting back. That's what Prado has failed to do. Yeah, absolutely. Greek going into Brew, he never went into Brew. Like one thing about Greek is, I know him personally. We all do, right? Me and Chris know him. He is a good guy. He's a very intelligent guy. He walks quietly with a big stick. He's very slow to respond. He's quick to listen, slow to speak, and he does that for a reason. And every human being should take that. Don't just freaking. He's not a keyboard warrior. He doesn't just say what's in his mind. He thinks about it. And I've learned a lot from him in that regard. But he didn't go into Brew, and he's never looked for acceptance, or he's looking for their approval. It's just a bunch of guys in a Discord. It's not Brew, it's the space in general. Brew isn't the space, okay? The space is much bigger than that Discord. And these are just a collective of people that are tired of the scammers. So they're like, hey man, I think you're part of a scammer. You may want to look into this. So he took notice. But he gained my respect long ago because, one thing about him, he doesn't care about what those guys say. I mean, if he did, he would have done this a long time ago because they've been going at him since day one. Okay. The guy has accumulated 8,000 plus followers on his own without Brew, without Daniel Prado, without Brian Legend. The guy has just been consistent. When he believes in something with conviction, he goes all out and he does the hard work. So with that being said,
hold on. Teddy One, I don't know where you're coming off on this. This is ridiculous. We spent maybe less than a minute talking about Daniel Prado because we're talking about questions that came up. We're not talking about him. I mean, if you want to talk about him, all I've heard from him is that he made me. I heard him saying that Greek isn't smart enough to make his own decision that we're doing. I haven't talked anything about Daniel Prado other than what they were asking about in the comments. So you come in here and act like you sound like a bitter girlfriend. Let me tell you something. Daniel Prado, he doesn't exist to me. I don't even care about Daniel Prado. I ain't talking about him. But if somebody came in here and said, "What about Teddy One?" and I was like, "Hey, Teddy One, this or that," I'm just answering a question, man. I mean, every single time anything comes up, you're immediately like on my case about the fact that like I'm saying something. I'm not. What the hell?
Was he talking to you, or maybe he was talking to someone else?
I don't know, but it's like he said.
Oh, he said. Oh, he said they. He said they. Oh, no, he said they. Yeah, I don't think
we're all talking about. If they want to talk about Daniel, fine. That's fine. I don't care.
Yeah. The guy. I have no interest in what Prado does. You know. No, he made it clear. He said, "Did I say you?" No, he said they. He said, I think he's talking about those in the chat there, though. But with all,
you're talking about somebody else. I thought he was talking about us. I thought he meant
no. He said they. Yeah, no, he's talking about they. They're still.
I think if that's what you meant, I'm sorry, but I'm getting tired.
Yeah, there's someone said something about Prado ruining people or something, blah blah blah. So I get it, man. It wasn't to you or me, man.
But I get it all the time. Like, what do you think about Prado? I'm like, I don't think about anything about Prado. Yeah, why are you coming to me and asking me about what Prado's doing? Let Prado do what Prado does. He's not anything, and he can continue to talk about me and you and like all and Greek and stuff. Like, just keep doing it. Who cares? What my life does not revolve around what he says one way or the other, and it doesn't matter. But if someone asks me a question, I'm gonna answer it. But this is important. Robert says, "Did you guys receive the page for GoFundMe?" I have not received anything.
I haven't received it. I don't think you've ever messaged me, DM'd me, but if you get it to one of the guys, they'll get it to me, and then we can.
Does OBZ have it? Did you check, Robert? Did you check with OBZ because he just messaged me a few minutes ago about. Well, this was probably an hour ago. Yeah, it was. It was an hour ago. So I don't know if OBZ is still online or anything like that. So.
Jocko asked if Bob's invested. No, Bob's not invested, but Bob has a.
Is he not invested?
No. Well, no. He has some friends that were invested in one of Brian Legend's older projects. So he took it upon himself to help his friends. So, understand Bob is just coming from sick. And I say this often, you got to be sick and tired of being sick and tired. That's where Bob's coming from. His passion comes from his experience and knowing what the hell he's talking about, right? Like he knows his stuff. So he comes from that, like as with authority, like, he has some authority because he's actually done this, built chains. And so when he starts throwing technical terms, he knows what he's talking about. He's not just saying words, right? But he's not invested as far as I know. I mean, I'm going back on my conversations with him. He's not invested, but he just doesn't want anyone else to be scammed at the end of the day. And whether it was this project or any other project, that's it. So the guy comes with that passion. So
listen, look at Jocko's comments. Jocko, you need to ban yourself. He says, what's your thoughts on he says, Teddy wanted me to ask you that.
That's funny, man.
Oh, that's not funny at all. That's not funny at all. Yeah, listen, Teddy, if you were talking about something, I apologize, but the way I read it was that we were talking about it.
Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about? I'm trying to look at the comments like, well, did I miss something? Yeah.
Okay, no. Robert
the only thing I said was Protonomics, man. That's the only thing I mentioned. And I don't say that. And at the end of the day, I can say Protonomics because that's a coin that was that's a phrase that was coined in this community. We all know what that is. That's just extraordinary claims without extraordinary proof, huh?
I think that Daniel likes that, though.
Oh yeah, that's his thing. I mean, yeah,
he accepted that.
Yeah, it's his calculators. You know, I was never subscribed to the calculators. I was like, you know, that's when I talked about the 1,000-day return, and I got called the fudder. So, you know, I've been wearing that hat for a long time now. So, you know,
and I don't think that goes back to a lot of YouTubers. I think that goes back to the other regime where if you said anything, did anything, you were.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Yeah, specifically, I was told by Jason Plan B that Brian doesn't trust me, that I am competition because we were building Prism, right? And so
let me fix this. Look, Teddy, I thought you were talking about me and Kryptonian. I thought you were talking about us always talking about Prado and all that kind of stuff. I read it wrong. If you didn't mean it like that, I'm sorry. I don't mean to get mad at you or anything. I do get mad about everybody wanting my opinion about what that Daniel said this about you. What do you think? I don't care. And then, you know, I get the edited versions of his videos sent to me, and Daniel said this. Okay, you know, and Daniel said this on your live and everything like that. And it's like, you know what? He can say whatever he wants to say and everything. And I thought you were talking about the fact that we were talking about it and all that. And I understand now. And if you know, you said it the right way, I just read it the wrong way, and I apologize. I'm not going to jump on you about that. I mean, I did, but I didn't mean to. I should have looked at it a little bit better. But at the same time, it's like, look, we're two separate people. We will never be any kind of there's no relationship there, and there will never be a relationship there. And I mean, I don't know why he talks about me. We don't have anything, and Kryptonian and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not going to bash him. I mean, he does not exist to me. So, I mean, if that's one of those things, if that's harsh or whatever, I'm sorry, but you know, that's the way it is. So when people ask me about it and stuff, you know, it is what it is. Keep talking. But yeah, if Teddy wanted, I don't, if you really meant it that way, I apologize because I did jump on you for no reason.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry. But at the same time, you know,
like,
what'd you say?
So you got me all upset. Like, what did I hurt my feelings? Like, what did I do? I mean, I'm all looking for his comments.
It's your fault. I mean, you were the one. You sent me a message and said, "Look at Teddy one." He didn't say that. You didn't say that.
But in all seriousness, guys, you know, with everything that's happened, we're in a better place. We are in a better place. We can't. No one has a crystal ball. No one has a magic calculator. No one knows, you know, I mean, no one's going to be able to go to a YouTuber and say, because I saw what this opinion is on Bitcoin, therefore, if this, then that type, you know, that logic, which is, you know, that ridiculous fallacy. Point is that we all know what you know. We're hoping for the best, preparing for the worst. I believe the worst has passed because it couldn't got no worse than what we just went through. You know, we literally have no money left. And we're trying to build something from nothing now. You know, and there are those that want it, they want it done their way, and there are some that want it done their way. And if you don't do it their way, then it's going to fail. Okay. Then it's going to fail. All right. That's your opinion, and we hope it doesn't. You could be right. You could be wrong, but time will tell, and time is running out because the bull runs right around the corner. Right. So hopefully we get it done before then.
Yeah, really. So C. Rodriguez says opinions are like a-holes.
Some are dirty.
Everyone has one. Some are dirtier than others. That's gross.
Yeah, man, for real. Teddy one says, because I don't care what Pato says about anybody else or whatever they say, but if you're done with a person, be done. Absolutely, man. I'm done.
Thank you. That's the best statement of the night. And that's the way I feel 100% because, like, it is what it is, man.
Yeah. I wish him all the best. As I've said it before, I hope his project takes off. He's got a lot of responsibility. He's got people's money in his hands, man. So they're all looking to him, his community, or those that are invested in his project. I'll say it again. I wish him the best. I hope it does. I hope he does do everything that he's wanting it to do. I hope he can go, I told you guys, or whoever those who don't believe in it. I'd love to see that because to me, that means the man did what he said he was going to do. And I can't do anything but, congratulate him for that because, hey, he'll be probably one of the first to do it in this space. So I hope it happens for him. I really do God honest truth. I hope it happens for him. I wish him and his wonderful wife and even his partner Yamap. I wish them all the best, man. 100%. They've got a lot riding on their shoulders. I can only imagine. And good luck to those guys.
Yeah.
But the space is big enough to have thousands of other projects. So it's not.
Yeah, but Teddy One's right though.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where it kind of gets me a little bit, where I'm like, done. I mean, there's nothing. There's nothing there. I mean, there's nothing. There's nothing. There's no. I'm not angry. I'm not upset. I mean, it is what it is. But look who stopped by. Stay High. Did you see? Did you get a chance to see last night? We had Stay High, his Ready Set Go project on, and he gave away 2 NFTs. They started their NFTs
last night. No. Oh, really?
Yeah. And guess what? Guess who won two NFTs from
Why so much money?
No, me.
Oh, that's when you won?
Me.
Okay.
I won the first one, the very first one ever. Then I won the second one. And then the second one, I was like, all right. I mean, that seemed like it was a little bit unfair. I mean, it was pretty awesome, dude. I mean, that was like, I should have played the lottery, whatever. But when I got the second one, I was like, you know what? I'll raffle this off. And that's what I was telling you about, having Wise Choice Money and Teddy One in there.
Oh, yeah.
And then doing that thing and everything. And Teddy One didn't win. It was Wise Choice Money. So I sent it off to him, but it was like, I'm glad Teddy One won tonight, man, because it was like, dude, you can't even win. I mean, he's had such bad luck. He's been going to every raffle. Every raffle he's in there. I mean, loyal, dude. Loyal to every time I'm on there. It's like Teddy One's there. And he's like, what's up, guys?
What's up?
I'm in this raffle. And you're
Wins.
like, damn. And he's not winning.
I haven't won yet, man. I haven't won yet.
Well, you're not. I mean, you haven't put in the time. I mean, I was with Teddy.
I put in the money.
I was with Teddy One and Wise Choice Money, all three of us, and I'm pretty sure Senior Rojo is in the same spot. I don't know. I haven't seen him, but we were in all these raffles for the last couple of weeks, and I was the first one of the three of us to win something last night, and then I won back to back, and then I was able to give it to one of them. And Teddy One was still hanging out there. Then Wise Choice Money wins tonight, and so does Teddy One. So it's like, all right. Now we're moving in the right direction, but at the same time,
I'd like to know what voting machines you guys use.
No, they're in there. I know. The first couple of days, I actually think there was one.
I don't understand how you can win 80 million votes, Chris. It makes no sense to me, bro. Are we talking about? the same thing?
Buddy, all I can say is I think there was one raffle that he had. And I only think there's 3 people in there. And I still didn't win. And I actually think that Teddy One was in there too. I think it was 3 of us. I know Teddy One was there, and I know I was there, and the other person won. I don't know who it was. I think it was Rickness or something like that. But it was like, really? And then
Senior Rojo won one as well. I see that. Yeah. Remember I was talking about taking the market by storm, right? So the Raven put their definition in. Oh, I want to bring it up real quick.
Oh, my bad. I didn't.
Yeah, and so I appreciate Raven if you're still listening. Providing creative licensing, which is what I like. The NFT marketplace for music, art, and other vital interest. User-friendly environment for purchasing, trading.
Talk to him for a minute. I gotta get to the bathroom, man. You talk so long.
Well, you pee like 3 times an hour, bro. I mean, you may want to get that checked. And onboarding creator projects and education. So, but what you're talking about, Raven, is definitely an ecosystem. And one thing that if Apple had, or not just Apple, I'm going to use them as an example. If you're an iPhone holder, you know what I'm talking about, or an Apple user. If you have an iPad, iPod, phone, watch, whatever, laptop. The ecosystem that Apple has created, where they've got a singular product that runs across the entire ecosystem. When I say the product, it means the operating system, and they've devised a smart way to kind of keep you embedded on no matter what device you own, Apple related. They all talk. They're all in sync. That to me, to create that an ecosystem like that was ingenious. And not that they were the first to do it, but they did it right. right? They did it well. There are other products out there that have their own ecosystems, but Apple hasn't done it their way, and they market it their way. My point is this: they have hundreds of millions of users, right? Point I'm making is, I hope we can do the same thing with Vitruveo. We can develop an ecosystem for creators, for artists that involve all these things. And it's going to take, the point I'm going to make is it's going to take time to do that. This isn't going to happen at mainnet launch. This is going to happen over time. And so long as we continually to push for this ecosystem, eventually I think it will turn into something very special, and could definitely set precedents in the space, not just in crypto, but specifically for creators themselves, right? Because it will catch fire. People will begin to realize what's that one chain that I can go buy and sell my NFTs, get licensing for my music. I have a story that I've written. I want to license it, whatever. And we can point them to this ecosystem, and I'm hoping that we can help to create that. I'm looking forward to that, and hopefully the ecosystem that it's involved, where it touches all arts, right? And on every device, computer, laptop, iPad, whatever it may be, I have the ability to participate in that ecosystem. And that's going to be special, I think. And I think we have an opportunity to create that ecosystem. It's big picture here, macro vision. We're not just talking about, we're going to go to $100 of freaking, a token or a coin. That's the pump and dump, guys. I'm not looking. I was never involved. I never got involved into blockchain, to being involved in a blockchain for that. I wanted what was going to be built on that blockchain, what new technologies, what new projects were going to be, we're going to use that platform, right? On the innovation that was going to come out of on that blockchain that I got to be, fortunately, an early investor in. So I'm still excited about that. I'm still an early investor. And I'm hoping this ecosystem gets facilitated, gets created, and it just turns into something that's widely adopted, right? And it's going to get better over time, as they all do, provided that the desire's there, that the market, and I believe the market is there, but we have to help facilitate and generate the desire to go into this market. The thing is, they don't know what they don't know. All these creators out there, I think Nick or someone was talking about it on the meeting that we had with these guys the other day. They don't really know. They're not really looking for it. Well, because they're too busy creating. Well, that's why we need to make it simple and easy for these guys, right? And make it they're going to do what they do best, and that's going to be creating the art, the media that we're going to be keeping in our ecosystem for them guys. And so long as we can create a system that facilitates that, and make it easy for them to onboard, offboard as the creators, and make it easy for us as the purchasers of that want to participate and buy their art, save their art, whatever it is. It's got to be a coming together between both parties, hoping we can do that. Anyways, that's how I see it. That's what I hope happens. But at the end of the day, it's an ecosystem, and it's going to take time, guys. It's absolutely going to take time. Did I talk long enough for you? I was just waiting for. I was waiting for that. Yeah. I was waiting for.
Oh, were you waiting for me to come back?
Yeah.
I was listening to you.
I know you got me on all your televisions all the way down the hall, but you got it streaming on every television.
Yeah, I also I have to wash my hands too. You're actually I'm like, when you go to the bathroom, you gotta wash your hands, man.
Well, the thing is when you've got to tell people you wash your hands, you probably don't. It should be just unassumed,
No, I got that good soap, man. I'm always washing my hands.
You got the good soap?
Yeah, I like it. I buy it in bulk. It's pretty cool.
What's it called? Ajax? Or
no, it's what the hell's the name?
Ajax? Is that what it's called? Ajax?
Safeguard.
Oh, Safeguard?
It's called
by Menon, right?
No. It's like a Safeguard. I forget. I'll have to bring the tub. I get in the gallon. I just refill all the stuff.
Oh, well, and you can afford 8 to 10 televisions. You can afford gallons of soap. I got to buy individual bars.
Next time we're on a live, you're going to be like, he's got 20 televisions in his house.
I never said 20. You said 20. See,
I did not.
Let a man talk, and he tells the truth.
I never said 20. I actually said
eventually.
9. Did I say 9? It's actually 8. There's 8, but they're not on all the time. I mean, it's just a lot of TVs. You don't want me to count the monitors, man. My son's got tons of monitors.
Oh gosh, I used to have a bunch of them, but now I'm down to just one big wide one. This is Teddy one.
I got 5 of them.
because you game and you trade and you got time. You're at home all day. I'm out and about.
I'm not at home all day. I got a job. I got to do stuff.
I think I could queue up about at least 10 videos, and in one given day, and you're.
I'm sorry, I have no idea what he was saying. I think he lost his internet for some reason.
It's my Fire Stick on my television.
Oh no, he's mad as hell now.
No, but Teddy One, you're right, man.
He's stuck.
I don't want to be spiteful. Give love to all, hatred to none, man. And that's why you should live life, man. At the end of the day, we're all human. We all make mistakes, me included. And understand this: anytime I say, "Hey, man, inspect what you expect," trust always, trust no one always, but verify all these things that I say. I'm talking about my life experiences. This is me projecting in a sense when I'm talking about my mistakes, the things that I need to work on in my life. And I'm hoping, and I know I'm not the only one. I'm not, the only one that's not perfect out here. So, it's nothing is new under the sun. Nothing is new under the sun. So I appreciate that, Teddy One. I was talking about the ecosystem that Vitruveo hopefully can create, about for the creators, this marketplace, that will touch so many different areas. And the iPhone holder, watch, iPad, yes, fully understand analogy. Great. I'm glad I didn't ramble too much about that, but that's what I see when people want to ask, well, what is this new blockchain that you're talking about? I just think ecosystem. I'm not thinking pump and dump. I'm thinking ecosystem. It's not the next Ethereum. I'm thinking ecosystem. It doesn't have to be the next Bitcoin. It doesn't have to be the next Ethereum, the next Binance. It doesn't have to be. It just has to be one of the players in the game that does something different specifically for creators. Nothing wrong with that. If people don't see that, then they're not looking. And if they're not looking, then they just need to just get out of the way, because some of us see it. I mean, and I think we can imagine it. We'll achieve it. That's how I see it. And we're going to try to anyways, right? Steve Rodriguez says Irish Spring. Man, I haven't heard Irish Spring in a long time, man. My mom used to buy me that stuff, man.
Are you guys making fun of my soap?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure. You're like, you stop. You're like, yeah, of course we are. All right. I just put in the GoFundMe page that OBZ and Robert worked out and everything in the chats. So
hold on one second. I got to put this up real quick. You're right. Vitruveo doesn't support Android, and you're not kidding. No, it probably does. And the problem is that by the time
you know who that is, that's Remy, right?
It's Remy. Yeah, it's Remy. Yeah. It doesn't support.
He's buddy and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Of course, and he knows that no one supports Android.
Nobody
but Android. But you can go ahead and throw that link up.
Yeah. That link. Oh. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, on our side. Do you see it on my side?
I do.
Do you see it?
Yeah.
But you see it on your side. Everything's right?
Yeah.
My whole side says X's all the way up. Says you're having an internet connection. You can't connect.
You're gonna have to restart your computer, man, for real.
But I actually see it live on the YouTube channel that it's there. So okay. I don't know. But you keep stuttering every time you talk. So I'm like, is he okay? Has he been drinking too much?
I've been drinking unsweet iced tea from a Whataburger cup. This is a small in Texas, by the way, just so you know. That's how we do it.
Whataburger's good, man.
This is a small. Let me give you some comparative analysis. This is what is this? A 12 ounce or 16 ounce water bottle?
I mean, is it 12? Is it 6?
No, 16 ounce. So 16 ounce. All right, small. I'm just saying, man. No, I'm joking. This is a large.
Oh, is I was sitting there thinking you're.
But everything's big in Texas, man.
Yeah, talk about big in Texas. It's.
Oh, you got one of those. Do you buy that POS soap?
Are you talking about the one that OBZ or
Yeah, the proof of soap
that the Raven's talking about?
Yeah, remember proof of soap, piece of A, POS. You're like way off. Like, what the hell is all these acronyms, man?
That's what I was saying. I'm like, dude, you guys act like you're in the military and shit.
Hey, you're very welcome, Robert. I got your link, man, and I'll absolutely be passing this around, man, and I'll definitely help you as much as I can. And my heart goes out to you, buddy. And hopefully the rest of the community will get to see this link and contribute as well if they can.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it. I don't know if everybody's in my Discord or whatever. But I'm gonna throw it in there. Wait, everyone.
I know that Nick said that he would absolutely. So go ahead and send it off to Nick as well. Maybe he can pass it around. That'd be great.
Yeah, there it goes. I'm gonna put it in. Send it to him, and put it in the chat. And thanks a lot to OBZ for helping out.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Pulling that together. That was pretty darn awesome. Yeah, see, Teddy One is calling you out now. He's like, yeah, but don't forget, Crypto, half the cup is ice.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, bro. And that's why I don't get ice. I get an unsweet. Well, I probably get. Actually, ice goes down here. Okay, and the rest is drink, baby. The rest is
That's
goodness.
not what they do.
The rest is goodness. Unsweet tea, black tea, goodness. Yeah.
No, you know what they do? You know what you do is you go to those places and you get you order no ice.
Why would I do that? I forgot. You have a see. The thing is, I don't have a basement. I can go downstairs and drink my freaking tea because it's gonna be hot if they give it to me.
No, you're missing what I'm saying. So you get one of those big, large ones, right? And you say no ice. You get it home, and you get yourself a cup, put some ice in it, and pour like a quarter of it in there. You got full drink. Okay. And you can make that last like all day or even like the next couple of days. Just leave the lid on, leave it in the refrigerator.
You're so frugal, bro. I forgot how frugal you are.
That's how you save, man, because they get you with that. They get you through the drive-through, man.
Yeah,
they
you're right.
you through the drive-through.
I forget how frugal. This guy's cheap.
Hey.
And that's why he's only got 100 megabyte network connections on his TVs. He didn't go for the gigabyte connections, but he's cheap. No, but you're right. You're right about that. With little ice, it will last you all day, though. It will.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah, it will.
But then I think Steve Rodriguez and Teddy One saying there that they get light ice, and I agree with that. So do light ice and everything like that, or no ice. The only problem with no ice is you got to make sure that lid's secure, man, because the ice in there kind of keeps it from doing that. But if there's no ice, it'll spill. It like splashes around everywhere. So, but the light ice gives you can drink it while you get home and all that kind of stuff. Man, the Cowboys are tearing up the Giants, dude. Tearing them up. It's almost like I think the Giants are like, it's halftime, and I think the Giants are like, we're just not coming out, man. We're not coming out for a second.
We're done. We're not doing.
We're like, can we call it? We got to head home.
But, so the Giants are killing the Cowboys. You said
no. The Cowboys are killing the Giants.
Yeah, but they do good, man, and then they just kind of fall off.
They're destroying them, man. It's Kiwi says, Chris, you're a cheapskate. You damn right I am. I am. I apologize, man. If
he's cheap, dude. You don't even. I know I say that jokingly, but no, this guy's cheap.
No,
but
I am.
But he's doing okay. Let's just say that. I wish I was cheap, in my younger days. Blue money.
I mean, it's just one of those things. I mean, I think that Now I won't if I need something, I'm not going to be cheap on like. When it comes to me and what I need, yeah, I'm very cheap. But like on my family and my kids and stuff like that, I don't like blow it and like anything they want and everything. But they get medium stuff and everything. But when it comes to me, I'm like,
so like what? Your son came to you, he was like, I want a PS5, and you said you're going to get a PS1.
2.5.
Yeah. I'll get you the PS5, but we'll get you the controllers next time. Okay?
No, but he's got to earn it a little bit. He can't be like, not my kids get anything for free. They got to put some effort into it.
They got to, man. They got to. Because
I don't think it's unreasonable. I'm not like, okay, you gotta clean the house, cut the grass, you gotta do all these chores for $1 a week, and then in a couple of years you can get one. It's like, yeah, all right, let's make a deal. How's it going to work? The Kiwi says, tell a drug dealer no ice, and that's their business over. Yeah, and then see Rodriguez knows what I'm talking about. He's like, then put it in the freezer for 15 minutes when it gets warm. Oh, and Benzies is like, shut your mouth about the Giants. Oh man, I'm telling you. But Benzies, come on, man. They are getting it handed to them tonight. Did you see that? All those comments just jumped up. I don't even know what I'm on. Okay, Benzies right there. I was like, is Kryptonian even there? Is my stuff messed up?
Oh yeah, no, there. I'm sorry. I was just looking at this GoFundMe here, just making sure I got it sorted. All right, cool.
Oh, Kryptonian. Here's a very important question. Are you a Texas guy or a Texas A&M guy?
Texas Tech, baby. That's where all the engineers go, man. That's where the A&M is where you get all your. Well, okay. Quite honestly, I mean, a lot of my very best of friends in the IT space, my colleagues, they're Texas A&M, but all of my engineers that I have mainly as customers, Texas Tech, and that's probably why I'm a Texas Tech fan, you know. And it's up there by Lubbock, you know. My mom's up there from that area, so hopefully I didn't just lose a viewer in saying that. But,
I'm sure you did.
Yeah. To me, A&M was like, you know, go Longhorns crap. It's just, I don't know. I went to the high school that I went to. Our mascot was a Longhorn, so obviously A&M, you know, and it was just, I never could get rid of the damn colors, man, all the way through from ninth grade all the way up until senior year, and that's all they ever talked about. I like the Texas Tech or Texas. I'm assuming you're talking about Texas Tech. I like their colors, the red, black, white, you know.
Well, he's talking about Texas, University of Texas, or Texas A&M.
I'm talking about Texas Tech. Sorry, so not even Texas A&M or. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm talking about up north Texas Tech. You know, I got a special place in my heart for that place. So.
I actually like Baylor because I have a family member.
Oh, I like Baylor
there,
too.
And my daughter wanted to go there at one time.
Yeah, funny story about Baylor with me. One of my best friends in school, his older sister went to Baylor. So I think I'm a senior in high school. She's already graduated a year prior to me. So we would go for the summer. I think right before, I think it was actually the summer of our senior year. We went. He's like, "Hey man, let's go to Baylor and let's go visit my sister." I'm like, "Heck yeah!" So now we're two seniors, you know, high school students heading off to a college. I got to go to a lot of parties because of his sister. Baylor, I'm gonna tell you right now, the amount of weed they smoke up there, man. I was joking. Near Austin, whatever. No, it was not what I was thinking it was going to be. You know, I was expecting, you know, just doctors, you know, pre-med students everywhere, but it was just a big party. I guess all colleges are, right?
Yeah, especially during like certain times of the year. Like there's a college near here that's really big partying during Halloween time and stuff like that. They're well known for how they party then.
Oh yeah, man. Jacko asks if Jaco, do they still have a football team? I know they got a soccer team. I would think they do.
Who are we talking about? Texas Tech?
Yeah, Texas Tech.
They had
yeah. I mean, they got an okay team. You know, I mean, you know, it's whatever.
Who's out of Texas Tech? Was it that who was the most recent young guy that came out of there? Was it who was Texas Tech? Wouldn't they have a quarterback that was just phenomenal? I forget. I don't know who that is. Who is that?
Well, I guess he took himself off the list there, guys. I don't know what happened to that guy. Well, that's what happens whenever you go cheap on your internet. You know, it just cuts off on you in the middle of the night. I don't know if he's coming back, guys. But we've been going at this thing for freaking damn near 5 hours, man. 5 hours. I'm going to give him a minute to try to jump back online if his internet comes back online, which it probably won't. But I really appreciate everybody joining us tonight. It was a lot of fun. We we covered a lot, right? We had a good conversation with Nick. I know a lot of people probably had a lot more questions, and don't get it twisted. There'll be a lot more opportunity for us to talk with him. There he is, Chris. I was just talking about how when you don't pay your bill, you don't get to go 5 hours with.
I heard you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go, man. There's something wrong, man. I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, I gotta go. My wife's calling me right now, man. So she's like, it's 8:00. I was like, I know. But it was a great show, man. I appreciate the invite. I think it was a good convo with Nick and the team, or Nick, and then the rest of the guys had fun with Fowler, Confirmant, and Pride. It was good seeing those guys, especially on the Sunday. But other than that, man, I've got nothing else, man. Other than guys will, inspect what you expect, right? Always do your own research. Give love to all, hatred to none. Do right and fear no man. And I hope to see you guys on the blockchain. We hope, right?
Yeah.
But anything other than that, man, I'm good, man. If you want to call it.
All right. You guys take care. We'll see you later.